I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know. In place, y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke, taking the road to who you were sure. The celestial scope, the stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core, inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've writ. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. Some other lands, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing the earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. dum.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go, go. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing.
Day number 3 is here, and we've seen upset after upset here on the VCT Philippines. What are we going to be in store for today? We have absolutely no idea. At this point, all bets are off, and all guesses are anyone's guesses. So welcome again. This is VCT Day number 3, and you're joining me, Illustrado, on the panel. Welcome to the third day.
I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. I ain't never really wanna flex my gift, but I flex my time, let me check my wrist. I'ma get my shot, I'ma keep on grinding till I reach the top. When it's just in my jeans and I ain't looking back, and I'm feeling like this, bro. They can never slow me down, but they need to hate me, now I'm feeling like this. Rock with the team, cause you know that we winning, we with it, we going, we flowing again. I might just blow my advance, I might just blow my advance, whoa. I did it all for the feeling, alive but I'm making a killing. I'm gonna break every ceiling, cause I need a million, but I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are here. VCT Philippines is nigh. So much happened in the past 2 days that completely caught us off guard, and we're going to be breaking that down for you guys and whatever's going to happen in the upcoming ones as well. My name is Illustrado. Joining me on the panel, we've got the ever amazing Raph in black and blue. Welcome to the Updraft. This is, of course... There we go. Yeah, well, welcome back now. Raph, how are you feeling today, man? I'm going to start it off with you. Apologies, a little bit of a tech issue on my end. But yeah, welcome back to the Updraft. How are you feeling, man? I am absolutely psyched to be here. I want to start it off with you. Any thoughts about the previous 2 days?
I mean, I'm 0 for 3 for my prediction, so I don't know if my thoughts right now are in a good space. But hey, man, like we said, it is... The all bets are off. Unpredictability is the name of the game. And I love how in the intro it says we embrace evolution. And once again, we are at that point.
Well, yeah, black and blue, I want to hear your thoughts on this. Yeah. We had basically us all get upset. We looked at the boards yesterday, the scoreboards at the very end of it, and none of us really would have expected what we saw.
Yeah, I think it's very upon the shoulders of the panel for jinxing every single game we've had in these past 2 days, for predicting the exact same team multiple times over. But I bet that's not going to happen today, not with me on this desk.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to have you on this desk. Let's take a little bit of a look at the recap on what happened in the previous couple days as we go and take a...
I mean, I'm gonna hold you to that. You on the desk. Sure.
Yes. Well, I mean, this was the opening game of yesterday, wasn't it? And what a match it was between Oasis and Action PH. It kind of started off a bit slower here, Rafanilu, but at least later on they came back from it with Action, man. What a start they have had in this entire tournament.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Action PH, oh gosh. And to put that into context, by the way, the team they beat is the team that beat Secret. And you guys, if you missed yesterday, again, we are going to compress all the things that you missed here, and just to highlight every single talent, every single player that we have. And man, like I said, I went 0 for 3 for my prediction. It feels bad, but it's one of those things we're not too upset of.
Yeah, one team that definitely came out of the woods. You already touched on it. Action PH. Who would have ever thought that they would be at the very top of the scoreboard? But especially against the teams that they played against, there weren't exactly teams that were easy to beat. They weren't exactly doormat teams that they could just walk all over. It was a very impressive show that they brought out yesterday. What do you think about this, Raf? Because honestly, Action PH, I'm sure, has left everybody stunned.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing about Action PH is you look at them and you look at previous data, it honestly led to the signs that this is a team where they love to play fast, and that's about the identity. But this time around, there's a newfound discipline.
Down mid.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Black and Blue, I kind of want to hear your thoughts on this. On the other side of the board, you got the favorite teams on the bottom. You got teams like Bren, you got teams like South Build. And what on earth is going on?
Well, it seems like the Bren multiverse right now is struggling in the box office, and it's been a very, very surprising thing to see at the very least. One would kind of wonder, is it a hunger question? These guys, they've proven a lot, these two teams, in these past few months. Is it something of them underestimating this group stage, underestimating the local scene because they've already proven that they could dominate? Do they think it's going to happen again here? That could be part of it, but we're going to really have to see. It could be, you know, first match jitters, but that's no excuse because we're already on day 3 and that can continue on further.
Yeah, it was a lot of crazy things, and I'm expecting a little bit more today. We do have a lot of good teams coming up to play again. Today it's going to be Naos versus Zeal starting it up, and then we're going to be seeing Bren versus Team Secret, and then Zeal versus LFO. What is your number one? If there's any game that you guys are looking forward to today, I'm going to start it off with you this time, Black and Blue. What are you looking forward to? Because personally, I'm going to say Bren versus Team Secret. It's got to be the highlight of the day, man.
Well, that is obviously kind of what everybody is, you know, pointing towards, and I'm sure Raph has got a different idea, but for good merits too, and I wanted to touch upon that, but I'll let him do so. So I'm gonna talk about Bren and Secret here. Everybody knows what's up. Secret came from Bren, now they're Secret. Bren, new roster, a bunch of guys from other cool teams, Action being one of them. EJ, obviously we know who this guy is. Savvy as well, the superstar that he is. And so they've got lots to prove, and now they're gonna do it against, well, basically their former colleagues in a way. So yeah, I mean, what is there not to be excited about?
And you were there for this, Raf. You were casting this match when Team Secret absolutely took a loss up against Oasis. They can still come back into this tournament. Obviously, it was their very first series, but it must be an absolute shocker to come into this tournament and take a loss in series number 1 as the reigning favorite, as one of the top teams in the world, as the number 1 team in Asia Pacific. And suddenly they take a loss up against a very rare newly formed Oasis.
Oh yeah, I mean, sometimes even if you are the champion, even if you're the big dog, you have to take a hit, to see what you're made of. And that's the wake-up call that Secret needs. And Secret, despite the success they've had in the international scene, we don't create monsters out of a vacuum. Every single team here has contributed to their success in one way or another, whether that be the formation through the matches, through, maybe a little heat here and there, but there is more to see of that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right here. But in the moment, we do want to take the second to thank our sponsors who have made this happen. So very, very big thank you, of course, to ASUS Republic of Gamers. VCT is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the newest upcoming Tough-F15, powered by the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With high performance for its thin and light form factor and military grade durability, the Tough-F15 stands out as the best bang for buck gaming laptop for your esports need. And yeah, thank you guys. And of course, please do check out the ROG Strix Scar 1517 with up to 12th generation Intel Core 19th processor. You all know what's up. It even has a 3080 Ti, man. This is a beefy laptop. Raph, I know you're thirsting. I can see you sort of drooling a little bit over this laptop. The things that you would do to this.
Oh yeah, the things I would do to that laptop if it was given to me. I'm not giving any hints or whatsoever, but if you guys have the chance to take it, go ahead.
I'm getting a bit jealous how Raph is looking at this beautiful laptop, not gonna lie.
Sorry.
Yeah, but in the meantime, of course, we have multiple languages on the stream. So if you guys are interested in watching it in multiple languages, we do got you covered in Filipino and in English. So if you want to check it out, we got the Twitch for the PPGL_VCTPH. That's also on YouTube. And if you want to watch in Filipino, that's also on YouTube and on Facebook this time. So make sure you keep an eye on that. Tune in wherever you do so, please, because obviously we got you covered here on the panel. Now, let's go back and sort of weigh in about our upcoming games here. We have so much to look forward to. I'm going to start with you. What are you looking forward to most this week, Black and Blue? Let me hear it.
For the week in general, I guess it's really kind of looking at who are the teams that will really impress us. We've already had pretty much every single team impress us, barring the ones that we expected to already be impressive. And so the teams like Zeal, they're going to go up against a lot of heat today. They're going to be playing 2 matches, and this is where we're going to really see, as Raph said, if their structure holds up, if they can continue that streak.
Oh yeah, and man, again, it's just a battle of pillars for Zeal. They have talked about it in the interview that, hey, we've restructured, we've somewhat refined our approach towards the game. And I honestly am very excited to see the improvements they've made, because we've seen their growing pains, we've seen their dip. It is time for us to watch them rise again.
You're absolutely right there, guys. Right on the money here, but we got to move forward now and take a little bit of a look at what's going on. We got the tournament format coming up for you to show you guys what exactly is going to look like. The scoreboard that you're seeing.
This makes no sense to me. Again, if we were living in another universe, but maybe we are, you know, that's just part of the lore. And once again, this is such a great sign of what is to come for every single team. Naturally, we love to see the dominance of our favorites, but to see the competition rise up, it also inherently makes our favorite teams better. So this is, once again, something we all love to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Black and Blue, your thoughts on this? I know you're not 100% too happy about what you're seeing right now, but yeah, it should be interesting. Maybe they can make a comeback, right?
It's part of the game. I mean, we were talking about during year one, right? How, at the start of the game, it will be players who have come over from other tactical shooters who will dominate at the start of any esports scene, right? Because they're the ones with more experience. And then eventually, those endemic to the game itself, to Valorant, are the ones who are going to come up, the young guns. We didn't expect that to happen so immediate here during year number 2, but hey, that's what we got. And this is a great time to shine for the young talent we have in the Philippines.
As you can see right now, this is the match schedule for today. We have the first opening game. It's going to be Naos versus Zeal. And then Bren is going to be going up against Team Secret. And then Zeal is going to be playing again. And they're going to be playing up against LFO. So definitely going to be a lot of interesting matches here. I'm so excited for it, man. Again, I talked to you about it. Bren versus Zeal, that should be the highlight match, but everybody else is here to surprise. Naos, definitely one of those teams that catches us completely off guard. But we've taken a look at the standings. We've taken a look at everybody of all the teams, but let's take a closer look. We've got something special for you guys, a little bit of a video about the team. So let's go ahead and check it out.
Crazy guy finds a double here. Sheriff on round 1. On a rain out pass. Brute force is pretty much their double kill. That's fine. Still, wait, guys.
Apologies again, a little bit of a technical issue on my end, but yeah, day number 3 and you're joining us here today. Raph, I'm gonna start it off with you. What is your number 1 favorite matchup? I didn't get to hear your opinion on this earlier. I did get to hear Black and Blue's favorite matchup for today.
Our opener is definitely the one that I am looking for towards the most, because it's Naos versus Zeal, if I'm not mistaken. Do correct me if I'm wrong. But the reason why I'm so interested in this, because Naos has somewhat defied all the data that we've gathered about the players, the collective that they are. And honestly, at first glance, I thought this could be a potential chemistry issue between them, but the way we've seen them play, that hasn't been the case at all. Now for Zeal, I've touched upon this in our intro, is that this is a true strength, or rather a true test of the strength of the pillars that they've remade for themselves. And there are still some weaknesses that Zeal is displaying, but hopefully that's something they can iron out throughout the series.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, but we do have to take a minute. We have to go into a little bit of a break. Once we do come back, though, we're going to be beginning with the first series here in the VCT Philippines. Again, you're going to be joining us, Illustrato, Raph, and Black and Blue. We'll be back in just a second to start with game number 1.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good. No, put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know Delilah.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, and very much the attractive faces of the people on the panel alongside me. And you're joining us again. This is Illustrado, Alonzo Taylor right beside me, and Black and Blue. How you doing, man?
I'm just very honored to be here by my best friend, the brother himself of Mr. Eliza. Hello. Eliza.
Very honored to have you on the panel.
Yes.
Maybe after this we can sneak a couple of shots in to get, you know, photos together. That's what I meant. And you know.
I tied my hair up for this, guys. You know what I mean? I thought it was the hair going down. I tied up my hair for this, but yes, guys, if that is the lore, the headcanon you want, then yes.
Hey,
you're
the new boy on the desk, so you gotta go through the ringer. You know what I'm saying?
But all right, back to business for a second. I'm gonna rein it in. We do have a series on our hands, a really good one. Naos versus Zeal, two teams that absolutely impressed yesterday, and I'm gonna get your opening thoughts on this matchup right here. Black and Blue, will start this time with you. The first matchup we're gonna be having today is two of the teams who just came out.
Yeah, I mean, the two teams that we've talked about who people were kind of expecting to be very, very impressive, and they've impressed us even more than anybody could have assumed. So I think we've got something to show you guys to really tune into that.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at this video. We've got none other than Naos coming up for you guys. Take a look at this. Naos Esports, and I know we wanted to talk a little bit about them. I wanted to get your thoughts on this Black and Blue as we take a look at this roster that you have on your screen. We got Blast, Blur G, Kakarot, and Kevs. So sort of fairly newly formed team, but they have absolutely been here and showing up.
I mean, the roster itself, yeah, it's new for them to be playing all together. Blurred is such a great new young talent here to the scene, but little do people know, the Bren multiverse expands further than just those three teams, because Kakarot and Kevs, if you guys aren't familiar, yes, this team was called Fallen 5 before they picked up by Naos, but that Fallen 5 name extends even before Valorant, when they were part of the CS team, the second B team of the Bren Esports organization, were called Fallen 5, and that's what they were playing from. Now they reunite, and now Fallen, I don't think so. They're rising higher than ever.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do have another team on the other side of it. And I'm so excited to hear about them as well, because these guys have been on the rise. You know, Zeal, they have been, I'd say, a dark horse at the very start of the tournament, and then impressed everybody as 6045 Pirates. Now they're sort of making a little bit of a resurgence, but it's only time will tell whether yesterday's games were a fluke or not. Let's be honest here. Could have been a really good day for them. So let's check out Zeal Esports. Zeal Esports, a team that we very much know and love at this point. We've seen a lot of them, not only in the local, but also in the international scene, struggling towards the end of the year last year, but this time it's looking like they've come out of the gate swinging. Your thoughts on this team, Raf, because I know you've got a lot to say about these guys.
Homegrown Zeal, rekitted, retooled, of course rejuvenated. I am so happy to see that their performances as of late has been, well, telling of what is to come. I've always touched on the three-headed beast that is in the form of FSJ, Senior Carl, and 2GE, but of course the rest of this team, they have the firepower to match, and if not more than what we have against Naos, which also brings me to my next point, that this next matchup, this is going to be a lot of fireworks. This might be a highlight farm for, well, both these boys on these teams.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Could be a highlight farm today. A lot of clips incoming, but let's go ahead and take a look at the map, Vito. Where are we going to be playing in today? I'll pull it up for you guys right now as we... Ooh, Jetel. This is the first time I'm seeing this on the as the host, so this is like really cool. I can't believe this is actually happening like right before our eyes, like all these maps.
Man, remember, Elu, when this was something we were just looking forward towards, and now we actually have it on broadcast. It's so cool to have this actually up on the screen. I'm really big nice. Props to the project. I'm going to do it and say it every single day.
Okay, Icebox, Split, Bind, Fracture have been banned. We're finding ourselves on Haven, Ascent, and Breeze. Haven is the first pick of Zeal, and Ascent is picked up by Naos. And Breeze is, we're going to Breeze by default. This is going to be an interesting one here. Black and Blue, I want to hear what you think about this.
I think it's really smart, first of all, that Zeal did ban Bind versus Naos. It did look like a very, very convincing map when Naos did play LFO on that, ending the game like 16-13. So as we move into, you know, the opening map, Haven is a map that Naos did win, but it's also a map that Zeal did win against South Built quite convincingly. So I'm just looking to see who can play this map to the perfection, because we know they're both very capable of that.
See, the thing here is that they let go of Breeze. Now this potentially could go Ori if they hit Breeze, because for those people who didn't do their homework out there, Breeze, or at least for Zeal, they have an 86% win rate on this map, making them a very formidable force. But the question is, are we gonna get there? Zeal having Haven, I would say it's one of their maps where they're a little shaky at, but this new toolkit that they are rocking, maybe potentially we'll see some new strats on their fresher strat book.
No. Well, we heard it from you guys, but I'm so excited to get into this. Personally speaking, Haven, Ascent, and Breeze, this is definitely going to be an interesting set of maps here, because, you know, I think they're going to be absolutely comfortable no matter what. These guys have been shown. What's going to be a little bit more of an X factor is Breeze. We haven't seen it in a very, very long time. And with that, I do want to get your predictions here. I'm going to put you on the hot seat. Raf, who do you think is going to take this and what score?
The thing is, now it's still a little unpredictable, right? But I'm gonna go in the way of Zeal. They're definitely gonna get this series 2-1, because most of those maps, they're fairly strong on. Ascent, they're teetering at 70% on that, and I'd love to see that.
Well, I mean, if you're going to ask me, I do think, you know, my esports answer would probably be like, okay, Zeal, they probably got this. They performed really well versus South Belt, and they're the team with more tenure. But I'm going to go with the answer of the heart, and I'm going to say Naos here. We've been continuously rather surprised at the upsets here this entire weekend. And I think this is going to be another one of those. 2-1.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going with you. I think Naos is going to take this one 2-1 as well. We're going to go through the motions. I mean, the motions are like who's going to win? Well, probably the team who was in the underdog anyway. So that's why I'm going to call for Naos on this one. That's going to be our predictions here. But I do want to hear a little bit more from the casters who are going to take us through this. So casters, what you got for us?
Gising na si Ray Ray, mga kaibigan. Kaya naman ang panel prediction natin, nahiya lang sila sabihin na 2-1 yung magiging score, mga kaibigan. We are on to the first game of the day para sa ating day number 2. Pangalawang araw pa lang, Ray Ray, na matinding bakbakan. Bagong lahat, papakilala muna kami. Nakikita nyo naman sa baba ng screens. My name is Sarah. With me is Ray Ray. First matchup, Ray, Naos versus Zeal Esports.
Alam mo, ito lang masasabi ko. Sa tingin ko, ito yung mga matchup na una, inaabangan nga nating lahat. And second, is mahirap i-predict dahil nga sa performance nila. Sa last 2 days so far ay napakaganda. Naos talaga, they're one of what the so-called mga dark horse talaga sa tournament na to. And we have Zeals na ang tagal din natin hindi nakita, yet they're still there. Napaka-outstanding ng performance nila. But if you take a look dito sa ating agent selection, which is gonna be starting in Haven, I think this is something incredible to see. Chaos aside ng Naos still when they fought against LFO. But as for sa side ng Zeals, ito talagang Sky X Breach nila yung sobrang naging matunog yesterday.
Sabi nga nila, naos the time, di ba? Naos the time, yan nga ba ang mangyayari? O magiging hashtag Zeal the deal na naman ang araw na to? Binigla tayo ng mga teams natin from day number 1. Very unexpected results, even with Team Secret going up against another team and losing yesterday. So bagong araw na naman to para sa lahat, and that was Oasis Gaming. Yesterday, Ray, kung nanood yung mga viewers natin, no, kung hindi sila nakanood, no, nagtapat ang Team Secret at Oasis Gaming, nanalo ang Team Secret. Yung Oasis Gaming naman, may katapat din sila pero natalo sila. So labanan ng mental fortitude pagdating sa mga teams na meron tayo, lalo na kung 4 na araw yung mga broadcast days natin dito, Ray.
Talagang ito yung mga maraming surprises sa atin. Pero at the same time, papakita sa atin na this year, it's a different format once again. It's a different play styles sa mga teams natin. And ngayon, weekend na. Ano kaya yung bago na ipapakita naman sa atin ng teams this time around? And looking at this, Zeals, Naos, sobrang they're really good in their own ways. Pero sino kaya ang mas may better na lineup pagdating sa double initiator? Will we still see this meta with this KO X Sova? Or mas workable talaga yung mga counter flashes and good calls between the guys of Zeal? Sobrang magandang impression to sa atin na a lot of teams, kahit matagal yung nawalang season sa kanila ever since nga the start of Champions and start of LCQ, nandito pa rin sila to come up with a lot of another strategies. And especially sa Haven, iba talaga yung ginagawa ng mga teams this time around. Some of them very passive, some of them very aggressive, but the retakes talaga has been clean so far sa Naos tsaka dito sa Zeals. Pero paano kaya yung mga ibang teams na inabangan natin like SBE, Bren, together with Team Secret? Paano kaya sila makakabawi sa araw na to?
Sabi nga nung panel kanina, no, Bren Multiverse, kasi nga mga galing din sa CSGO from before, from Fallen 5 and Team B ng Bren Esports. Eh ngayon, nandito na sa Valorant but on another banner, on another name. And of course, that is obviously Naos right now and Zeal Esports. They've been here a long time since VCT Stage 1. Alam natin to all the way from the time that they were still called 6045 Pirates bago sila makahanap ng kanilang organization, which is Zeal, and getting enough points to be actually directly invited papunta dito sa ating stages pagdating sa VCT sa 2022. Now, heading towards this first map, Haven nga yung mapa natin, guys. Gaya ng sinasabi ni Ray kanina pagdating sa ating agent pick, agent selection, lalo na with the side of Zeal Esports, napakalaking importance ni Senor Carl dito to actually detect and get information aside from the other players. Pero meron din naman information game ang Naos dito with Kakarot and of course the Sova from KVZX. Now, going to the first round, the pistol match will set the tone of how this will go for both sides of the field.
To see on the attacking side, it's just going to be Zeals. Pero kita mo kagad yung mga counters coming in from that chaos. So talaga makakita tayo those potential talaga. How Naos will be able to defeat such a strong fragile team din naman, such as Zeals. Pero this is, it's Kakarot! Nasakpa na kagad si Farside Gene. Pero magpupush pa rin dito ang mga Zeals. Clearing out everything here in a B-side. Now, Beats goes for a plant. And ito na, surprise sila as of now. Will this be a big possibility pa na maritik na Naos? Pero we have to get behind the scenes. And mag-high siya kagad dito. Kev's blurred na lang. Makukuha pa kaya nila to. Knowing na ang napakaganda na ng protection ng Zeals dito. At kaliwan ka ng utilities ng tinatapon. Pero mukhang Hindi magkoconnect na shot. Instead, nakasak kay Kevs pa together with Blurred. Ang tawag doon, 2v3. Natalo pa sa pistol round ngayon ng Zeals.
They plan to force out Maganda naman yung plano actually dito ng Zeal Esports, no? They use the aftershock para ma-force out yung isang player from Naos to move out of position at magbakita sa kanila. Kaso hindi nag-connect yung shots. Instead, sila yung nakakuha nung kill na yan, Ray. So it's proven quite difficult when it comes to the post plans kung hindi talaga magko-connect yung shots. Kasi despite the usage of utilities, kung hindi mo makukuha yung advantage o hindi mo makakapitalize yung advantage na ginawa nyo with the shots that's not connecting, mahirap talaga. Ito yun, exactly like this. The aftershock just proves to show na kailangan lumabas ni Blur doon, pero Japan wins, sabi nga nila.
Sabi
Here, all the way from Japan.
Japan is talaga yan.
Sabi ko naman sa'yo, Bes, hindi na niya kailangan makita. Sanay na yan si Blurred.
Sanay na sanay. Napakalinaw ng mata niyan. Yan ang meron about him. Pero meron dito si Jelicious. Alam mo, may kamukha si Jelicious eh. Kamukha na si Farside Jean. Oo, magkamukha sila. Yung kuya niya.
Gawig ba sila?
Oo, magkawig sila.
My God! Itong Marshall pick-offs talaga, lalo na pag mapa natin Haven and labanan ng long range to para sa parehas na team, no? So when it comes to this, lalo na may advantage yung Naos at nakabilis sila, mahirap talaga pumasok, lalo na ang bilis mo makapag-switch up kapag Marshall yung gamit mo. Now with a 4v2 situation, 39 beats sa kasi Craig, kailangan nila maghanap ng paraan dito para makapag-entry.
Grabe naman. Look how this is good sa side ng Zeals. They want to defy, pero nga lang, pagdating pa rin sa mga Spectres, we have Naos. Pero not bad for an eco ng Zeals that time around. They got at least 3 sa kamayan nila. But looking at it, nakakatakot talaga to si Bird. Biruin mo, kitang-kita niya kagad, dibla pa lang ng buhok. And now, malaki tong potential for him to just stay away from the guys of Zeals, and at the same time, talagang ma-protection just because of those long-range battles between them. Pero di pa naman syempre magpapatinag tungong Zeals, knowing this guys, kailangan lang nila ng onting step up, onting momentum lang, and finally, marirelease nga nila yun unti-unti.
Ooh, Tuge was able to get that shot and si Beats nakakuha na rin ng isang kill as well. With a 5v3 situation, ito yung tamang opening na hinahanap nila. Less casualties para sa Zeal Esports, much better dahil they are on a buy round right now. They have to capitalize na bumili tayo neto. Ito yung investment natin and kailangan as much as casualties, wala tayong makukuha for them. And Naos with Cave, paano mo ito binabasa? Ray. Parang gusto talaga yung goal niya sa buhay, pahirapan yung casters, no? Si Kevs na lang. Si Kevs, tsaka si Blurred na lang ang natitira dito. With the Spectre and the Marshall, it's still quite possible if Blurred actually gets a pick-off. Kaso nga lang, mahirap eh.
Masyado nang malayo.
Ay, naku po.
Ay! What? Akala lang.
Nakita ko na yun, 100% success rate na yun. Siya po yung nakakuha nung kill. Maraming na-detect. Alam na nila na meron nag-aantay sa monster. They have to pin down this turret. The Saki-Saki comes out as well for Kevs. Dalawang players dito ng Naos. They are going for the retake and it's quite possible right now with a 3v2 situation. Tatlo pa sa kanila. Nataanan ng fault line with the stun. Kevs goes down.
Wala nang oras, magbablagadum na nga kaagad ang spike. Tapos tingin mo, may makuha ba dito? Wala. Okay, may palang free. But as for Blurred, sabi niya, at least nakakuha naman ako ng Vandal. So still, kind of good naman kahit hindi siya kahit hindi siya napunta sa, na-detonate din dito. But as for this, piruin mo, gusto ng Naos, magpaka-aggressive na lang since they just want to take those risks. Pero unfortunately talaga, itong Zeals, they also know how to play their attacking talaga and the perfect timing na nakukuha nila dito.
100%, Ray. May nagtatanong sa comment section, German word of the day daw. Sige, gawin na natin yan since 4 na araw naman tayo lagi magkakasama dito. German word of the day, mga kaibigan, is Einbahnstraße. Einbahnstraße, ibig sabihin nun, Ray, one-way street. Ayos ba yan?
Einbahnstraße.
Random, no? Einbahnstraße.
Einbahnstraße.
Diba? German ka na ngayon, Ray. Congratulations. Ayan ang German word of the day nyo. Hatid sa inyo ni Ate nyo Taylor. Going back to the game now. 2-1 is the score. Ito, Ray, yung Zeal Esports, meron pa rin naman silang mga vandal dito. Ang delikado, kung napapansin mo, bonus round na ng Naos yun, no? Yung retake capability ng team na to, makikita mo. So, dapat mag-ingat talaga yung Zeal Esports. Knowing Zeal Esports is a team that goes in and just explodes on sites.
This is very interesting to see din talaga. How will Zeal get the guy like Naos talaga at the same time? Pero si Bren lang, makabawas ang naonte pero follow through pa rin talaga ang Zeal with all those opportunities. And even if may na-pick off si Kakarot, we have Farsight in getting all. Pero nga lang, all of it are just really gonna be trades by trades. Pero si Kakarot, good old coming in from him. Pero sasagot din naman si Senior Carl at the same time. 2v2 is what we have. But as Blast, together with Genius, how will they retake? Ako po na, chup-chup talaga. Hinigop, naging bulalo si Senior Carl. At si Beats na lang. Pero yung oras talaga medyo mahirap-hirap to. Pero if nakapitas siya na kahit isa lang, let's going to be Blast himself. Sa tingin ko, winnable pa. Pero pupuntahan na nga nila to kagad. Dalawa na sila magpapakita. And here it is. Naos with just the retake. Gelicious denied the possibility of him planting the spike. At
hindi pa binigay no?
Oo, ayaw pa. Pero lang yun, 300.
Ayaw pa ibigay, 300 na lang. Ganon ka-importante yung utilities ng isang Astra, no? Especially yung timing ng isang Astra. Nakita natin, makakapag-plan sila ng spike Kaso may gravity well. So that was completely cancelled immediately. At ginamit nila yung oras na yun para pumasok sa site, para patayin, or para hindi talaga makapag-plant. Dahil alam nila, the time pressure is definitely on the side of Zeal Esports right there.
Very interesting talaga itong teams. Tatandaan nyo, parehas ito sa bootcamp.
May bootcamp buff, parehas.
May bootcamp buff. Kaya may kita natin kung sino ba yung may mas lesser mistakes, sino ba yung mas accurate talaga yung gustong gameplay na i-produce. Pero wala pa naman talaga. 3-1 pa rin. Zeals talaga sa mga thrifty rounds. May kita nyo kung gaano sila ka-aggressive. Pero ngayon, no, hapon nakita natin na super ganda ng game styles nila pagdating sa pagiging aggressive, especially on that attacking. Pero mas perfectly synchronized talaga sila sa defending. Pero Blurred, grabe ka naman. Tumutok. Ganyan talaga.
Grabe ka na, Blurred. 2022 na talaga.
Ito pa, nakapo, tuge, next sa victim. Oy, nakita!
May nakita yung baril. Nakita yung baril. Alam dito ni Blurred na may tao, may ultimate siyang pwedeng gamitin. Pero apat to baka one and done na naman. Merong blind na manggagaling sa breach. Samahan mo pa ng guiding light. Tuge Monster going in, trying to check on the corner, spinning down. Enemies left and right. Pero si Blurred prepared dito. Alam niya kanina pa na nandito yung players ng Zeal Esports. A perfect rotation coming in from Naos. Just the right timing. The information game is strong. The trigger discipline is there, and that's how they diminish Zeal Esports. At maliban doon, nakita kasi yung baril. Yun lang talaga yun Alam na nila
Talagang nakakatakot to si Kakarot. Every time, yung napapansin mo, every time na pupunta yung Zeals into a certain set, especially sa A, nandiyan lang siya naghihintay. And even if ma-pick off siguro si Blurred, ma-pick off ang sapatos, either Gelicious, Kevs, or Blast, ginagawa ni Kakarot, he'll just deny them. Pero oh no, may first frag na naman si Blurred sa every round dito. Tapos sama mo pa si Gelicious. They know how to pin these guys all over. And this is something talagang nakakatakot sa Naos side.
Walang lumalaban sa kumokontrol ng mid agad-agad, no? Kakarot was able to shut down yung Killjoy turret bago siya maspatan. So, the Killjoy turret is out. 40 plus seconds na naman yung aantayin bago maging upyat at hindi nakatulong at all. Senior Carl actually is just waiting on the corner. Bumaril siya dito, so alam nila that someone is actually on the entrance of B. Tatlong players ng Zeal Esports ang may balak pumasok dito. They get a headshot. Gelicious at Naos was prepared for it. They're really playing the information game. Once they get the info, they rotate.
Talagang
di makapasok, Ray.
Oo. Ayan ang literal na Great Wall. Kanina nag-usap tayo tungkol sa
Kung may Great Wall of China, may Great Wall of Japan din, men. Si Blurred, hindi nila mapatay.
Di nila matakal tong operator. Ito pa nga, isa nga lang nag-o-operator sa Naos eh. Paano pa kaya kung dalawa, di ba? Dito sa Haven.
Naku po. Problema to para sa Zeal Esports, but with Farsigen, this is now an eco for Zeals. And the thing is, if he can make a play, if he can open the site, and just like that, you are suppressed for such a long time. Nabasag yung plano dito ng Naos or ng Zeal Esports to actually make an entry, Ray.
This is pretty big. For Naos talaga, napanood siguro nila how Zeal will fight it out, especially sa first half talaga under-attacking. Medyo talagang pinag-aralan ni Naos. Kailangan mo talaga i-take out si Bits together with Senior Carl, and it's gonna be possible. But let's see if how they'll be able to make it work, especially on the defending din naman ng Zeals at the same time. Pero Kakar just denying him all over again. Good thing! Good call sa Naos! Ano to? Hindi nila ma-delay with those flashes kasi gagawin lang ni Kakarot ay yung tinatawag na CS flash. Yung flash ni kagad talaga ni
Parang
Kakarot.
Kailangan magising ng Zeal Esports dito. Nilalaro lang sila ng Naos. Isipin mo, naka-ultimate na si Farsigen. May plano na sila, men eh. Nakalabas na yung Blade Storm. Tapos si Kakarot, nag-ulti. Si ulti. My God, hindi makabuelo ang players natin from Zeal. Just ganun lang, Ray. Sa isang ultimate lang ni Kakarot, nasira yung buong strategy ng Zeal Esports.
And looks like how Naos makes a move against Zeal, sobrang basang-basa nila. Yung Zeal, kita mo naman sa kada commit nila na site, tapos quick to rotate talaga si Naos, basing nga talaga sa games lang here in Haven. It's pretty good. And once kayo, hindi nila tinatake risk kapag magpapaka-aggressive ang Zeals against them. But looking at it, tatlo, sinamahan pa kagad ng lockdown, pero buti na lang, natahimimingan kagad ni Senior Carl si Kakarot, but looks like sabi ni Kevs, I'm still here, one of the initiators, I still get the hold. 3v3 pa rin naman kahit papano, and even if makakita tayo ng isang player that hindi na itatake talaga ng Naos yung risk, instead maghihiwa-hiwalay sila. There are some of them, we have Blast at B, we have Blast at C, but as for Zeals, delayed na naman sila agad ngayon.
They have actually shut down Kakarot and Blurred, no? So malaking bagay na agad yon for Zeal Esports because this too is quite deadly duo. But looking at it, Zeal Esports, nahihirapan pa rin sila dito makahanap ng kanilang opening. With Farsigen though, meron pa rin siyang dash so they can still make this happen. The fault line comes in, pumasok sila, nahuli nila dito si Kevs, but on the other hand, huling-huli kam dito si Delicious. Nakakuha siya ng 2 kills. This is now the time to plant a spike, and Blast is just walking. Alam niya, nagpa-plant na ng spike dito. Waiting game for him. Alam niya rin na mag-reposition si Beats, and that's exactly what he did. Basa na basa, parang libro lang from Blast, and now takes this to a 7-1.
Oh my. Ito na ba ata yung isa sa mga teams na magaling talaga sa Haven? Naos na ba ang bagong team na sobrang protective sa Haven? Grabe, itong ginagawa nila, hindi talaga makagalaw ang Zeals at all. And every time you want to continue something, yung Zeals, nahihirapan sila just sa complete shutdown kay Farsigen, complete shutdown kay Senior Carl, get those trades against their teammates. Alam mo na Naos is doing everything just to eliminate yung momentum change ng Zeals. And if this continues, talagang may possibility that Naos will claim this very first map. Natatandaan natin, map pick ng Zeals, and map pickers na naman talaga ang mangyayari ngayon, Tears.
Oh my God, a Farsigen 1-to-1 trade for Zeals and Naos right now. Wala dito si Delicious, yung kanilang controller, yung kanilang smoker, no? So this is actually, they can find an opening on this one dahil mawawala yung mga pop smokes na yan. But the question remains, because there are 2 players, actually, si Kakarot, forward, uma-advance dito. And this is the corner that he's holding. Kung walang mag-check neto, bait and switch yung mangyayari, ma-GG yung players ng Zeals.
But as for Farsigen, looks like malaking opportunity to. You take out Kakarot, that's already a sign, pero we still have the traps all over again based on what we can see on the setups ni Blasa. Pero talagang kailangan na ni Zeals kunin to when it just comes to those setups. Pero Kailangan mo lang mapansin talaga yung flank parade. And this is an opportunity. Kev sticks out far side Gene. PvP as of now. Nakapunto na nga kagad si Blurred. Naka si Blast all over dito sa may side mismo. And,
Reload.
oh,
What?
na 6-man.
6-man, yung 6-man yung nagtrabaho, man. The turret gets the kill, the final kill. And now, yet again, to complete the round and make it to an 8-1 score. Kukunin ni Kevs yung ultimate orb na yan. Mas kailangan ng Sova para makapag-delay. But, oh my God. Ang laking problema na ito para sa Zeal Esports.
This is something talaga na kailangan nila gawa ng paraan. You take out at least one anchor. Hindi lang dapat si Kakarot. Kasi maganda na yung opportunity that Kakarot take out mo si Kakarot. Pero dito talaga on those retake itself, wala talaga. Lugi ka pa sa 6-man
Corner. Corner na corner eh. The thing is, Zeal Esports, when it comes to their agent picks, they can go hyper-aggressive because they have all the flashes that they need. May flash dito si 39 Beats, meron din si Senior Carl. Tapos papasok si Farside Jin, papan mo ng smoke as well habang nag-aantay for flank si Craig. But the thing is, hindi nga nila magawa ng buwelo eh. Lagi silang nahuhuli nung utilities. Kunwari, yung knives ni Kakarot. O kaya naman yung turret ng Killjoy ni Blast. O kaya naman si Blurred na ka-operator nag-aabang sa Gedli. So, tatlong players dito, may hawak talaga. Ang tight ng defense ng Naos Esports. And it just goes to show na this team, ayaw nila pakuhanin ng kahit isang puntos. Yung Zeal Esports dito, kung makakakuha kayo ng puntos, parang isang pagkakamali namin. Ganon yung mangyayari, no? So, this is a very, very good defense coming in from Naos right now. I think Ray once the switch happens as well, feeling ko mas makakapitalize ng Zeals yung mga flashes as well.
This is really a great work ng Naos na ginagawa nila. Everything is on point. But sa Zeals talaga, kailangan lang nila mag-step up talaga. Yung yan ang sinabi mo, hyper-aggressive can be a way, but I really want to see na kailangan nila makapick up ng at least 2 anchors talaga ng site. You take a risk, you take out Kakarot, and you take out Kevs, that's going to be big. Pero nga lang, look at how Naos is pretty prepared para dito. And Kevs just took out far side. Hindi talaga siya maka-enter at all. Pero huwag kasi silip sa mga sheriff na yan. Mawa-one-tap ka talaga sa muka. Merong pag-asa ang mga taga-Zeals to win this. Pero nga lang, looking at it, Bits, may heal na nga siya. Healing galing ang meron dito. But looking at it, we still have Blurred with that operator. Pwede pa rin niya ma-deny ang pagpunta ng Zeals. And ito na nga, abangan natin. Ay, dito. Ayun na nga,
Nasa isip ko, I'm a little butterfly. Paro-paro G-League, mga kaibigan, PPGL, kung di nyo alam ang ibig sabihin, paro-paro G-League. But going back to the game, now was prepared to take on its course. Pero kung sisilipin mo, this is actually an eco round. So Zeal Esports, kahit pa paano, nababasa nila yung ginagawa ng Naos. They're actually planning out kung paano nila mapapunish yung ibang players. But 39 Beats is the only man remaining and it's not gonna be enough habang naka-crouch si Delicious na nag-aabang sa Zilim at nag-aabang lang sa sulok ng garage. Ray, kung napansin mo kanina, the beauty of having a Sky actually on the side of Zeals, yung capability ng AoE heal niya. Nakita natin dalawang players on mid kanina, very low on HP. But with the Sky, of course, with Senior Carl using the Sky, makakapag-heal siya ng lahat. Diba? So, malaking bagay yun for Zeal Esports. And little things like that can make a play happen.
At ngayon, will this be the 90 curse or 11-1? 2-10? Pwede din. Kaliwat kanan yung mga possibilities. Pero there can only be one answer. So far, Naos talaga has been dominating all over sa Zeals talaga. It's either, okay, reset tayo sa next half tayo, pero papabayaan mo pa bang manalo? Blurred. Yeah, minsan may advantage yung Blurred. Minsan talaga nawawala. Pero ito na nga, konting fake lang kagad, papuntang onting ingay lang naman pala. And successfully sila nakakapasok sa B kahit papano. Pero on those default itself, makakapag-deny na naman si Kevs with that Hunter's Fury, and Blast takes out that opportunity out of Tuge. And Farside na lang kagad together with Senior Carl ang natitira. Let's see if this duo, the Senior Carl connection, will they be able to take this or talagang advantage? Pa rin ang Naos na pinatalon. At isa na lang kaagad ang natitira. Farside Gene, will he be able to make the clutch? No, Blast suddenly denies him. 10-1. Naos, man, super scary.
Na-reverse sila doon? Reverse uno card, Ray. Nilapagan nila ng Zeal Esports. Naglapag sila ng lockdown. While that is all happening, lahat ng players ng Naos actually gave space to Zeal Esports. That's why they were able to go in on site, no? Hindi na shutdown ni Blurred yung Killjoy ultimate kasi hindi niya makita. Technical pause, now they are fixing something. So while that is happening, tutuloy ko lang yung sinasabi ko. And with the reverse uno card, once na nandun na sila on site, nilapagan din ng sariling lockdown. Kaya naman si Senior Carl, kung nakita nyo, talon-talon siya. Tumatalon-talon lang siya palabas, no? Habang nag-aabang yung ibang players ng Naos na lumabas sila doon sa lockdown na sinet nila. So talagang reverse uno card, ginamit nila kung ano yung ginamit din sa kanila.
Sabi, ang dami talagang ginagawa ng mga team experiences sa day. Nakagawa kaagad ng counters itong Naos. And nakita mo naman kaagad sa panel that it's still Naos talaga pagdating sa Haven. That sometimes they have that those outstanding plays. But as for Zeals, kailan kaya nila makikita yung key to unlock this against Naos? Kasi so far talaga, even if there are times na undermanned na yung Naos, bigla na lang talaga silang na-deny. Tutok pa lang din kagad. Mas lamang na yung Naos. Medyo talagang nakakanginig to sa side ng Zeus. But hopefully, makakabawi naman sila kahit papaano. Ito na nga, may tech pause tayo. Pero we're still back here on the last round. Sa first half pa lang, yet Naos has been dominating. But as for Zeus, kailan kaya sila makakabawi? After the second half na ba kagad continuous? Or hahayaan nila itong Naos talaga maging 11-1 against them?
Double-digit score lead. Now is the time. Na ilabas yung mga pocket strategy o kung wala man, make something out of nothing as far as Hygiene comes in. This is exactly what Zeal Esports needs. Beats was able to secure the kill on Delicious. Open na open yung site. Ito yung hinahanap nila kanina pa for the side of Zeal Esports with the heals coming in as well. Hindi na correct yung shock darts. Kaya naman spy plan, post-plan situation tayo for Zeal Esports right now as they wait for the retake from Naos. How are they gonna do it? That's the question. As Kakarot is just waiting, niyanig ang banig from the breach on the side of Zeal Esports. Nakakuha ng kill dito si Blurred, kaya naman making this a 3v4 with the aftershock trying to force things out or trying to force players out of the equation with the fault line. May na-stun na isa pero hindi tinuluyan ni Beats. Hindi sila sumilit dito. Talagang post plant hold lang para sa kanila as they take on this round. Finally, Zeal Esports 10-2 2-10. Pag sirere talaga, Caster. Expect mo na 9-3 curse o 2-10 curse. Ay, walang 9-3 curse, pang international kasi yun, men eh. 2-10 curse tayo pag Pinoy.
9-6 din minsan. 9-6
Ekin curse yun, Ekin curse.
Umaga, no? 2-10 kagad. Ang scoreline natin ngayon. At tignan natin, 8 rounds consecutive ang kailangang gawin ng Zeals. But I really do think na kapag Naos will be able to achieve that pistol round, na po, medyo talagang we go next na ata yung magiging sasabihin ng Zeals. So, reset na, ascent na lang tayo, bumawi. Pero ito may tech post na naman tayo. Tapos na ang Taylor German word of the day. Pero big shoutouts
may
sa
nagtanong ba?
nanonood sa atin. Wala. Meron, kanina may nagko-comment. Dapat daw bukas. Meron ulit.
Bukas meron ulit, guys. Araw-arawin natin yan. Basta may nagtatanong. Kanina kasi may nagtanong, ano daw yung German word of the day. Tapos nung kinoment ko, yung sinabi ko, di ba, sabi ko Einbahnstraße. Siyempre ko-comment ko yung spelling para alam ng viewers. May nag-reply, listahan ng nagtatanong, wala daw. Naknan to ko. May nagtanong nga, kaya ako nga sinagot eh. Pero, going back to the game. The Sova drone, walang masaspotan. Actually, swap na to, no? So, paano yung entry ng Naos? Yan ang malalaman natin. With the Sova drone, detecting one player from Zeal Esports. Vulnerable din dito si Craig. Kailangan niya muna magtago. The setup of stars mula kay Tuge. Pop smoke lang, mga parechong. With the alarm bot from Blast as well. Just making sure na walang magpa-flank. Actually, ang puma-flank na dito from Zeals is Farside Jin. And exactly like that, the alarm bot is triggered. They know there is someone on flank. Farside Jin Bren, aatras lang siya dito, just making Naos be more extra cautious because they don't have any alarm bots anymore, aside from the turret.
And as of now, Zeus can do everything on what it takes. And speaking of, start na ata to with to get, finishing out 2. And ito na, those counter flashes, ang daming itatapon. May kalapate, may iba pang flash coming in from Breach itself. And looking at it, Kevs na lang kagad ang natitira, but that's just over. And makita na nga ba tayo ng glimpse of that comeback story ng Zeals? Or still, Naos can just take their time up ahead dahil meron naman silang sabihin natin, 6th round advantage dahil nga magpo-force, dahil bibili na nga ng second round dito ang Zeals. But looking at it, nakita naman natin versus LFO, ang Naos nahihirapan talaga sila sa attacking nila because of how good yung mga defenses ng kanilang kalaban, especially in Haven. So dati, yung attacking ng Haven, yung sobrang palong-palo, pero a lot of teams really practice also on how those free ticks works. And with the new meta talaga that has been changing ever since the addition talaga ng mga double initiator talaga together with that KO. Pero speaking of, walang tinamaan. Mahirap talaga makita kasi blurred eh.
Oo, pixel lang yung kita, men eh. Mahirap talaga yan. My God. Ito, Ray. The thing is, they have the double initiator, gaya ng sabi mo, so may mga flashes sila. Pero they still have to be really careful because if Kakarot can shut them down with the knives, diba, mawawala yung abilities na yan, yung utilities na yan. But Tuge was able to shut down Kakarot as we speak. And, of course, kung Killjoy nyo, kaya makapatay yung turret. Yung Nano Swarm din ng Killjoy namin ni Craig, ang kaya makapatay sa inyo. With the shot to the head, blast goes down. 10-4 ang score. Zeal Esports. Baka ito na yung pagbangon ng api, pero by round na to.
Very interested ako. How will Naos play their attacking? Isang araw against sa LFO, 13-11. Tatandaan natin na 13-11 yung naging scoreline na yon. Denied ang Naos on their attacking. So we can definitely say that a lot of teams, particularly here in Haven, they're really weak as of now sa attacking talaga. And they really manifested that defending strategies nila. But here it is. If Naos wins this, then dalawa na lang before they can finally settle for that. Pero nga lang si Firestar yung magpapaka-aggressive. And Blur still gets him. Kahit ba low on HP na siya. Sabi niya, hindi nyo ako makukuha. Hindi ako magpapa down. But as for the side ng Zeus, pwede pa rin naman to. Winnable pa rin naman para sa kanila. But I think pagdating talaga sa advantage sa barrel, Naos still has the upper end.
If they can play this bonus round, there is a big chance na kakayanin nila, no? Medyo mahirap because we all know that Naos is already in a double-digit score and it's proven quite difficult from other respective teams as well na wala ka ng space para magkamali. So these are pop smokes. They might seem like a fake or talagang binawi lang nila. With the smoke on A short as well, parang may plano ang Naos dito na pumasok. But merong nag-aabang sa sulok and that is 39 beats. Siya lang ang may hawak ng A-side. He knows the info is there, the recon is there. And aside from that, si Senor Carl din pala, nagtatago lang sa corner. Pati ako, di ko nakita. Si Blurred ang nakapatay. But Blurred with a shutdown as well coming in from Beats. 3v1 situation. Blast na lang ang naiiwan. And the aftershock, wala siyang choice kung hindi lumaban right at this moment. Zeal Esports with their bonus round, they got it again. Walang pera ang Naos Esports. Ito na ang pagbangon ng api.
Grabe talaga yung Zeals ngayon. And ayan na, sinasabi ko, may mga gumagawa na prediction dito, mga gumagaya kay paring Rudy. Pero ako talaga sa tingin ko, itong Zeals, they make this into a 10-8. That's going to be just a winnable one. And maybe making this into a 10-13 in favor of them. Pero marami pa pwedeng mangyari. Naos can just take their time once again. And sa mga crucial rounds, doon pa sila nagkakaroon ng advantage against Zeals this time around. And in this round, the eco lang talaga ang Naos. Zeals just need to make this and grab this once again sa kamay ng Naos side.
Hindi sila pwede maging kampante dito kahit na malaki yung agwat pagdating sa rounds, no? Because Fireside, the thing is with Zeal Esports, kapag nag-fire up yung players nila like Senor Carl at Fireside, pati si Tuge, my God, talagang punish kung punish ang kayang ibigay ng Zeal Esports dito. Naos Esports, they're in a very tight spot right now. There's still rounds to lose for them actually. Pero if I was them, hindi ako magiging kampante sa nangyayari ngayon because it seems like a complete utter shutdown from Zeal Esports even on a bonus round. Slowly but surely, Naos Esports, si Blurred, umaariba na dito, naghahanap na ng pwedeng mapatay at nakatakas sila kahit papano dun sa knives ni Kakarot. Pero alam nila na may tao sa heaven, no? So bumabaril lang dito yung Sky, baka sakaling may matamaan si Senor Carl, pero wala. Actually, kailangan niyang umatras. 4 na players na lang ng Naos ang buhay. They still have to entry and they still have to make this happen. As the spike is planted, or actually nakapag-entry na sila, as the spike is planted, kailangan mag-retake pala ng Zeal Esports. This is the shorty para and it just connects completely. Senor Carl was able to kill too. The perfect retake from Zeal Esports. Kagaya ng sabi ni Ray kanina, it's all now about the retakes.
Grabe, Zeals. Yung defending talaga ng parehas na teams, hindi na talaga ako magtataka kung magiging tie pa yung score between these two. As for now, when will you finally take the comfort sa attacking? Parehas lang talaga yung ginagawa nyo sa isa't isa. And biruin mo, you have that double initiator. Tapos lalong-lalo kay Senior Carl, tsaka 30k beats. Sobrang magiging question yan sa Naos on how will they be able to take that, how will they be able to counter those flashes. Napaka-imposible talaga to take those on unless talaga you have that particular KP on where you use Kakarot talaga, on where you want to take it against Blurred. Pero so far naman, if Blurred will get confident talaga like what he's doing right now, maybe that's already a great opportunity. Pero nga lang, na-detect na sila kagad ng alarm bot and wala halos nakatingin sa kanila, natitingin sa may window. Pero yun na nga, naglabas na lang, buti na lang we have Blast just to be taking care of them, and he still goes for the plant. Maganda position to para sa Naos, pero syempre hindi pa rin papatalo ang Zeals ngayon with that lockdown, with those flashes coming in. Pero si Gelicious, ibebait mo ba? Talagang isasakripisyo mo ba ang iyong sarili para sa teammates mo? VT Farside, nakita na nga kagad siya, but the plant kasi maganda to, it's for Silong talaga na mas makikita and mas may cover talaga compared sa dating plant on those defaults. But Farside, Blagadum, but Blurred.
Blagadum.
Oh.
Farside, Blagadum, mga kaibigan. Top tier casting kami dito sa Pinoy stream natin. But with the smoke, actually, mahahap yung pag-defuse ng spike, no? They still have time, actually, pero kailangan nilang ituloy-tuloy ito. Tuge is actually just continuing. Si Kevs dito, this is the ROG clutch brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. My God, the hold, man. Ang hirap nun kasi obviously si Kevs meron na rin may ultimate na may Hunter's Fury ginagamit na rin. Tapos nakalahati actually yung spike. The thing is, Eli, ang dami utilities na pwedeng gamitin Ang dami pang nahuli. So, pagdating sa mga ganong sitwasyon, is still a very good post-plant hold even or despite having those kills from Zeal Esports. Moving forward, 11-6 ang ating score. Ray, mahaba-haba pa to.
And at the same time, alam ni Blurred how to really take time for himself. Biruhin mo talaga, Zeals, he needs to clear him out, and Kevs was able to secure that position para sa Hunter's Fury post-plant niya. A good call for Naos side, even if it's quite expensive. But it's really gonna give them that good breathe na pwede pa talaga tayo manalo at pwede pang hindi makahabol ng Zeals. After all, pwede yun, naglaro-laro sila ngayon. 20-20 lang, but Kev still gets Senior Carl. Pero the fact that he's really suppressed now po, Farside, pupush ka lang talaga ng mga to. Gamit pa ang classic. And speaking of, Bren was able to tackle him down at to get na lang kagad ang natitira. Ito na ba kagad yung match point na makikita natin? O meron pa talagang miraglo. Magagaling ito mismo, pero ito hahabulin nila. O magaling talaga sila magagawa. Uy! talagang kinuha na kagad nila. Di na natatakot ng Naos. And after a real lot of tries here in A-side, nakapagkuha pa nga sila with that help from Kakarot's ultimate. 12-6. Isa na lang. At merong nang papalakpak sa pinakaunang mapa natin. Sa pinakaunang series pa lang. So,
Feeling ko bad trip na to si Farsight. Kanina pa siya ulti ng ulti tapos sasabayan lang ni Kakarot. Kakancelin niya lang yung Blade Storm. Masakit sa ulo para sa side ng Zeal Esports itong KO pick, and that's how viable KO is. Immediately, kung gusto mong i-shutdown yung isa sa mga duelist or even most of the players of Zeal Esports na talagang nagpa-pop, especially Farsight with the ultimate, the Blade Storm, kapag alam nila, oh, Kakarot, naka-ulti na si Farsight, ilabas mo na, partner. Ayun na. Ganun lang. Agad-agad, na-shutdown. Di mo man lang kailangan makita si Farsight Ray para ma-shutdown siya.
Biruin mo.
Bad trip na.
Naglalaro.
Ano ba yan?
Naglalaro tayo dito. Madenay na naman tayo.
Bad trip na ako. Ang tagal-tagal kong nag-ipon, ha?
Kanina pa ako patay ng patay. Tapos, madedenay lang ako ni Kakarot.
Nababad trip na dito si Farsight. 2 beses na nangyari sa kanya yan na nakita natin. Hindi ko pa sure kung yung mga hindi natin nakita. Mamaya nangyari na rin pala yung denial na yan. On another round, this is a match point for Naos Esports in the first game of the day. Best of 3 to, guys. So, first game pa lang tayo at mukhang aggressive na yung players ng Zeal Esports. Dito, they have to change it up. Parang GG next game. At ang mangyayari, kung sakali man na may pick off pa yung ibang players ng Zeal Esports. Pero hindi muna, aatras muna tayo. Farsight wala na dito on the side of Zeals. And the thing is, Naos, they have no smokes, really.
Oh, this is pretty hard for Naos once again. Back to 0 na naman sila kapag hindi na naman sila nagwagi ngayon. Pero Zeals, 6 pa yan. And knowing them, they had stories like this, especially sa last year na league. And kahapon din naman, basic on their games, we've seen those greater comebacks, especially with a lot of big teams such as SBE. Pero ito na nga, looking at a lot of information, they're trying to clear. Pero saan ka nakatingin? Huwag ka titingin sa likod mo dahil wala naman dyan. Sabi ni Senior Carl, nagpakita na nga kagad. And I think this is going to be the fallback ng Naos this time around, as Blast is the only guy remaining. And sa tingin ko, wala na talagang takas dito at biglang nandilim ang paligid sa side ng Naos Esports at still Zeals remains their stronghold. Hindi pa tayo uuwi, hindi pa tayo mag the next map dahil pwede pa rin naman namin tong ma-push into an overtime. Knowing na ako'y nagkakas? No.
Matik. Pag si Ray, wala yung mga statistics na yan. Tapon nyo na yan, guys. Kapag si Ray nag-cast, makikita nyo si Vil sa screen. Ayan, guys. But anyway, pag si Ray nag-cast, Matic 3 games talaga. Expect the expected, sabi nga nila. Uy, about 9. Dami huli, ah.
Oo, dami info. Alam na, yung maniglata. Nakita na na wala na to. Pero, Naos, ano kaya next magiging move nila? Dahil bye, Eco. If we take off at least one of those initiators talaga, that's going to be a big step up and a big opportunity para matapos na nila to. Pero, tingin ko, they really need to take things slow kasi they're not hitting those shots sometimes and mukhang nakakalamang pa ang Zeals kahit papano. But knowing na may advantage naman sila, maybe this can be a 13-10 or maybe talaga 13-11 talaga so what we've seen last time. But Naos, they're just taking their time here. One perfect call. And speaking of, sabi ni Kakarot, wait niya lang yung knife ko and we'll be able to get this. And yun na nga, nakita na nila na meron si Tuge. Umalis na siya kaagad dito sa may platform. Sama-sama lang ngayon ang Naos kasi kailangan nila talaga yung pagiging ready sa mga trades. And speaking of, they're throwing it. Plus, we have that lockdown to get denying Dirt once again. At nung mga crossbar, he gets 3. But oy, hindi pala tapos.
Hindi pa tapos with the attacker killjoy lockdown on set. Kailangan makalabas dito ng players ng Zeals. Nahuli si Kuya mo Craig. He falls down. This is a 2v1 situation, turning things around for the side of Naos. They are now planting the spike. It's all up to Farsight to make a play. A make or break situation, and he doesn't get the shot in. Naos Esports was able to take game number 1.
My. Akala ko kaya pa talagang humabol ng Zeals on that particular round. Pero nga lang, first we have that lockdown. Second is yung pagtapon ng flash kagad. They took out 3 with Duge. Taking out those nag-line up sa kanya, halos nagpakita sa may garage. Pero biglang meron pa palang mga ibang miyembro na masyadong inasim ang mga taga-Naos to their advantage pa nga. And that's just it. At 13-7 scoreline. And Naos, even if medyo nahirapan na nga sila sa what we've seen, still, yung advantage ng 10-2 pa lang sa pinakaunang half became the game breaker talaga dito, Terror.
Aside from that as well, kung napansin nyo guys, no, on that last round, it's just a matter of time eh. Kasi Naos Esports, make or break situation nila yon. If you actually check their economy, and stats won't lie on this, if you actually check on the economy side of Naos, wala na silang pera during that time. Yun yung kanilang buy round. So kung matatalo sila doon, magkakaroon ng chance yung Zeal Esports na umakyat ng either at least 2 rounds, no? So it was a make or break situation dahil mahirap mawalan o mawasakan ng economy on that latter part of the stage. And exactly like that, Naos was able to turn things around. Nahuli nila yung players dito ng Zeal Esports all the way from early game a while ago. Lalo na with the help of Blurred, getting those shots in with the operator, with the Marshall, anything, and the shutdown from Kakarot from all the ultimates that Fireside had.
And again, I don't know why, but Naos talaga when it comes to Haven, I think sa mga teams, iba na to when you go up such a strong team as them. And yeah, let's give it to Zeal. So one of their best maps, something talaga that they brought in here, a good strat of that sky together with that bridge is really something particular. But Naos knows their job talaga pagdating niya dito, Terror, and those bigger advantage talaga. They're not whiffing. They're really particular with those shots talaga. And nakita mo how they really want to crave this time around. No repeating na ng mga mistakes. And as we go to the next map, talaga nakakatakot, diba? Marami talagang nasayang din ang round eh. Pero I think Zeals talaga go next na lang.
Cancelled push. Walang choice kundi mag-classic si kuya mo Fireside. This is the last round. This is exactly what happened. Parang nagulat ka na lang, biglang dumapa yung mga players ng Zeal Esports, tapos biglang naging sa kanila yung advantage for the side of Naos. They are an explosive team right now and they're just showing it dito sa VCT natin. 2022 na guys, and lahat ng mga kakilala nating orgs like Zeal, Team Secret, yung mga invited teams natin, the local scene is just popping, Ray.
Yeah, so much to see pa. Tatandaan nyo, third day pa lang to. Marami pa tayong mga weeks to come, but I think Naos talaga really achieve this map. Pero guys, marami pa naman tayong pupuntahan dito as we are gonna go to Ascent. And once again, we are your shoutcasters. Ako si Rayrick, kasama ko si Tier, and see you guys on the next map after the break.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to keep.
Umaga pa lang pero napakainit na talaga ng laban between Naos together with the guys from Zeal here in the first map in Haven. Pero nilipat na tayo sa mainit na mapa din sa Ascent. My name is Rayday and join me here is Tero. At kami pa rin ang inyong nagaganda na shoutcasters ngayon. At kita nyo naman yung improvement for both of the teams. Pero Tero talaga, nakita natin yung craziness ng Naos all over again in Haven. And let's see if magiging advantage nga ba nila ito going into Ascent or meron pang particular deny itong Zeals against them.
Complete shutdown mula sa Naos Esports against Zeal Esports. No? Yung usual na nakikita natin na talagang umaariba si Fireside Jin, hindi siya makabuelo dito because first of all, of the agent selection, agent picks of what Naos had on the map of Haven. But also, kung paano sila kumuha ng sites at paano sila mag-hold ng sites. Isa sa malaking factor talaga, Ray actually, is during the first half of the game. Hindi nakakuha or hindi nakaigib ng points ng rounds yung Zeal Esports man lang to have that buffer of making mistakes along the end on the late game.
Talagang yun nagiging problem. The late games, sometimes biglang yung mga minimal sakit lang, like naka-knife out, those timings talaga. But I really do think go next na lang sa side ng Zeals going in to Ascent. Sa Ascent talaga, I really do think that both of these teams have a bigger achievement here. But let's take this time talaga to take na Naos talaga when it comes to Ascent. It was very particular for them. Pero last time when they were in their old roster, we've seen a lot of those plays with Yoru coming in from Kakarot. Pero nga lang, hindi naging effective going up against other teams on the last year's scene. Pero ngayon kaya sa Ascent, what will be Naos lineup? Will there be some changes actually onto the side of Zeals as they want to alter maybe for a little bit or go into a double duelist? Or kaya sa Naos, magiging game changer pa rin yung pwede nilang gawin? Like a double sentinel ba ang mangyayari? Still sticking with that double initiator as it's been really effective sa nakita natin sa Haven? Or kaya talagang makita tayo ng sobrang laking differences on their lineup. But I'm so excited to see it once again pop off right here dahil guys, kapag hindi nanalo ang Naos dito, pupunta tayo sa pinakamainit sa pwede ka ng let's go to the beach, which is going to be in, of course, the breeze. Pero marami pang questions ngayon for Ascent. Pero ikaw, Taylor, pagdating sa Ascent kaya, natingin mo tong Naos talaga magkakaroon sila ng game KO ulit siguro?
Feeling ko actually, feeling ko pipick sila ng KO dito or either a Sky to get that information game strong. So malaking bagay for Naos actually, they've perfectly play out yung information na nakukuha nila ha. We have seen it from first games and even the games from the other day or yesterday, and they are in a pretty good spot right now. Imagine, okay, so sa mga nanonood, no, kapag ang teams kasi nakakuha sila ng 2-0 against the other team, ibig sabihin na makukuhang puntos nila dito, Ray, is 3 points. Kapag 2-1 yung score ng teams natin, obviously, 2 points lang din yung makukuha ng winning team. So, napaka-importante na makuha yung 2-0 as much as you can, lalo na sa lahat ng teams, not only for Naos and not only for Zeals.
Talaga kailangan 2-0. Kapag ikaw na 0-2 ka, medyo masakit talaga. But at least kapag 2-1, you'll be able to get a lot of points. But we still need to take a look at this one. Based on the leaderboards talaga, Naos remains undefeated. So talagang tama si Azurai when he was hyping all about Naos. We all thought that maybe naman talagang Naos, this will be their time to shine. And they're doing it. Yung mga expectations ng mga tao sa kanila, hindi lang basta sa level ng normal expectation, kundi ang ginawa ng Naos this time around, pinahigit nila. But as for Zeals, they've been the sleeping giants all throughout in this tournament. We haven't seen much, pero nung dumating sila, sabi nila, we really deserve that spot to be invited. And so far naman, ngayon sa Haven, denied ang Zeals. How will they tackle this big problem? Knowing na ang Zeals talaga, they have that bigger potential kapag nakakuha sila ng momentum. Pero what will be their restart kapag talaga hindi sila makakuha ng momentum at all? Nasha-shutdown si Farsa Eugene, one of their star players. Senior Carl can really also hit those shots. Craig, yes, and also some of their teammates and so forth. Pero nga lang, Zeals, I still trust these guys. They can still make it work naman pagdating sa side nila, even if sometimes nagigipit, pero kailangan lang nila is those particular rounds na napaka-important. Kasi kanina, may mga rounds na dapat sa Zeals na. Pero kasi minsan, the time pressure, everything, kailangan mo na lang i-pick off yung ibang mga members. Sometimes hindi sila nagkaka-coordinate ng maayos. And I think that's just a normal thing. Pero sayang lang talaga sa part nila.
Totoo, no? And aside from that, all of these teams that we have for VCT right now, if you could see, no, hindi mo matansya. Kahit yung predictions ng panel natin, on day number 2, it completely changed. Dahil binigla sila ng mga teams natin on day number 1. Now, we have a lot of things to focus on when it looks like yung mga teams din natin na sumasali dito sa VCTPH. The goal, basically, for all the teams who join VCT is to get to APAC, to get to Masters, and to get to Champions. With the local scene, kung ganito, yung local scene natin, Ray, hindi malabo mangyari yon. They are up to par with each other, and at the same time, gaya na sabi mo, Ray, there are instances na akala mo sa Zeals na, akala mo sa Naos na, but completely, biglang may swap, biglang mag-change, biglang may mangyayari na unexpected, especially with all the new agents that we have. Hindi na to kagaya ng last year na ito lang yung agents lagi, ito lang parati yung magiging agents. Dahil meron na tayong Chamber, may Neon na tayo, meron na rin tayong mga bagong utilities for certain metas. Like si Breach, lagi nang ginagamit. Si Sky, ginagamit na as pseudo duelist. So times have changed, and also the agent picks and selection has changed as well.
Alam mo, the scene, the Valorant scene, it just keeps on getting better and better each time around. Every stage, you've seen that last year, dati tayo ng mga Omen picks, tapos biglang nag-change into those Astras ever since pag-release. Nung talaga the-buff si Viper, napakaglaking game changer. Pero nga lang, going into this year, a lot of new agents has been added up. We can use KO talaga. I think teams are quite comfortable with KO this time around, and we have Chamber together with Neon. Wala pang Neon so far, ha? Makakita ba tayo dito sa Ascent? I think not pa.
Gusto ko makakita ng Fracture.
Fracture Neon or kaya Breeze Neon, that can also be one. But let's see this time around, how will they be able to manipulate that? Pero nga lang, looking at this Ascent, sobrang mapa ng mga Pinoy talaga to. Alam naman natin yan. They've been winning a lot here, pero alam mo, sabi nila, based on statistics talaga, Icebox na ang bagong mapa ng mga Pinoy. Pero ako here in Ascent, a lot of familiarity will be kicking here. And let's see if how they'll be able to work it out.
Malalaman natin yan, no, in just a very few minutes. But right now, I think we're gonna go in a very short break as teams are still preparing. Hindi namin kasalanan to, kaya huwag kayo magsasabi ng caster start game. Kami bahala sa inyo daw. Kami pa rin yung magiging casters nyo for later on. We are gonna be right back. Huwag kayong alis. VCTPH 2022 will be back.
My style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow. Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go.
sons' eyes to see and daughters' dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. What do people like? What they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? What do people like? What they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the charts. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop.
They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long.
Hello guys! We are still back here sa match between Naos together with the guys of Zeal. So,
I-mute ko na to si Bill, guys. Baka nagtataka kayo eh. Ito si Bill eh, masama yung ugali talaga ng kaibigan natin. Bored na bored yung tropa natin kasi maaga atang nagising tapos hindi pa nagkakast. Hindi ko siya maririnig kasi tumatawa siya. Wala akong pakialam. Nakamute na siya sa akin, man. Welcome back sa VCTPH 2022. This is game number 2 sa best of 3 series natin, Ray Ray. Baka nakalimutan na ng viewers natin dahil sa break natin. Ano ba yung teams na naglalaban?
Well guys, balik tayo dito. That was versus Zeal. Guys, first game pa lang yun. Nasa second game na pa lang tayo ngayon here in Ascent. At tignan natin kung magkaka-third map pa ba or wala. Pero sure naman tayo na syempre Zeals will come up with something that they can use against the guys of Naos. Pero ngayon guys, sure na to. Hindi na kami magta-throw to break ulit. Dahil ito na yung exciting. Nakaabang-abang sa mga teams, especially with the agent selection. Kanina, Taylor, alam mo, dahil wala ka nang narinig sumisigaw, may tumatawal kanina. Habang nagsasalita ka. Nakakagulat talaga. Natatakot ako mismo. But as we go into here, nakaka-excite na to see how will they be able to take this. And looks like tama ka there. We still have Kakarot to that KO.
I told you, it's quite a possible pick mula dito ulit sa side ng Naos. If it worked the first time, then why not use it the second time? Especially on a map like Ascent. Very well utilized yung knives ng KO dito dahil hindi mo agad masya-shutdown. Pwede mong itapon ng malapit lang sa wall ng A main. Matik, malalaman mo agad kung meron ng malapit. Ganun din naman sa B-side. Parang recon lang yan, no? So they have to figure way out of this situation. Kung ano yung nangyari during first game, this time around, it shouldn't happen. Yan dapat ang plano ng Zeal Esports.
Talagang Exciting na naman na makita. Yep, Sova talaga is badly needed here in Ascent. Pero with that Sky versus KO talaga, double initiator pa rin parehas sa teams ito. Ito na yung oras na nina nakikita tayo ng somehow fast-paced rounds between the two. But still, there were a lot of slower game styles talaga na pinakita nila. But here in Ascent, will it be the same old talaga nga punta lang tayo, press W, going into short, going into A side, or still, we're gonna be seeing a different kind of style. But I'm so excited. You have that Cypher talaga, those cams, those talagang traps niya in which he can establish versus that Killjoy. So makakita tayo ng mga differences between these two. Ano ba yung mas magiging advantage to the utilities of Sky together with that Cypher? Sobrang ganda. Sabayan mo lang kagad with those cyber cages to take on some covers plus yung dog nga na ginagamit ni Sky. But on the other side naman, we have that KO which can punish lang naman with those lineups ng kanyang mga knives plus that Killjoy talaga as a big anchor to the side. So a lot of questions here, pero knowing that this is a Naos map pick, I'm so interested to see kung ano ba yung meron silang style and how will the guys of Zeals actually take this on, dahil ang mga Zeals, alam naman natin na kada new map talaga, new start again para sa kanila.
Well, Ascent is the map that we have right here for game number 2. Kung pupunta man tayo ng game 3, it's gonna be Breeze, no? So, Zeal Esports, they have to take this map away at least from Naos. Kung basically para sa lahat ng teams din na sumusunod pa. Dahil sabi nga natin kanina bago mag-break, Ray, na kapag na 2-0 kayo ng team, kagaya ng Naos na ginawa nila nung day number 1, 3 points agad yun, mga kaibigan. Pero kapag 2-1 yung score, kapag meron kayong nakuhang isang mapa against them, it's gonna be only 2 points for the winning team. So, isang puntos agad yung mababawas mo if getting at least 1 map away from a team like Naos, specifically Naos, dahil last day or yesterday rather, nakakuha sila ng 2-0. So, talagang umaangat. No way but up ang sabi dito ng Naos. At Naos the time, sabi nga nila, ang hashtag nila, para ipakita kung gaano sila kalakas against teams na matagal na on VCT like Zeals and also all other teams as well. Ascent, map selection and right now with the agent pickings, all very viable, all in the meta as well. It's just the execution. Magkakaroon ba ng space si Fireside Jin? Magkakaroon ba ng space si Senior Carl? Yan yung dapat sagutin nila.
I'm really happy to see this. Pero Taylor, ito na naman, para talagang excited sila sa agent selection nila. Tignan mo, nakapos pa rin. Hanggang umiikot-ikot lang yan. Tignan mo naman guys, pinapakita kasi namin sa inyo itsura na itong scene dito naman. May Jet Revive Me, Reyna 1976, Aling yun, Sari Store at Brim, ba't mo nilabas Odin mo? O yan, maraming ganda dyan na tignan nyo. O, diba? Sabi sa inyo, paano pa kaya, Taylor, if sooner or later, diba, magiging mismong land tournament na ito na
VCTPH pa lang to. Alam mo yung pinaka-excited ako, Ray, actually, is once na, kasi 1 taon na 2 taon na, Pilipinas magre-reopen na. So far, statistics-wise, okay yung natin, yung bansa natin kahit paano, no? So, kung magkakaroon ng LAN event finally sa Pilipinas, isipin mo, makikita natin in person si Meralco Spratlis tsaka si Rudy Baldwin. Yung mga viewers natin, no? Si Kiko Pangilinan, nagko-comment na rin kanina. Lahat na. Diba? So, pati yung tanod, mga barangay tanod, yung mga viewers natin, magsasama-sama tayo. Darating yung araw, men! Darating yung araw, magkikita-kita rin tayong lahat. Pero dito muna tayo as the first round comes in. Lumabas na nga yung Guiding Light was able to get a kill on Blurred. A good kill from them to stop things out mula sa side ng Naos Esports.
Nascan nga lang sila dito ng ultimate scanner. Alam mo, Taylor, yung isa sa atin may binubulong na naman. Hindi ko din maintindihan kung ano.
Hindi ko rin alam
so, as for now, aside, let nyo muna just to make sure that you'll be able to clear Fireside Jin. Naku po, sumakto si Kakarot against him. And looks like there's a lot of delays sa side ng Zeals. Pero Naos is able to plant the spike or the side of Kakarot. And still, sinusuppress lang niya. Tignan mo yung saktuhan talaga.
Alam
pagdating. Alam na, tis abang-abang na lang to mga to and they can just play it out. Meron pa naman kagad pang delay so far with that.
Oh,
and
man.
Ang hirap nito.
Pistol round, men. Pero yung utilities, yung umaariba dito, lalo na with the turret from Blast, wala siyang gagawin dito kundi magtago. With Kakarot and his knife up and online, he was able to suppress 2 players from Zeal Esports and not be able to use yung utilities. Kanina bumubuelo na actually, bumubuelo na ng shock dart dito si 39 Beats. Kaso na-realize na parang, men, masyado nang late para sa plant. Hindi rin tatama yung shock darts na yan. Kaso hindi rin nagamit kasi na-shutdown. Di nila ina-expect na mag-up and online na naman yung knives DKO dito para ma-detect sila. And with that, Naos takes round number 1. They can buy the guns that they want right now. And Blast will still stick to that sheriff.
Sobrang interested ako. Paano ba ito mangyayari? But seems like Blur and Blast will be able to take that. But Farsight, pitik lang konti. Pero buti na lang, na-clear out kagad yung Gile just together with Bird. And that's just going to be a big win coming in from Nawas side. Kailangan talaga na ni shutdown ng Zeals dito. But knowing how they make it work, saktong-sakto talaga si Kakart when it comes to those calls. Sige mo, pagka-flash kagad, alam mo na, kahit ka-flash si Bird, okay lang. Awak ko naman ay Spectre, walang ka-problema. Pero ito lang meron about A-side. You need to check every single corner dahil kita mo nakapitas naman si Farsight ng dalawa.
My God, Naos Esports really showing off on VCT. This is the guiding light. Alam niya, problema to for A-main dahil alam niya na agad na may mga tao dito with the guiding light. They know the information but fast lang para kay Blurred. He's already in on site. He saw one on Jenny. This will force things out dahil sa granada na yan from Kakarot. Beats was able to secure 1 kill. Farsight, Senor Carl, tumatrabaho lang dito yung tatlong players ng ZLS. Yung natitirang tatlo, all stacked on A site. Na-drop yung spike dito. Merong pop smoke na pwedeng magamit. Ata yung Astra in a few seconds. But will he use it to get the spike or will he just attack and try to get the kill in? Farsight finishing the round with a triple kill. 2-1. Dalawa ang casualties ng Zeal Esports on their buy round. Medyo masakit. Pero at least they still managed to get that round. That is what is important.
Kita mo kagad yung security ng Zeal Esports. Talagang mahirap pag natatalo sila sunod-sunod. And even if those crucial situations nga naman, at least they're still able to save it. Pero nga lang at the expense of it, I mean, kind of little bit lang naman the broken by. But now, pa rin naman, they still took the risk. Sobrang dami nilang binibiling utilities. But I think Zeals is getting the hand of how they need to retaliate against Zeals Esports when it comes to the shots. So, but as of now, talagang konting preparations lang sa Naos and they can take it. That kita mo naman si Blast, ready na kagad with that lockdown. And lahat namang pwesto kagad, makakapag-rotate ng maayos ng Zeals. And will they just make some noise really? Or wala
Sinira lang yung lockdown, men. Wala nang lockdown dito yung Naos Esports. And actually, nakapag-setup na rin si Tuge dito ng kanyang mga stars knowing na nagbato ng utilities yung Naos on A side. They have to make sure they get a pick off at least one to open things up or maybe take mid control. May nag-aabang actually on mid. May naiwan na isa and that is Delicious na kayang-kayang mag-set up all the way from base. But this is now the entry na nanggagaling from Naos and Blur just like that. Meron siyang nakasilip. Nakakuha ng isang kill. Pangalawa, going for the third is he. And then now with a double kill on that, he was able to open up the site for the entire team of Naos Esports. Si Craig na lang ang naiiwan with the Cypher all the way from B side and rotating. Kailangan niya tapatan itong 4 na players and it's not gonna be enough. Wala siyang space to do so.
Oh no. Tatandaan mo, Taylor. Top 3-1. Kanina, nakita natin to. And then, what will they do this time around? Pero hindi, diba, Naos were just taking their time. Hindi sila na-pressure. Even if that 4-man stack already, the Zeals is right around the corner. And even if may advantages ng Zeals when it comes to those armors talaga, Naos still did it. Na-pin down ng lockdown, hindi pa rin talaga naging way yun para ma-tackle yung kanilang attacking side. And let's see if mababait nga ba nila ang Naos once again? Mukhang hindi. So yung mga Baki, hindi magiging posible para kay Beats. But on the other side, we have to gain naman not whiffing his shot. So very important. Nakabawas siya kahit pa paano.
Na-stuck, men! Hindi na nakagalaw yung paru-paro G! OMG! My God, Delicious was able to get a kill on Fireside Jin. Hindi ko alam kung bakit bumabanse si kuya natin Fireside Jin. Gusto atang fumlank, pero kanina pa si Delicious, no? Actually, hindi siya sumasama. Sumisplit siya dito sa players ng Naos Esports. It's always 4 players going in on site. And just like that, Lord doesn't need anything. He just needs his smoke, and he just needs his game sense to spot where the enemies are.
It's so interested to see yung Zeals. May pag-asa pa kaya sila dito. Pero siguro kung like 30k bits, iba siguro yung gun niya. Siguro it could have played a different role. But let's see if how they'll be able to establish this. Dahil di pa naman impossible. We have that senior Carl. And establish niya na one tap sa headshot. And Kevs is right there around the corner. Still wins it. And tatandaan natin, Kevs has been doing so much sa unang mapa pa lang. And right now, talaga nga pinapakita niya how powerful Naos is. Pero alam mo, Taylor, gusto ko lang i-shoutout may mga nanonood daw sa atin habang nag-online class, habang naghihintay ng presentation nila.
Habang nag-aantay ng Akala ko habang may presentation eh. Ay, yan na. Gusto ko sa viewers natin. Maaga, good morning tayo. Kota agad tayo sa viewers natin. Big shoutouts to all the supporters of PPGL, by the way. Paro-paro G-League. Dahil sa inyo, kaya kami nandito para sa inyo tong lahat. Now, moving forward, we are on the 6th round. Senior Carl, napatay niya si Kakarot dito. Good opening or kill para sa kanya. Now, Delicious was able to spot one as well. Gusto nila dito bisa. Tama na yung A. Kanina pa tayo pasok doon. Ibahin naman natin. But now, with a previous B2 situation, with one player remaining from Naos Esports, Blast goes down. It doesn't work out on B side. And I think, Ray, yung susunod din ang plano dito, the same. A side tayo. It works there.
Especially, Naos knows na kailangan lang naman lang iwasan si Yes, especially, tignan mo naman yung differences when it comes to that Killjoy tsaka Cypher. You have only those cyber cages, di ba? Instead of hindi na din siya kagad super effective once na nakapag na-value mo naman yun. But let's see. If once again they still try at B-side, they just need to take care of Tuge. And I think Tuge talaga has been doing perfectly with that asset talaga. And every time he does that, talagang meron siyang nahuhuli at least isa or dalawa. And that's really a big impact. But as for Naos, they can just take their time. Yung mga rush gameplays, kind of workable. Pero I think this time around, knowing ang Zeals ang kalaban nila, hindi na mag-work ulit. Hindi na ulit magpapa-same mistakes ang Zeals.
The thing is, nag-iba actually, no? Zeal Esports, they set up the traps of the Cypher on A side. Alam nila na mahina ang depensa pagdating sa A. On the other hand, Naos, despite losing the round on B, parang gusto pa rin nila pasukin to. Si Blurred, up with the Blade Storm, if he can open up the site, he can get a kill. Matinding rotation yung mga galing all the way from A. Ine-expect na nila mag-A kasi alam nilang hindi nag-workout. But the thing is, kung si Blurred dito, gugulo siya sa B, pang psycho-psycho lang. Yung rotation na yan, maka-cut off ng ibang players na nag-aantay sa mid. Ito na nga yung pagpasok ng players natin from Naos Esports. They're taking mid control. And with the Saki coming in, ito na yung Hunter's Fury na nagbumula sa Zeal Esports. Kakarot. Ito ang kanyang sagot para sa tanong nyo, guys. Craig was able to take a kill. He gets Kakarot out. They have to spike. They can plant it. Tamang-tamang psycho lang from Blurred and opening up the site completely. Walang nangyari sa A.
Pero Kevs, it's right there. Naku, alam na.
Uy, masakit ala. Isang bala ka na lang, sir. Naku po. What? Hindi niya alam eh. Hindi niya alam na tatamaan eh. So yung pitik na yon, pumitik lang siya ulit doon. Tapos very low on HP na.
Sumigaw siguro kasi si Bits ang aray.
Hindi siya gumalaw eh. Kasi pag gumalaw ka, lalo kang ma-GGG.
Grabe naman yun.
Outplayed, man.
Oh.
It all started nung naka-ulti si Blurred, siya lang yung nasa B main. lahat ng stack ng Zeal Esports ng utilities, pati Cypher Traps, all the way on A site. Now they're changing it up again. Gusto nilang pasukin agad, silipin agad yung A, maging aggressive para malaman nila kung nasa na yung impormasyon. Kasi dun sila na psycho kanina. So they know that no one is pushing A main right now and someone might be waiting. And Naos Esports, they're taking things slow. It seems like they know what they're really doing here.
Oh, really? Tells us so much talaga that this guys to come up with something new. Pero Zeus naman, hindi pa rin naman sila magpapat. I'm sure 2-5 is what we have. Pero Jalisha, he takes those. Puto na lang far side is up right ahead. Pero nga lang, knowing that it's G, we're talking about, he knows that he can do it. And mukhang, uy, meron naman si Plus na lockdown gadget just to confirm this one.
Perfect.
And Beat still gets it. Pero I think it's kind of possible for Zeals. Pero they can still defy those limits na pinapakita sa kanila ngayon. But as it goes on, they can just delay so much time. Alam na yung mga posisyon ngayon just because of that recon. Pero I think what will happen with Zeals this time around, nasa disadvantage na. We only have that one classic and one sheriff unless Beats will be able to come up with something. Pero knowing yung mga nakaabang na lang sa kanila kagad tong Naos, mahirapan talaga sila ngayon. Pero awareness sila, there's Delicious and crossfires, nakaabang na nga sila kagad here sa may city side. And finally, Naos still be able to get that into 6-2. Pero nga lang, Zeals, eto, si Farside G naka-operate na. Maybe, mag-iiba na to.
Dito mag-iiba, no? Actually, if makakakuha siya ng pitas against Naos, I think they should actually prepare on playing aggressively kasi lagi silang umaatras ng mga sites as of the moment. Inaabangan nila, no? They played aggressively on A site a while ago, kaso nga lang walang tao. So, just parang salisigang lang, no? Aside from that, gusto ko lang din sabihin, from the previous rounds that we have seen, Senor Carl did a lot there. Ang dami niyang tinanggap doon, men. Balik muna tayo sa laro. Mamaya ko na sasabihin yan. This is now the switch being turned off. Now the doors are being closed. Pinasok lang ni Blurred. Wala siyang pakialam sa nararamdaman nyo. And Beats, nagulat na lang. Napasok na si Blurred with 6 HP remaining. He's just clearing backside right now.
Oh, looks like it's not workable. So Fireside Jin, somehow he's getting those. Pero nga lang, medyo imposible na to. But at least KGS was able to tackle against Blurred. And Fireside Jin, think mas okay na talaga agad. I-save na lang to. Mahirap pa mag-retake on a 4-man stack. Looking at their positions, pwede pang mapitas kahit isa. And Fireside Jin, mukhang aalis na nga kagad siya. Exit frags na lang can be a thing. Pero uy, naku po, wala sila dyan.
Naku, with the knife.
Siya.
Wala siyang utilities na pwedeng magamit dito. Just the operator and his mechanical skills. He was able to get 2K. Going for the third, it's not gonna connect. Jalicious was able to secure the kill. Ray, gusto ko lang balikan yung sinasabi ko kanina. Maraming beses actually na na-caught off guard yung Zeal Esports dahil sa mga smokes ni Blurred. Diba? Yung mga times na naglalakad lang si Blurred, pumasok siya sa site, tapos nakikita yung mga barrel nila. 2 beses nangyari yun. On first map, a while ago, kung saan nakuha agad ni Blurred yung information dahil nakita niya yung barrel nung barrel. Tapos this time around din as well on this match, nangyari din yan kanina. Zeal Esports, they have to be really careful. Yung mga pa-psycho na ganun ni Blurred, kailangan nilang ingatan yun. O kaya naman, wag nilang labanan dahil 3 seconds lang naman 3 to 4 seconds with the smoke of a jet, it will disappear and you would see where the enemy is.
Oh, this is how Naos wants to really take this one out against how first they want to take Zeals in a way na talagang hindi sila ma-figure out at all. And second is to really put on a shutdown talaga sa changing momentum. Farside G nakakuha siya ng frags. And this is the bigger problems ng Zeal sometimes. Kapag hindi talaga mapag-press si Farside G, sometimes nagiging domino effect. But let's see, they still have a 5 rounds na pwedeng maihabol. Rather, 3 rounds sa pinakaunang half. And if makuha man nila to, and that's still already a good opportunity para makahabol naman ng Zeus kahit pa paano. Pero man, Naos is still really dwelling on this attacker-sided map once again. Maybe pati sa Haven. Tingnan mo, ang ganda auto setup. Boy, tignan yung CCTV. Meron yan. Pass Kaso nga lang, mamamaalam na kagad si Krigis na scanner, na ultimate pa nga ngayon with that Hunter's Fury. Pero lahat ng ginagawa ng Naos, they're just clearing everything.
Wow, they are unstoppable right now. Farsigen is the only man remaining. Magtatago siya on a short and all the way to CT. May ultimate pa si kuya natin, Farsigen. It's not gonna be enough. He used up the ultimate. It was an eco round for Zeal Esports. And at the same time, Naos is just unstoppable. They took mid control, punish the players immediately. Yung Kakarot blurred connection is definitely there. Ray, nakita natin yan kanina. And just the perfect usage of utilities para para ingatan si Blurred, para hindi malikuran. Kasi si Blurred gumagapang lang eh. Nakita mo yung smoke sa market, tas gagapang lang siya doon.
I don't know why. Ano bang iniinom ng Naos ngayon na Taylor? At aside from being sobrang on fire sila ngayon, parang 100% ng lakas yung ginagawa nila. But as for Zeal's side talaga, hindi lang talaga dapat sila magpapa dehado at all. There's still a lot of possibilities. Clean retakes na lang. If you can win those aim battles, just give the side all along, then go together sila for that retake. I think it's just sometimes the default na pwede na lang gawin. But alam mo ba, Taylor, fun fact, na doon kanina, hindi din, doon sa English cast, hindi din nila nalaman paano nasira yung lockdown ni Killjoy. Diba?
Walang may alam, guys.
Walang may alam.
Walang may alam eh. Feeling ko, nag-ultimate si Vil. Mga ganong factor eh. Walang may alam. Pati doon sa kabila, hindi rin namin malaman paano nasira yung lockdown ng Killjoy.
Nagulat na lang kami.
Biglang nanalo yung kabila. Ay, nawala yung Killjoy lockdown. Ito importante si Farsigen dito kasi kanina pa siya, may operator na siya kanina eh. The thing is, walang pumipik sa kanya. Wala siyang makuhang pick-off. Talagang salisigang yung Naos. Parang alam nila kung saan pupwesto o saan balak ni Farsigen dito dahil laging naiiwasan eh. Tingnan mo, yung A-main kanina na pinupush ni Farsigen, wala siya dito. A-short siya. But this time around, with the divide, makakapasok na naman sila. Tamang gapang na naman kay Kuya mo Blurred. Alam na natin tong mga smoke seas na ganap niya. And, si Senyor Carl, sinalo yung shock dart na yun. Pagsilip niyang ganun, bakit wall pa din, men? Was able to get a kill on Kevs now with a 4v2 situation. Kakarot and Delicious, baka ito na ang pagbawi ng api.
I love how Zeus, diba? Di lang sila magpapapitas ng isa. And that's really something. Pero oh no! Meron pa palang nakaka-answer dito ang pangalan Delicious. Winnable, baby. B is really open. Pero nga lang, di ang Farsigen sa mid. Sabi niya, hindi ko na papabayaan to. He knows that they will be rotating. And I think that's just it. Pwede na lang gawin ni Delicious dito. Mga answer na lang siguro ng iba dito, just save all along that Phantom of his, pero he still wants to try this, at least go for the exit frags, rather go for the frags na lang talaga for extra credit. But looking at it, we have to get spotting him, and nasabi ko, nakita pa ng isa. Farsigen knows where he needs to get at least si Delicious together with Bits. I think it will just be all over again dito, but at least Zeals, mananalo sila.
Huli ka! Huli ka! Naku po, yung operator! Ay! Mapapatago ka na lang talaga, man. Buti na lang, wala nang gravity well na pwedeng i-set up ng ganon, no? Farsigen wasn't able to hit that shot, at least punish him. But he did a pretty cool job here. Actually, siya yung rason kung bakit hindi nahirapan ng talaga makaikot yung players ng Naos. This is exactly what Zeal Esports needs. And Farsigen, he's trying his best, you know? Talagang natatimingan na wala siyang matapatan eh. Yung operator niya walang matapatan. But this time, maybe it's a different story because it seems like they're planning to be here. Paano ba naman kasi matatapatan? Walang matatapatan. Laging nadedetect nung KO knives.
Talagang
yung aggression.
Oo, tapos alam ng Naos how to punish it all over again. Pero buti na lang ngayon, because of that cosmic divide, it kind of became something na sometimes hindi kasi siya parating accurate para sa team mo. Sometimes it becomes rather na trap para sa enemies mo to use against you, and that's what exactly happened earlier. Isa lang nabawasan, and para sa actually ngayon, alam na niya kung saan siya pwedeng mag-position to tackle the members of Naos. Pero ngayon, Kakarot taking out, nakatuto na sila.
Mali ata yun. Mali ata
Ay.
yung knives niya. Papunta atang A-short dapat yung knives. Pero hanggang
Bumitaw.
dun lang sa entrance. Bumitaw eh. Oh, the flash. The pop flash mula sa KO. Papasok na sila. Hindi nag-connect yung shots ni Blurred. Pero wag ka mag-alala because Kakarot Blurred connection is here. Body system up and online. He was able to get the trade. Looking for another one. They shot down the operator. 4v3 situation. One is detected. And that is delicious. Pero wala siyang pakialam sa nararamdaman mo. Papasok lang ako. May shock dart din nakasama. Very low on HP is now Craig. 39 beats naman. Nandito rin sa side habang nag-aabang kung sino ba. Sova versus Sova. 1v1 with a great one. And the Sova of Zeal Esports was able to take the kill.
I'm so happy to see na yung Zeals. It's not the 10-2 anymore. Hindi na to 9-3, kundi 8-4. And even if they're taking your time real slow dito, Taylor, buti na lang, nakabawi na din sila. But when you take a look at it talaga, Kebs is really popping off those 1v1 nga lang. Wala na kasi information kung nasaan mismo si Bits. And still, Zeals talaga, itong mga to, they just take their time real slow, and maybe ngayon, na nasa attacking side sila here, magiging different na yung pacing naman para sa kanal. Remember, you have that Sky, you have at least 2 pseudo duelists, and that's really something from Zeal's side. Plus, kapag nag-pop off ng sobra si Tuge as that Astra, kailangan na matakot ang Naos. Kaya itong pistol round, very important din sa side ng Naos para lang talagang makapag-igib ng napakaraming round. But knowing Zeal's firepower, how far Saijin wants to get that momentum once again, syempre, Zeal's pa rin naman itong pinag-uusapan.
Ray, feeling ko bad trip na si Farsightin eh. Kanina pa, Kakarot versus Farsightin talaga yung laban natin, guys. Isipin mo, walang round na hindi siya na-detect nung knives na yan. Napatay si Senior Carl nung nade, and Farsightin is getting on a battle with the Game Monster right now. It's still a pistol round para sa ating second half. It goes straight to the box, looking for another one, and he gets the other kill as well with 14 HP remaining to get. Is definitely a monster to look out for.
Talagang, sabi ko nga, napakadami opportunities, but they have crabs! Oh, may follow-up sabi siguro ni Beats doon. Ouch! Tapos biglang, ouch! May pangalawa mo pala!
Nakalantok, neneng. Yan ang yung masasabi ng players ng Zeal doon. Oh, what a perfect execution from Kebs. The game sends the shock dart, the shot. It all connects. sorry. Sobrang hype eh. Tingnan mo naman kasi plan ka pa. Walang problema. Akong bahala sa'yo. One down.
Hinampas ng gusto.
Matelok ka.
For this, Naos, sabi sa inyo, very kailangan. But that became a 2v3 in favor of Zeals, and all of a sudden talaga, Kebs, this guy never disappoints. Alam mo, sobrang laki nung naging growth na ni Kebs so far, and really, this guy is something na kailangan nyo abangan all the way down if Naos will be able to win this. And kita mo naman kagad mabilis ang deny ni Blurred against Farsightin once again.
Si Senyor Carl, gumugusto din sa mid. Si Blurred naman, ginagamit niya lang tong mga smoke niya. Ang galing gumamit ni Blurred ng mga smoke. Pinang-psycho niya lang. Senyor Carl goes down in the hands of Blast. 39 beats and to get. They have to figure out how they can punish the players of Naos. Kahit isa o dalawang kill, it would help Zeals a lot to destroy that economy.
All of it talaga. Pwede pa rin naman gawin ng Zeals is to destroy. Pero nga lang, will they be able to destroy yung win potential ng Naos pa rin ngayon? Pero Naos talaga gagawin na di sila mag-asim. We'll take things into our own pace. Alam namin yung man advantage. Plus, naiipit na talaga ngayon ng Zeals. If you take a look at it, a lot of possibilities for Zeals to get this earlier on. Pero I think talaga
Walang
ngayon
lalabas
nahihirapan
dito.
sila. Walang lalabas.
lalabas.
Oh!
No. Wala lalabas. This is the discipline of Naos that we are seeing right now, especially on the defense. They know na kailangan pumasok ng Zeal Esports and they literally have no choice but to go inside. And that's exactly what they would do. We would just wait, basically. There's not enough time in the world to plant this spike anyway. But at least you would get some cash. Pero hindi na nila tatapatan si Tuge. They're just gonna save this and prepare for the bonus round and try to actually take this away from Zeal. I mean, Naos, pretty straightforward, ladies and gentlemen. They're punishing teams dito sa VCT all the way from day 1 up to day number 2. They're looking really, really strong. Preparation for our next round. By round na to para sa Zeal at bonus naman para sa Naos. The dash from Naos Blurred was shut down. Ito na, finally, nakikita na nila kung saan nanggagaling yung knives ng KO. Wala na si Fireside Jin. Tama na. Sumusobra ka na.
Gagalit na. Gagalit na si Fire. Pero mo, kanina pa ito siyang ginagawa ng Naos. Saka shutdown lang natin ang shutdown si Fireside Jin. At mukhang umiinit na siya. Pero kakarot! Nikki, he gets one. Very good trade lang coming in from Senior Cards. Pero I think talaga magandang opener na to para sa side ng Zeus to actually just penetrate to sa A side, but they just really need to take care of one problem, and that's just going to be Delicious. Kapag nakuha nila to, then I think it's just it.
Ipit dito si Delicious. Nag-aantay lang siya sa wine. Maganda yung pwesto niya dito ha. Ultimate lason to kung sakali man. Hindi siya lalabas. And Zeal, with the guiding light, I think they spot him out. That's a very good decision coming in from Zeal Esports and from Senior Carl to actually clear wine. Dahil meron pa rin mga kakampi na pumupush. Walang lason na magagaling dito from Zeal Esports though. Senior Carl was able to secure the kill on Kevs and Fireside Jin to shut down Blast. Dalawang casualty for Zeal Esports on their buy round. So we are expecting maybe a half armor coming in from these guys.
This is so interesting to see talaga. How will Zeus tackle this big problem sa kanilang attacking side? But so far, okay naman na yung nagiging performance. They're still back on track. Nakita naman natin yung trade-offs. Nakita naman din natin yung setup nila. Alam na din nila paano huliin ang Kilitek kapag si Delicious yung kailangan na lang abangan. And let's see if how Naos naman to be able to get this win naman on the other side, knowing na yung Harmor talaga medyo ipet, but no problem pa rin naman. It's still all about those shots getting hit, but then all those setups kailangan nila iwasan si Blast. Kita mo naman, trap na trap ang pagpunta ng mga membro dito ng Zeals against them. Pero buti na lang, double initiator yan, mga gat lang yan, and Blast can just play with them. Sinarado ang pintuan kagad na. Sarado.
Novax card, no entry. Close open. Naglalaro lang si Blast on a site habang nag-aantay ng pwedeng sunod na mapatay. Fireside Jin, though, was able to punish one player already from now. It's a good opening kill para sa kanila and to actually take on site as well. Kaso nga lang problema dito, switch is gonna be turned off. Bababa na naman. And they know, Blurred knows na may tao dyan. Pero kung kaya mong laruin yung smoke mo, kaya ko din laruin yan. Yan ang sabi ni Fireside Jin. Kakarot, though, with a double kill. But was able to get a trade-off mula kay Tuge. This is now a 3v2 situation and they're now planting the spike. Rotations from both players coming in. Dalawa. Kaliwat kanan na mangyayari dito. All the way from B main and all the way from CT. This is the retake of Naos and this is a 2v3. Alam nila na may trip war. Sinira na ni Blast at alam na rin nila na may isang tao on B main. Pero ang hindi nila alam dito is Delicious is actually on CT, but with the gunshot, the fire shots, and the recon being detected, si Delicious nakakuha pa rin siya ng isang kill.
Ay, naku po. Winnable pa kaya to para kay Blast. May time is taking. Okay, sasama na lang yung sa hukay. No! Pastel! Zeals! Buwing-buwi! 4 na lang! Dapat hindi na ito titigil. Usually kanina, nakita ka natin, okay, makakahabol ata yung Zeals, pero biglang nag-change yung pace. And right now, they're really taking care of it. Nakikita man yung potential si Tuge, umiinit na. Together with Senior Carl, Fireside is back on track. Ngayon na siya gumagante into pinning down mga katulad ni Bird together with Kevs. And that's already a sign that Zeals, they're back on track. Sobrang bagal lang namin. Pasensya na kayo. God bless. Pero at least ngayon,
God bless.
at least ngayon, bumabawi na talaga sila. 4 rounds to go bago talaga maging tie. But as for Naos, this is going to be a big problem kapag nag-continue yung momentum ng Zeals.
Yun may nakita si Fireside Jin, may natamaan ng kaunti, si Blurred actually. Pero they have to go back. Both of them actually, dismiss the fight, dissipate the fight, alis tayo dito. And you know what's the plan? The plan is to go to B. As the Astra Wall divides the side, they go in. But the snake from KO proves to delay them. At si Kakarot nga, na-shutdown na rin dito. May isa pa na nag-aabang backside na problema for Zeal Esports. Pero okay lang yan. 1-to-1 trade, 4v3 situation as they plant a spike right now. Hindi na-correct yung shots ni Blast at all. And he was completely shut down through 2v3 with the pistol only being held by Naos. Actually, this is still a good round for them. Kaya pa gawin ng Naos to with enough time. The thing is, paano sila magre-retake? Ang daming smoke. May smoke from the Cypher and also the Astra.
This is gonna be a bigger question. Oh, Jalicious is there. Okay. What will to get do? Buti na lang. Nako po, dalawa pa naman sa isa, and Zeus doesn't have a much of a problem when it comes to that. 7-10. And we're counting here. Little by little kanina nag-start. 5, 6, 7 to 10. And titignan natin, kaya ba?
Daming numbers nun.
Oh, syempre, yan lang yung kaya ko. Hindi ko kaya mag-add eh.
5, 6, 7 to 10.
Oh.
Nasama mo pa yung 210 kahit pa paano, no? Wala sa numero lahat nung sinabi mo pero nadamay mo pa yung 210.
Syempre, yung
Nakakahalata
pinapaborito
na
namin. Ay, pasensya ka na. Ay, nako.
Sana nag-breakfast na yung viewers natin. Nagugutom na ako eh.
Ako din eh.
Ikain nyo na lang ako, guys. Dahil yung susunod na matchup natin, Bren tsaka Team Secret. Mainit yon guys. Kami ni Bill yung magkakas nun. So, abangan nyo din, no? But, going back to the game, Ray.
Dito, tignan natin. Wala pa noise masyado ang Zeals. Ayaw magpagbigay ng information. Kind of what, just having fun with those shots here in mid. Pero nothing particular pa naman. Walang nababawasan at all. Tatandaan natin, wala din talagang sustain sa side ng Naos. Walang healing galing. Pero dito sa Zeals, may healing galing sila. Waiting lang sila sa perfect time. And super passive so far ng Naos. We haven't seen much of those aggressive plays. Siguro talagang they're waiting for the time where they can finally just go for the retake. And that's a good way. Pero ngayon, sasabayan lang kagad ng years. Pero hindi pa pahapon sa Repolyo. Takbo! Tatakbo! Tatalon! Sisigaw! At walang mababawasan dito sa Hunter's Fury. Oof nga lang. Still, he gets it cut. Wala natamaan sa Hunter's Fury. At least naman dito, goes with the wallbang. And biglang nahulog sa bangin ang mga taga-Zeals. It's going to be a 3v4. What will the guys of Senior Carl and the gang do? But seems like they saw si Bird, si Fireside Jin. Push. Oh, no! Ano nangyari? Pero ito na, may makikita agad dyan. Delicious. Alam na naman yung dalawa. Na-cancel! Meron pa ka.
Wala silang choice.
Meron
Naipit ang Zeal Esports, Ray. Una sa lahat ang nangyari doon, the defense from Naos. This is just a quick replay pero halfway down to nung actual play na nangyari kanina, no? The playbook of Naos is to actually just defend the side. Literally, kapag meron silang nakitang kalaban, babarilin nila, yes, pero magtatago lang din sila kung saan sila nanggaling. So what they actually did here is just delay. Ultimate delay na kaya nating gawin. They get the shots in, yes, na kumpleto ng Zeal Esports, nakuha nila yung site, pero ano yung oras? Tapos may Killjoy lockdown pa. Ang gandang round for Naos.
Daming pressure. Sobrang something din na di nila in-expect. makuha nila si Kevs doon, siguro make changer pa tong Zeals. But unfortunately, no. Pero looks like ngayon, bumawi naman sila. Masyadong makulit si Blurred together with Kakarot. All those setups is coming through. And Gelicious nga lang ang next nilang kailangan puntahan na Titan. But at least if Bits are down low at HP and Farsight is doing his thing. And Kevs na lang between the 4 guys ng Zeals. Bawing-bawi naman as their performance basing it earlier. And tatlo pa rin naman ang rounds na difference nila. But all I can say is Zeals, rather, sa side ng Naos, wag lang sila magpaka-aggressive. They can just delay so much time. But as for Zeals, kung di naman pala sila dinedelay ng Naos, we can just burge right in here in A side or in B side. At yun yung magiging way natin to victory. And kita mo naman, didn't work yung pagiging aggressive ni Kakarot together with Bird earlier on.
Yep, honestly, for Naos, what ultimately works for them, yung ginawa nila from the previous round. Dahil ang ganda talaga yung disiplina, kitang-kita on that specific round itself. The replay cannot justify how good that round was for Naos. But this is now a completely different story as Zeal Esports, umaangat na rin yung ekonomiya na meron sila dito. This is an eco round for the side of Naos Esports with just a classic on the hands of Gelicious. Sinusubukan niya makahanap kung meron siyang mag-burst down. But Kakarot was actually able to punish one player to get a 2-to-1 trade right on a short. Pasok na dito on A ang Zeal Esports na setup na rin yung spike. Even with the shock darts, it wouldn't connect to anyone at all on Jenny dahil walang nag-aabang. Ang nag-aabang actually is Fireside Jin.
It's just over sa Naos side. Pwede pang humabol talaga ang Zeals. But knowing Zeals, they finally get that confidence. This is pretty big na para sa kanila. 9-11. And people na mga Zeals, counting na nga sila. I think talaga side na Naos, pay it passively. Alam niyo naman yung advantage nyo. Those setups are really incredible. But as for Zeals, you just need to just be consistent all throughout. Nakikita na natin yung potential. Nakakapag-trades na sila. Fireside is really good with those entries. He knows how to clear already. He's back on track. But the bigger question is, knowing na ready yung ultimate ni Gelicious, knowing na ready yung Hunter's Fury, taka itong neural theft ni Kriegies, when will be the exact time to use it? When will it be the perfect time? And looking at this, looking at the setups, mid-take ang maganda sa Zeals. It's been perfectly going well. But then, with Blurred having that operator, baka ito pa yung magiging simpleng deny na gusto ipakita ng Naos against Zeals. A lot of setups from Blast. What the Zeals can just actually do here is get that Hunter's Fury going, or maybe use that as a post plant, but just tackle down against Blast, and that's just it. Perfect na kagad ang A-site para sa kanila.
Nakasetup naman din yung mga traps ng Cypher, no? So, they don't need to worry about the flank, and as well as Craig, nag-aantay lang din siya kung may lalason on mid. This is now the entry coming in from Zeal. At nag-aantay lang din si Fireside na mawala yung smoke niya para makapasok siya. Unti-unting ginagapang dito ng ZLS. Hindi nila alam na meron ng tao on hell, but this is actually the perfect ultimate coming in mula doon sa Cypher. As Zeal Esports takes on the side, Craig was able to punish some of the players as well. Si Blurred na lang natitira with his operator. I think this is not a good plan to actually go for it, but who knows?
Who knows? It's Blurred we're talking about. Oh no! Sabi niya, saan ka bumaba? Lahat kami nag-aabang sa'yo. And gaya nga sinabi natin guys, naggamit ng napaka-perfect yung ultimate ni Kriegies together with Beats. Sinabayan mo na nila yung pag-entry with that Hunter's Fury. Plus, pagkakuha kagad ni Kriegies ng frag, he was able to use that successfully. And yep, nag-blink na nasa na mga miyembro ng Naos, and that's already a sign that they want to steal it. Kanina, it was an 8-4. It became 10-4. Pero ngayon, hindi pa gumagalaw ang baso ng Naos as Zeals are consecutively winning, and most likely, magiging 11-11 nga to. Basta hindi na sila ma-350 after all ng Naos, pero I think talaga mahihirapan ng Naos ngayon.
Napako sila dito. The problem is, a while, nakalimutan ko na sasabihin ko May analysis ako, nakalimutan ko. Mahirap talaga pag yung utang parang goldfish. Nakakalimutan mo agad-agad yung gusto mong sabihin. Pero going back to the game, like you said, Ray, no? This is probably gonna be an easy take mula sa Zeal, knowing na eco round ang Naos pero not to be feared of dahil kailangan nila pa rin tapatan itong mga sheriff. Ito na, naalala ko na yung sasabihin ko. Hindi ko pa rin lubos maisip, bumabagabag pa rin sa aking isipan kung bakit hindi sinave ni Blurred yung operator niya. Knowing na 3 pa yung kalaban niya na may Vandal. Pero mamaya na yan because the Chup is there. Blast was able to take on the 2K. Sinabayan yung Gravity Well nung Astra kanina with a 2v1. Actually, on an eco round. Para sa Naos Esports, they're still making it work. Farside Jin, nagpa-planta siya ng spike dito. Pero Vandal versus Vandal na ang labanan. Pantay ang laban all throughout Naos. Delicious. Kapang on to the left is Farside Jin. That is the ROG clutch for you para sa ating team of ZLS. The thing is, yun nga kanina ko pa inisip yun. Bakit hindi sinave ni Blurred yung operator laban dun sa 3 naka-Vandal? Sayang yung round Eco sila on the next. Tapos, lamang pa rin sila on Nico. Imagine they were able to actually get some kills. So, if Blurred had... May ultimate ata siya nung I'm not sure. I wasn't so sure anymore. That's still bothering me. But moving forward, tapos na. Pass is pass. Sabi nga nila.
Pass is pass. Reset is reset. Pero I think sa mga nanonood dyan, make your wishes. Kung ano bang mananalo dito. Zeals na nga ba pa rin ang mag-claim ng ascent map? Or Naos talaga, they just needed to caliber yung kailangan nilang ayusin on their defending. Kanina may mga rounds that could have been for them. Unfortunately, wala. The aggressiveness won't work anymore dahil kita mo naman how stacking the guys of Zeals are. But as they make a move here, si Blurred, oh no, timing against Creaky. Yes, alam po yan nila na merong katulad ni Blurred na nag-aabang sa kanila. Abangan din, abangers. Nakagat! And this is it! Meron nga lang si Blaza with that trade-off. Nakaabang 4v4 pero mas importante kumuha ng information. Nilabas ni Kev sa kanyang Hunter's Fury. May mahuli ba siya ngayon? On the third game, si Tuge mawawala ngayon ng controller. Rather ang Seals Esports pero Senior Car nakapag-push right through sa mid-lane. Those off angles are really hitting those. But it's going to be a 2v2. Low 180 Senior Car pero Blast behind the scenes, he gets him and we only have 39 beats na walang mangyayari dahil so fresh siya ngayon. Nakigalaw ang baso.
Gumapang na si Kuya mo, Beats. Wala siyang choice dito. Kailangan niya makakuha ng isang pick-off para makapag-plant ng spike. 7 seconds remaining. Madedetect ba? No! The detection is actually delayed just by a millisecond and Kakarot took that opportunity to actually peek through and make a wide swing. Walang kaalam-alam ang players dito or rather, si 39 Beats during that time, Ray. Man, oh man. Naos is just showing what they're capable of. Ito, nag-recon si Kuya Mosova. Walang na-detect kasi hindi pa naman lumalabas yung detection. Just the perfect timing from Kakarot to actually go out.
Alam mo ko, sumakto talaga yun kagad. Buti na lang tinake na kagad yung risk to actually pick it out onto the side ng Naos. Isa na lang. At ako'y dito ay kinakabahan dahil hindi ko na alam. Pwede ba itong mag-OT? Just one mistake ng Naos. Zeals will lose that as their loophole into getting it against them. Pero wala pa namang imposible. Farside Jin is with that operator. It isang tingin lang ng mga taga-Naos. Finish ang boxing. But may kasabay-sabay pang retake dito. May retake tayo for Blast and Delicious. Meron pa tayong ready pa kay Senior Carl with those seekers. So let's see, information versus the retakes is really hitting a lot of value dito, Taylor.
Papaisip ako dito actually, no? Because Farside Jin on attacker's side is on an operator right now. So sino ang mag-e-entry for ZLS, no? It's a make or break situation. So if the decision is wrong, you have to deal with it. And maybe it works out. Who who knows? 3 players na ngayon ng ZLS. Meron siyang ultimate, kaya naman pala nakapag-operator dito. But ZLS, they're now pushing in on B site. Nakuha na nila completely. They just have to clear it out. And Kakarot goes down. Blast goes down with him as well. And Delicious is all up to him as he walks through CT. Alam na nila na nandito si Delicious because of that kill. But the thing is, makukuha pa ba ito ni Delicious with 4 players still? Or are we gonna go to overtime?
Oh, are we? But it's all upon Delicious. Pero sa tingin ko, mahirap na to unless meron talagang something. Unless against him, but it's just so impossible. And eto na. Ray curse. 8-4 curse. 12-12 Zeal. Ano na ba ang mangyayari dito? Ano ba ang totoo?
Oh my God. It's going overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Ang maganda pag overtime naman, pantay talaga yung laban. Walang yung factor ng economy, mabubura. So, I think talagang pagalingan na lang ng strategy with all the rounds that they have played. Nabasa na rin nila yung isa't isa kung paano sila maglaro. You are already seeing a triple stack on a site from the side of ZLS and 2 players o isa na nag-hold ng market. Nakaset up naman din yung traps ng Cypher on mid. So kung sakaling may gumapang, that would act like an alarm bot. But this Odin wouldn't connect to anyone unless meron talagang gustong lumabas dyan, pero dahan-dahan for Naos as Zeal. Hindi sila magkadaog-aga dito kung saan sila magtatago dahil sa firepower na dala-dala ng Naos on B site. Wala nang ibang players na nandito kundi si Senor Carl at si Farsigen with an operator. Can he manage to actually get the pick-off? Alam ba nila na naka-off si Farsigen? Hindi natin alam. But 4v2 situation right now, Ray, Naos looking good post-plant.
I'm so happy this burst from Naos. I think sobrang hindi in-expect ng Zeals to. Pero tignan pa natin. Oh, still your car kasi but just nakaabang na kagad sa win and gets 2. And Naos finally succeeds to win this round. Pero magto-switch na naman tayo na sides. And ito yung mas malaking problema ng Naos. Weaker talaga sila on their defending. Zeals is quite different talaga when it comes to their playstyle sa kanilang attacking side. But the most of course, na meron dito, will Naos finally get this key into achieving this clean 2-0 unbeatable so far sa 3rd day natin here in VCT? Or ang mga katulad ng Zeals talaga, hindi pa nila patatapusin ito. Hayaw pa nila gusto pa nilang mag-game 3 rather. Blocking sight.
Oh, walang natamaan on the shots of Blurred. Si Kakarot actually yung may hawak ng mid. No? So it was expected na magkakaroon ng knives, especially sa tiles. So walang tao on tiles. They were expecting this already kasi kanina pa ginagawa ng Naos yun. And si Farsigen umatras lang siya ng kaunti. Still a very hold position mula sa ZLS as they try to get some pick-offs. Kung sakali may ma-pick-off sila dito, magandang opening para sa kanila. Pero sino ang unang masaspatan? Yung ZLS ba o yung Naos Esports as Kakarot is just waiting in the corner as 3 seconds going in para doon sa knife niya. Gagamitin niya to, mahuhuli niya at makikita niya ata si Farsigen na nag-aabang sa A-short pero nabasag yung recon. So ibig sabihin meron ding tao sa mid. Alam na rin nila na nandito si Farsigen kung hindi ako nagkakamali.
Wala magpapabawas sa side. Si Bird!
Spike?
Oh no!
Napitas! Paano nangyari yun?
Mabilis lang, sumilip lang naman si Bird, nakabawas pa siya pagtingin niya sa may short side. Pero alam na kagad kung saan pupunta ang Zeal. Alam na ng Naos kung saan sila magpipik. Dito at Kakarot is just buying a lot of time. But at least si Farsigen, mapipitas pa nga na si Delicious. Although he is low on HP, mas importante ngayon ang play. Pero yung FIFA ng Naos, nandyan para magpakita. And who will actually make those delays? 8 seconds. Mapaplant pa nga nila and this retakes goes in. What will you do now? Naos, time is ticking. Tingin-tingin din kung nasaan na kagad ang mga miyembro ng Zeals. And this flash is just going to be button. Oh, Blair! Tingin! Tingin sa flanks! Ako po, lahat na pares pa sila kagad na nasa head. This is quite impossible for that push para sa side ng Zeals to get this. And Naos, wants to stand strong pa rin, Tayor, are defeated sa third day in the stage 1 of VCT Challengers of PH group stage. My, oh my. I have no words for Naos.
Wow. Naos the time. Yan nga ang sabi nila, and it seems like they're just really proving their worth dito sa VCTPH. On the same side then, Ray, on that match, on that specific last round, ang ganda ng retake ng Naos, no? Meron silang isang naglulurk, which is actually si Blurred, yung Jet. So, nandun na siya sa likuran on A main. And yung Sova na nag-aantay sana makikipag-bait and switch para doon sa dalawa na nasa Hell on Hev para silipin yung Heaven, hindi niya na alam na meron nang nagpa-flank ng ganon. They were expecting that everyone in each of the members of Naos is gonna be close to site, CT or A short, pero it didn't happen at all. They weren't expecting that, and with that, na-clear out yung A short natin, yung A main rather natin, and yung dalawang members nga ng Hell, wala eh. Ganun talaga. It just proves and goes to show that Naos is here to dominate some of the best teams in the Philippines. 14-12. We went into overtime, but look at this statistics as Delicious is our MVP with a 2.5 KDA, 275 combat score, and a total of 26 kills.
Grabe mag-anchor si Delicious. You know what? So far, I've been seeing good Astras. Talaga, Taylor. So far, sa lahat ng tournament, sa lahat rather ng mga maps na kinast ko, Astras are also looking fine. I love how they play it. I love those controller roles together with how to get talaga. He is really a monster. This Astras talaga, they perform better sa mga ginagawa nila. But let's not deny talaga, yung first half na nangyari na was quite different. Although, ito na naman tayo sa mga nasayang na rounds ng Zeals. At marami sana potential. You could have saved something, di ba? Pero nga lang, talagang sometimes those decision-making hindi nag-work through.
Hindi nga masyado naging effective si Farsigen with all the shutdowns that happened on the side of Naos then. And the shock darts from both sides, not only for Kevs and also for 39 beats. Itong dalawang Sova players natin, crack. And also, I just want to say, and I want to highlight, again, the controller agents. Ray, nung naglalaro ako ng Valorant, ang ginagamit ko, Duelist and also Sentinel lang. So, I thought, ganun lang kadali mag-smoke, ganun lang kadali mag-timing until na-train ako ng isang pro player para gumamit ng mga smoke agents, and I just concluded na this is the most, or probably one of the most important roles that a team can have. A very good controller, especially with Astra. Alam mo ba kung gaano kadami pinipindot pag Astra main ka tapos kailangan mong setupin yung buong mapa para sa team mo?
A lot of those Astras talaga, those good gameplays. I'm so happy to see yung mga controllers natin ngayon yung nagsashine. Last year, nakita natin, usually it's the duelists we're talking about, siguro Sentinel sometimes, pero this time talaga ang ganda ng mga playstyles ng controllers. And ngayon na nga, may kita pa natin mamaya-maya lang, inaabangan na matchup din ngayong araw, which is going to be Bren Esports versus Team Secrets. Abangan nyo na si kakas yun ni Taylor tsaka ni Vil. Once again, this has been a VCT Stage 1 PH. Ako si Nene, kasama ko si Taylor, guys, and see you on to the next match.
Wow!
Gotta let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, look so.
Naos Esports again exceeding all expectations and taking it clean 2-0, and that gets them a nice 3 points. Unfortunately for Zeal, it cannot be said the same thing because they have just fallen short by quite a significant margin. I'm looking at your faces, your reaction says it all, Raph. Break it down for me a little bit. What the hell just went on in that last one?
I mean, it's so hard to get this out of my system, but I am absolutely heartbroken at what happened. But at the same time, I just can't help but commend Naos for their efforts. But looking at Zeal, there were just so many rounds where they couldn't convert. They made sure that their ecos were always damaging. Those sheriffs were true. All the shots were landing. The heads were popping for them. But every time we had a gun round, it just seemed like they couldn't capitalize on a potential swing of rounds for them. They did put up a great fight on Ascent, but I would have to say that since Ascent is one of their strongest maps, I guess a lot of us Zeal fans just expected more.
Yeah, we took a look at what went wrong a little bit from Zeal, but what went right for Naos Black and Blue? I want to hear your thoughts on this.
Everything, honestly. They really had lots of fortune for their boldness, and I think that's only just deserving for these type of players. Lots of people think these are new guys to the scene, but they've been around longer than you might assume. Although, a new name that people might not be too familiar with, Delicious. This dude is prime time, man. He's one of the brightest new things we've seen here in the year 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at some of their highlights as we go and take a little bit of a look back at what happened that previous game. And you mentioned it, man, or rather Jay, it was all over the place, able to pick up multiple rounds for his team. It's just such a concerted effort. And I'm loving how well-rounded this roster is, Raf, for Naos. It just seems like they have everything that they need to win rounds. But what I want to bring to you right now, do you think this victory was more of Naos playing their hearts out, or was it Zeal kind of underperforming yet again?
I mean, we all saw the telltale signs of Zeal succeeding, those explosive entries. But again, it's what came with it. The spacing was at times questionable. And now, even though Zeal thrives in a very chaotic timing, now stood still, they stood strong, and they didn't let that bother him. They even played it to their strengths.
Yeah, it looks like now they were completely prepared and expected that Zeal would be playing that way, as you said, Raph, and that's exactly why they were so, I guess, comfortable in receiving a lot of the attacks from the Zeal side, and especially on their own attacking side, dismantling the Zeal defense. Zeal, they are crack shots. They are as spicy as any aimer you're going to see here in the game, but now they've got that upper advantage where they've got, you know, the more tactical side of things kind of put down, and they played to the level that we'd expect from Naos, especially after seeing them versus LFO yesterday, actually during Thursday. But when it really comes to Zeal, I do think, yeah, they kind of underperformed, but that type of game style of theirs is one of the biggest reasons why I predicted them to lose this series, because just seeing how Naos were, they're reminding me of, like, basically the new SV Empire.
I agree. SV Empire, in the way that they play very tactically and a little bit more sound, it's looking very nice. But let's take a look at how who the MVP exactly is in this particular matchup. And I'm pretty sure we could all actually no. There's a couple of people from Naos who it could be, but you said his name a little bit earlier on. Would not be surprised to see, but the MVP right here for the series of MVP, the ROG MVP, is G-Licious. You mentioned him black and blue earlier on. Tell me why you think he deserves to be MVP.
Listen, it's not easy to be at the top of that board for the end of the game as, backline players. Jelicious, he performed so well, and especially for him to be kind of the new kid on the block, that's a big surprise. Now, Kevs, he was on with technically the more kills, only about 3 kills over Jelicious, but then again, Kevs, he's been on the scene for a while. He was formerly, other teams as well, like SP Empire, as we talked about, and that kind of structure, you can see it kind of folding into this team. But Jelicious, he has stepped up. It's not just as well, comes down to the strategy, but he's hitting some nutty shots that he shouldn't be able to land. He's hitting some smoke kills that he should even be able to hit, and yet he makes it happen.
Yeah, and G, he said either one is fine. So if you guys are wondering how to pronounce his name, it's either J or G, either one he said. That's what he said in our interview, at least when we asked him. So now, Raf, going back into it here, we took a closer look at the teams themselves, at Naos, how they're performing. They performed well up against Zeal. They did against Action PH, but they still have to go up against, I think, more of the favorite teams, such as Team Secret. How do you think a team like Naos will fare going up into the future?
Naos against our juggernauts. I mean, I feel like it might be a little too early to tell how they might stack up to our very best, but you guys saying that they're very similar to SVA Empire is already a good sign, because the structure is there, but it's not rigid, it's not brittle. The flexibility and the firepower from all these players are still very much present, and they fit right in like a perfect puzzle.
Absolutely. But talking about the future, let's hear more about the future from the players themselves. We got Donut sitting on the sidelines with an interview. Donut, tell us all about it.
Well, we are here with the winner of that series. Let's all welcome Kakarot, the IGL instigator, initiator of Naos. So, welcome, Kakarot. Okay, so the team is looking so solid, and so far you haven't really lost a map. So, tell us, there's a lot of speculations. Is it org diff? Is it IGL diff? So tell us more.
I think it's it's bonding diff. Like, we see each other every day and we talk so much, and we know each other very well. So yeah, I think it's our bonding that glues us together, and we play so good because of that. Yeah.
Well, you talk about the bond, but it's just been 1 month since you've all gathered together. So I wanted to know more about the support that your org has been giving you. So do you have a coach? In that 1 month, have you already created your strat book? Because your attacks seem so flawless.
Yeah, Naos gives us the best support that we can imagine. And shout out to Sir Lavi and to all Naos supporters. Yeah, you guys are a big help to our matches. But yeah, we have a coach. It's Vince. And actually, our team is not that new, because me and Jay has been playing for a very long time, and me and Backstab has been together since our birth. Just kidding. Yeah, and yeah, everyone is comfortable with each other, so I think that's why we're winning.
Well, that's good that you're comfortable with each other, but in the map of Ascent, it seems that there were some times that you were uncomfortable against the team of Zeals, because there were rounds that you seem to have lost. So how do you guys manage to recover from these losses?
That's I think, shout out to our coach, because he helps us get through that situation. Like, if the enemies are coming back and we're like, they're nakakahabol, yeah, like, just chill and play our game, and yeah, and it's...
Well, it's good that your coach is keeping up with the tides and making sure that you guys are well intact for VCT. But I do have a final question looking into the future, because Zeals beat South Built Esports. Do you think that you can follow their steps and beat them tomorrow?
I think Valorant is so random these days, and everyone can beat anyone. So I think we'll just play our game and focus on ourselves, and and try to win. That's
Well, you guys are on a roll. I'm sure we'll hear more from you again, but we'll also hear some final thoughts from the panel. Let's go, Illustrado.
Thanks, Donut. And yeah, really, honestly, great stuff from Naos and the rest of, obviously, the squad to keep things composed, especially when your opponents are nakakahabol. So, yeah, welcome back to the panel. You're joining me, Illustrado, alongside. I'm just glad to say that I'm not the only one who's guilty of doing that. It's very humanizing to know that, that everybody makes these little slips here and there. Just saying. Something like that.
Well, this is the Konya panel.
This
Come on.
This is the Konya panel, actually.
Don't expose us, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, giving away our secrets, man. But it's enough for us from the panel for now because we do have to take a little bit of a short break. When we do return, those series number 2, we're going to be seeing from Team Secret, and they're going to play up against Bren, the former namesake. So let's find out how that goes when we return from this. Don't go anywhere.
Gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in a cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. Can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my, don't you know.
Well, welcome back, guys. And there, as Tanjiro gets back into the middle there. Welcome to the stream and, of course, to the tournament VCT 2022. You're joining me, Illustrata. Let me introduce to you the rest of the panel here. We got Raf and Asurai, aka Tanjiro. Welcome to the updraft, guys. Oh my God, it's a little bit of a fun time as we all. Where did you even get that, Asurai? Where did you even find that?
Yeah, you can find anything online, dude. Similar with like Dubstep and how he found like a jet outfit that actually fits him. You know, everything's on the internet nowadays, you know?
Okay, well, fair play. Well, let's go ahead and start breaking down what we're about to see. We talked about the previous game. Now we're about to talk about the next series. Excuse me, a little bit of stuff in my mouth very early on. I don't get that giggle. So Asurai, I'm gonna start straight up with you. Let's talk about the teams that we have. We're very hyped about this next one. Team Secret, they're going to be playing up against Bren right now. And I know you wanted to talk a little bit about Bren. We saw them yesterday. What are your thoughts on how they're looking and how they performed? They're actually at the very bottom alongside Team Secret and Southfield.
Yeah, it seems like Bren coming into this looked very promising. Again, they had the addition of Hot Sauce. At the very start, they fought up against, who was it? I believe ASUS PH. They started really, really strong. But then, I think similar to... For some reason, the camera is just not working with me. But yeah, anyways, back to my point. It seems like whatever they were trying to do worked out at the very start, but that started crumbling. Similar to I think what happened with, I'd say maybe Oasis when they went up against ASUS PH. They had a set plan in mind, but when that didn't go to plan, they couldn't really adjust to their opponents. That was ASUS PH. Again, a very aggressive team, but maybe coming in fighting against a more composed team like Team Secret, they could have a more successful outcome, similar to what Oasis did as well with Team Secret yesterday. Maybe, we'll see.
Yeah, well, on the other side of the coin here, a little bit about Team Secret. Not exactly the performance we expected to see from them yesterday, but it's only the first. It's only really the first game. So let's go ahead and can you tell me a little bit more about this Team Secret? Your initial thoughts, real quick here, Raf.
I mean, they are the powerhouse we all know and love, but maybe potentially just because there was honestly a pretty reasonable gap between this VCT and our previous active season, maybe the stamina isn't there. I think this has been a recurring theme for most of our teams, and maybe as the season progresses, this is where they finally hit their stride. There was a peak at that Berlin buff, but hopefully that might last a little longer this time around.
Yeah, indeed. But take a moment right now to thank our amazing sponsors. Check out their products for you guys right now. So while I'm talking about that, of course, this is, of course, brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the newest arrival of their awesome product, the Tough-F15, powered by the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With high performance and its thin and light form factor and military-grade durability, the Tough-F15 stands out as the best bang for your buck gaming laptop ready for your esports need. And of course, make sure to check out the ROG Strix Scar 1517. Absolutely what you want if you want to level up your game as well. You can find out more about that on the bottom of your screen. It's got a 3080 Ti, 24 hertz, 240 hertz QHD display, prime for competition. And I know we were talking about 240 hertz just before this. Absolutely what you need to be the next level. Ref, you want that 240 hertz? You were asking about it. Maybe this is what you need.
Yes, absolutely. But I guess there's something else that we have to talk about, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Where can we go to find out the multiple languages on this stream? I'm gonna bring this to you, Asurai, since you were just waiting for it.
Okay, guys, if you want to, listen to the English broadcast, twitch.tv/PPGL VCTPH, and then kung gusto nyo ng Tagalog, Filipino broadcast, facebook.com/PPGL GG. There you go. We got 2 languages for you guys, so we got you covered.
Thank you.
You're killing me, man.
I'm just gonna say that. Thanks, Asurai. You got us covered when we need it. But yeah, let's go ahead and start talking a little bit about the individual teams. Try to zone in on this upcoming match itself here. So we do have a little bit of the lineup of the teams coming in here for you guys. So let's start it off here with Bren Esports. We're gonna take a little bit of a closer look at the individual players from Bren. Well, there you have it. Bren Esports, very much the pedigree to be able to compete at the absolute highest level. I'm going to bring this to you, Asarai. We've seen these guys perform, you know, the individual players here, Savvy 8K, who played absolutely lights out yesterday. EJ as well, who had a couple of moments, but really Hot Sauce, I think, was the player who we wanted to highlight for this one.
Yeah, again, he's a player that has played a lot of things for multiple teams. When he was in Fulcrum, when he went to SV Empire, he really did do every single role that he could just so that he can help out, flesh out the team. Now coming into Bren, it seems like he still needs some integrating. He has had some wonderful clutch moments, but I think right now he needs to take a step back, needs to support more the rest of the team. You did mention Savvy and EJ. They were actually fantastic when they went up against Action PH, able to rack up for Savvy 58 kills over those 3 games and 50 kills for EJ over those 3 games. So we'll see if those more star players of Bren get a bit more support from Hot Sauce, or will he try to maybe take the reins and help out the team that way? I'm not sure.
Absolutely. It's only time will tell whether that will happen or not. But let's go ahead and take a look for now at Team Secret and what they've got to bring. Team Secret, the #1 team in Southeast Asia, starting VCT off with a loss here. And as we take a look at their roster, they're hoping to make a comeback here in day number 2. We got Borkham Dispenser, Dubstep, Vash, and Wits. Now let's zone in and talk a little bit more about Wits in particular. He had a little bit of a lights out performance yesterday, Raf. I know you wanted to touch on him today. What have you got?
Oh yeah, Wits again, looking at that clutch, that probably pretty iconic clutch of his now on that insane chamber. I would have to say that Wits is the driving force that drags Team Secret towards the end, because we did see Dubstep really pop off in the early parts of the round, and of course that brings Secret online altogether. But once Wits explodes, oh boy, you're gonna have a problem. And honestly, yesterday Oasis did such a great job of containing Wits. They just really couldn't afford for him to go all out nuclear again.
And this does leave the question, when do we see Jeremy? He is the newest member of the squad. I do think it was a little bit of a surprise that they did pick him up here, Asarai. That's not a knock on Jeremy at all, because he's been an absolutely amazing player ever since his Hashira days. But I am very surprised that we haven't seen him just yet. Maybe he will be brought out in one of the maps that we will be seeing in this upcoming map veto. Let's take a look at the current maps that we have. Asarai, let's start to break it down here. Do you think Jeremy will be making an appearance anytime soon?
Ooh, I feel like I'm leaning towards a no, just because I feel Team Secret wants to keep Jeremy for lack of a better word, a secret for the moment. I actually thought at the first part that they were going to use him because they wanted to maybe hide their main roster and what new strategies or new things they were building up. But for now, I think with the performance that they had as well, they would want to solidify first what the first 5 of Team Secret can do before integrating Jeremy in, at least in these competitive matches when, you know, a lot is on the line.
Icebox has been picked by Bren, Bind has been picked by Team Secret, and we're going to Ascent for the last one. Raf, they went ahead and banned Haven, Team Secret. This is very much a surprise considering this was one of their most successful maps in the previous year.
Absolutely, and honestly, I'm gonna move over to Icebox here. Brent probably noticed something in Secret's play yesterday, just a tiny smidge of weakness that they look to capitalize on. And I would have to say that, again, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself too much here, but this is already looking to be an exciting series. I would have loved to see something a little more experimental like Breeze or Fracture because, again, this is a region that typically, well, for the lack of a better word, avoids those. We need that R&D, and maybe we're saving it for the international scene.
Yeah, maybe. They might be, you know, they might want to get a little bit more practice in on Bind, on Icebox, but this isn't, they just took a loss. I'm not 100% sure they have room for error. They have that much wiggle room here if they're trying to maybe save strats or stuff like that, because sure, there is a little bit more time to play. There's a couple more games, but at the same time, you got to start to worry a little bit about how things are going to go for Team Secret if they take a loss here again. They don't want to start the tournament on 2 losses, especially this earlier on. But let's go ahead and take your predictions, guys. Raph, I'll start it off with you. Astrai, follow up right after him. Who do you think is going to take this series?
Oh, I mean, we all know Bren's capacity to play to perfection. We saw that in their previous game, and I believe that's going to rear its head again. The question is, how long are they going to keep that up? I'm going to go with 2-1 Secret.
Ooh, for me, I feel like it's going to be Bren 2-1 because they have to. It's just that they have to. Also, the map selection is really good for a breach on all of those maps if they want to. And Savvy has really shown that he's been capable with a new agent and has been rocking it, by the way. So I'm going to go for Bren this time.
You know, I'm actually gonna ahead and agree with you here. I think Bren is gonna kick it into gear. 2-1, Bren. They're gonna take the series. I never thought I'd be saying this, but Bren, they're looking very, very good today. It might cause an upset, but yeah, I'm gonna lock it in. Bren Esports are gonna take it against Team Secret. So now we have our predictions, and it's time right now to go into the game itself. We've been waiting for this. This particular matchup is one that has been in the making this entire break. When we're about to find out who's gonna come out on top. Is it gonna be Bren? Is it gonna be Team Secret? We've got the second series coming to you guys.
And it's time, ladies and gentlemen! Welcome back here in the Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 1, Week 1, Day number 3. We're guys for today. My name is Phil, alongside with me is Liza Taylor, mga kaibigan. And this is it! The past and the present, mga kaibigan. Team Secret versus Bren Esports. At kami nga pala, ang mga bagong laya, mga kaibigan. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Liza Taylor.
At kami, the mods, mga kaibigan at mga bagong laya, mga kapreso. It's finally time for the past and the present. Team Secret versus Bren Esports. Ang dami nag-aabang nito. Men, yung panel natin, prediction, sabi Bren Esports daw.
Yeah, I mean, tignan natin if ever it's gonna be Bren Esports. Kasi if ever lang talaga, you're gonna check out itong dalawang teams. So, pwede natin sabihin na ganito. Yung Team Secret ngayon, there are actually the FIL. Bago tayo laya eh.
May letter P kami sa likod, guys.
Oo. P as in Pogi. Tapos yun. Tapos yung cyber.
Sige, tuloy mo na.
Basta yun, mga kaibigan natin. Ang Team Secret, ganito lang yun ha. Sila yung full Filipino powerhouse, ladies and gentlemen. Pumunta ng Berlin nagtrabaho para makatulong sa nanay dahil sa hirap ng buhay. Tapos ito namang Bren Esports ngayon. Sila ang parang super team ng Pilipinas. Kinuha isa-isa yung mga players kung saang-saang lupalop na teams dito sa Pilipinas para bumuo ng isang super team. And ito na, maglalaban na sila, ang bago at ang luma. Sino ang mananalo? The past and the present. The past and the future.
The future.
Di ko rin alam kung sino, men.
Men, kung iisipin natin, no, parang ang weird makita. Yung Team Secret laban sa Bren Esports. Parang sina
Weird.
Jesse Vash kalaban yung Bren Esports. Parang weird sa
Tigil
una
na natin to.
isipin. Oo, balik na lang tayo sa Bilibid, men.
Basta ewan
Casting
ko.
from Bilibid, mga kaibigan.
Kaibigan, dito ako ngayon sa Manila City Jail. Si
Sa Muntinlupa
Taylor.
kami, eh.
Nasa Cebu yan. Mamaya sasayaw pa yan eh. Pero,
Thriller nga yung kanta mamaya namin. Na-practice namin. Na-practice.
Kasi nakita ko si Taylor kanina, di ba naka-orange? Kala mo naman talaga bagong laya, di ba? Tapos na-realize ko, meron din ako ah. Sige. Pag gusto, binibigyan. Alam naman natin yan.
Binibigyan.
Solid. I mean, ito talaga yung pinaka-antay na nakararami, mga kaibigan. Nagtatanong sila kung sidestep maglalaro ka ba? Oo, maglalaro at altab-altab lang. Tatandaan nyo, mabilis ang daliri ng Pinoy.
Habang nagkakasyan si Bill, mga kaibigan.
Gumagano.
Love step out, side step in. Gumaganon-ganon pa yan habang may kasamang shout. Kasipin mo si Bill, kita niya lahat.
Partida na.
Partida na yun, 5 minutes delay naman eh.
Kaya 5 minutes delay din yung reaction ko.
Nag-uusap kami ni Bill kanina, guys, kasi wala pa naman, di pa naman magsisimula lahat. Alam ko naman excited kayo. Kanina nagkakwentuhan tayo kung ano yung mga pinapanood natin.
Tama. Kasi nagkamali lang naman ako. Kasi alam niyo yung bagong movie sa Netflix and VCT. Ano yun eh? Ang tawag doon? Yung
Tinder Swindler. Sinabi ko sa kanya, di off-cam sinabi ko kay Taylor, Bes, napanood mo yung ano?
Ganda ng Twitter Swindler.
Napanood mo na yung Twitter Swindler, best? Ang ganda ng Twitter Swindler. Ano Twitter Swindler? Saan mo napanood yan? Peke yata yung napanood mo, men.
Nung pinanood ko, men, meron pa mga naglalakad sa harapan. May mga umuupo sa gilid.
May umuupo sa harapan. May
yung
umuupo
camera
sa likod.
gumaganon-ganon. Nabilig yun sa kubaw eh. Pero ito, bago ang lahat ng mga pag-uusap natin ngayon, mga kaibigan, kung magrereklamo kayo na yung mga caster ay nag-uusap, nagkwekwentuhan lang, ladies and gentlemen, ganito lang yun. Tulad nga na sinabi ni Taylor kahapon, if gusto nyong manood ng Philippine Pro Gaming League, manood kayo sa Twitch, sa English. And
pero kung paro-paro G-League, yung hanap nila,
dito sa Facebook.
Yan. So, dalawang liga pala to, magkaiba pala. Magkaiba pala yung stream ng Facebook sa Twitch.
Dalawa yan eh. Philippine Pro Gaming League tsaka Paro G League. Dito yun.
Yappy.
Sa
dito
Facebook.
tayo. Tropa tayo dito lahat.
Pero partner, ito, nakita natin kahapon na nag-chamber ang Team Secret.
Si Wits. Naka-chamber si Wits. Pero actually, hindi masyado ganong gana yung chamber pick nila, no? During the time na nilaro din nila. Icebox din yung mapa na yun eh.
Icebox nga.
Icebox.
Yung last map nila.
Last map. Yung third map nila. And they lost against Oasis Gaming. So, ito na yung redemption arc, kumbaga, ng Team Secret against the present Bren Esports team right now. Nag-tweet na nga si manager eh. Si boss manager-ish.
Ano sabi?
Sabi niya dito, we're going up against our seniors today. Wish us luck.
Ito, mahihiya si Miss Alodia tsaka si Kuya Will. Si Dasovich hindi yung isa.
Si Kuya Bill. Walang hiya si Kuya Bill.
Walang hiya yun. Sa mga sinaing na pwede nga mangyayari dito sa game na to. Like what I've said, this is a full Filipino powerhouse versus the Filipino super team. Team Secret versus Bren Esports. To be honest, if ever you're gonna ask us, yung mga panel sinasabi kanina, Bren Esports sila mananalo. Tapos baka yung iba Team Secret mananalo. Parang lahat naman ng opinion nyo valid, wag kayong mag-alala. Valid naman lahat eh. So magkakaalaman na dito sa Icebox, dating mapa to. I mean, mapa pa rin to talaga ng original na Bren Esports. Pero let's see what's gonna happen here in this first game right now. Once again, Team Secret versus Bren Esports. Game number 1. It's time. Let's go.
It's finally time as Wits umaabanse na agad dito. Bumabanse na si Kuya Wits. Gusto niya makakuha ng kahit isang pick-off man lang bago siya umatras. And they actually picked Chamber. Yet again, they really want to make it work pagdating sa Icebox. Mamin, gapang-gapang, tamang tipi lang. Mabout for Wits. 1 down for Bren Esports.
Yeah. Pero dito naman ngayon sa mga matches na nangyayari dito, it's just the players of Bren Esports going here in A already. And for the side of Team Secret right now, we all know na sila pa rin talaga ang kings of retake dito sa Pilipinas, pero kaya ba na ikuhanin ang mapa na to dito sa Bren Esports right now. So 4v4 naman, Dubstep is now down for dalawang jet na dito sa dalawang team natin is patay na. Pero paano nila i-retake ito mga kaibigan na board ko mga kaibigan? Going all the way from the backside together with Dispenser. But can they do that retake? Hot Sauce with the kill one left. Together with Savvy 8K, but Hot Sauce ulit talaga pinapatay na lahat mga yung mga players dito ng Team Secret. Brain freeze, finishing everything off. 1-0 already dito sa mga sa mga friends natin sa Bren Esports. It's just they know din talaga kung paano kunin tong A site. Pwede nating sabihin na we've all been watching Team Secret for a long time already. Marami ng teams ang nag-study sa mga gameplay nila. So probably, sa tingin niyo ba, nakakuha na sila ng gist or anything like that para lang at least ma-counter na ang Secret dito sa mapa na to?
Posible, men. Sa dami ng VODs na mapapanood mo para sa Team Secret, talagang mapapansin at mahahalata nila. O basically, baka nga ma-memorize pa nila like the back of their palms itong gawain ng Team Secret, no? Pero ito na, yung Recon dumadaloy na papuntang B-site at tamang daloy na rin dito si Savvy as he satchel in. And yung boost na yan, yung dalawang boost na ginawa ni Savvy, he gets a triple kill on that. Dispenser na lang ang natitira dito. At classic lang ang kapit ni Dispenser. Pero alam na rin kung saan ang location niya. Tamang wallbang na lang din mula kay EJ in a flawless round for Bren Esports. Partner, alam naman natin, di kailangan mag-worry ng mga fans ng Team Secret pagdating sa mga pistol round, di ba?
Yeah, for sure. Pero
notorious na yan eh.
I mean, matik na naman yun. If ever pistol round ang nangyari, it doesn't mean na kahit 2-0 na agad yung score natin dito. Doesn't mean na tuloy-tuloy na yun. Antayin niyo yung gun round kasi doon talaga yun magkakaalaman. 3rd and 4th round for sure, if ever. Dito lang pagiging successful. Bakit ka tumatawa, partner?
Yung comment section kasi meron pa tayong side gig pagtapos na ito magde-deliver kami ng Shopee.
Oo. Kasi picture namin, Shopee!
Not sponsored by the way mga kaibigan. Dubstep nag-aabang lang kung merong lalabas dito with his Vandal. He might be able to get a pick off on EJ actually. Tapos tamang dash away lang. Dash away ang gagawin. Pero matagal. Actually, nag-aantayan lang sila dito kung sino yung gagalaw. But with this slow, madedelay yung Bren Esports. Ang tagal pa rin nila dito dahil naghahanap din sila ng pick-offs na pwede nilang gawin. Alam nila, aware sila na baka may tao sa taas. And exactly like that, Dubstep was able to secure 1 kill. Pero yung trade mula kay EJ, pumasok din.
Pero at least naka 1-to-1 trade na sila dito. But Dubstep, with that outdraft na ginawa niya dun sa may bilong, yes, naging worth it na rin naman yun talaga. Kasi at least naman si Savvy 8K dito. So one duel is now down for the side of Bren. And it's just a Josh together with the players of Bren. Just waiting patiently before sila pumasok dito sa B. And nung narinig nila yung wall, nakita nila yung wall, mga kabing, all they gotta do is just go in already. But Dispenser trying to stop the players of Bren Esports to go in here in B. Shock, they're not gonna connect onto the players of Bren Esports. They're putting on Hot Sauce all the way from nowhere. Where they go on to Jesse with a Guardian 40 seconds in, and they know it na meron tao sa mga which is Wits, but Wits gonna shut down. Joe says, but Bravies with a big trade-off. Dispenser, the only man remaining again. He's low, 30 seconds on that heal. This is really hard for Mr. Kevin Te.
3v1. Kaya pa ba makakuha ng pick dito ni Dispenser? Mukhang hindi na as EJ close things off for Bren Esports. Ito actually yung kanilang bonus round, no? So Team Secret, obviously, hirap na naman sila to hold on to sides even on a buy round. At even with the flank, Bren Esports is just ready to take action. Ang ganda din nung explosive gameplays na ginagawa dito ni Savvy, nung dalawang duelists actually. Kasi ang dami nilang posibleng gawin for an entry. It's either EJ or it's either Savvy. Na usually, yung mga satchel in plays na yan, talagang mawawala o aangat yung tutok ng mga players natin dahil nga may lumilipad na race. Tapos sabay papasok yung ibang players. So medyo bigla pa ngayon yung Team Secret. Pero feeling ko, along the way, papantay o mahahanap nila yung balance.
Pero ang problema rin talaga ngayon ng Team Secret, mga kaibigan, wala silang pera at all. And they need to just make the most out of this sheriff lang din talaga if ever talaga makukuha nila yung mga one tap to the head onto the players of Bren Esports. Pero they're actually trying to be really aggressive para lang at least makakuha sila ng off-angle kill dito or probably pick one off dito lang sa A. Kasi yung dalawang players doon lang sa may nest eh. And kung napapansin mo, medyo pumpush ata si Jesse Vash dito kahit konti. Pero sobrang aggressive na rin yun, and if ever lang talaga mapita si Jesse Vash dito, magkakaroon sila ng problema kasi hindi sila makakakuha ng anything or like kind of information lang din kasi for Bren Esports, they know na sila yung may alam nila na sila yung may lamang dito, and all they gonna do is wait, delay, kalma lang, chill lang, at sabay-sabay tayong pumasok dito sa B. Let's just confirm kung saan ba talaga yung mga players ng Team Secret, bakit talaga tayo pumasok dito sa site.
Dalawang wall from the Viper up and online na. Nagpa-plant na rin si Bren. Hot sauce dito. Naspatan siya. Alam nila dito siya nagpa-plant. And at the same time, there is the wall of the Sage. So makakaligtas siya dito actually. No? Walang sumisilip on the side of Team Secret as well. Nag-aantay pa sila ng kani-kanilang mga rotation all the way from A sides. This is now a 4v5 situation. A full 4-man retake. If this can happen pagdating sa Team Secret, then magandang pangitain for them. But the top is there, hindi tinuloy, just a fake. And Savvy is just in the corner waiting for someone to pop in. But this is a 4-man peak. Vil, 4 na tao yung sumisilip sa'yo. Paano ka lalaban?
Wala ka talaga magagawa dun for sure. But Dubstep, with that sheriff, kailangan niyang mamatay dito para na at least magkaroon siya ng pera next round. Pero like, just like what you've said, mahirap naman talaga if 4 ang sumisilip sa'yo. Wala kang magagawa eh. Literal, iaangat mo na lang yung kamay mo at magdasal ka na lang siguro. Pero, wala eh. Hindi rin talaga nila mapigilan yung push dito ng Bren. Kasi number 1, wala naman silang pera. Number 2, wala naman silang baril. Number 3, kalat-kalat sila eh. At sabay-sabay pumasok ang Bren dito. Anong gagawin mo? Wala, mahirap. So, dito sila babawi ngayon sa next gun round na mangyayari. Si Witch meron siyang ultimate. Si Dubstep double up setup ang gagawin ngayon ng Team Secret na hopefully this is gonna be successful sa side nila. And that is actually a really smart move for Brain Freeze. Unahin mo muna yung owl drone para lang at least malaman mo kung yung konting information na may operator si Dubstep, that is huge already. Pwede na kayong mag-adjust from there. Pero partner, ito double up nga sila.
Literally, kanina, kung hindi drone yon men, literal tao o yung pwedeng makuha on the side of Bren. Like you said perfectly, acknowledge pagdating sa Bren Esports na mas smart play yung ilabas muna yung drone para makita. No? Dubstep is just waiting. Alam din na dito ng Bren Esports na naka-operator si Dubstep. Pero may mga swing din na nangyayari. Meron ding tamang jump peak na nagaganap from the side of Bren Esports. But I think they're just waiting for the right timing. And this is the right timing as Savvy open up the side. And kita mo naman, hindi agad na siya shutdown dito si Savvy dahil nga malikot si kuya mo Savvy. May kasama pang revive. Binuhay ang patay. Now Witz is just waiting on the corner. Naghahanap siya ng pwedeng matamaan dito with his operator, with his ultimate. But Jesse Vash is ready to take on the action with 2K on himself. 2v2 situation, Bill 2v1. And with the wall coming up, mabablock kung sino man ang papasok from CT side.
May hihirapan si Witz dito, partner. Kailangan na kumuha ng kahit Vandal man lang. Pero Witz, mga kaibigan, oh my God, kidding that shot. Trying to go for a second one. Meron talo sa may kanan mo. Pero meron pa siyang line up dito. Pero wala na naman siyang snake bite, so it's fine. Josh S versus Witz. Pero yung gala, that is the flick. Oh, again with that quick scope onto him. Take down Josh S. Diyos ko, binaril talaga na tikman mo ang bandal ko. Yun ang sabi ni Wits, parang beast na galit-galit na umatake mga kaibigan. Manager Wits with that huge clutch onto Team Secret right now. And first round na and first point na ng TS ngayon sa side ng Bren Esports. Mainit na mainit.
Grabe si Wits. Si Kuya mo Wits, this is the importance. Ito, yung pros ng isang chamber. Despite having, or kahit eco round man yan, or kahit buy round man yan, they have the choice to have the Vandal or the Operator in some sense, diba? So what a clutch from Wits right there, saving Team Secret doon sa 5 rounds na makukuha sana ng Bren Esports. Ang ganda na sana na plano eh. May post plant na eh. Kaso nga lang, si Kuya Buwits, mainit na mainit pagdating sa mga shots.
Sobrang init. Mas mainit pa sa hot ang nangyayari dito. And sa sobrang init baka matulo na ang mga yellow dito sa icebox mga kaibigan. Pero nakapapansin ulit natin si Mr. Dubstep na minsan pinapalitan ko pag late nagigising.
Pag nag-time out, nag-time out, matic sidestep in yan. Nag-altab na si Vil mga kaibigan. Naglalaro siya ngayon eh. Bigyan shoutouts pala kay kung may Kevin Te, may Kevin Tan, men. Oo, instalason, Go Gaming Gears yan. Hindi ka pa umu-order, yung keyboard nasa harapan na ng bahay mo.
Oo, men. Sipin mo.
Magbabayad ka pa.
Iniisip mo pala, papunta na sa'yo.
Nandun na. Tapos tayo yung nagde-deliver.
Oo, men. Ganun talaga kami nagde-deliver. So, inisigaw-sigaw kami, kumakato kami sa mga gate ng bahay nyo. Pero ito, nagkakaambahan dito sa mga kaibigan. Pero nag-aantayin lang to si Wits. Magandang posisyon niya. Pero he is one. Pero that is the double kick of the plays of Bren Esports. At gising na ang Josh Dash. Mag-isa na lang. Makikipag 1v5 si Mr. Jesse.
Sabi nga nila, 1v1 sa 5. Mahirap
1v1
to
sa 5.
para sa kanya. Josh S though, very low on HP. Maaring makakuha pa ng pick-off dito si Vash. Kahit or kahit maliit na bagay, pag inisip mo, isang kill, parang okay lang. Pero, still, that would affect the economy of Bren Esports. Kaya kailanganin nila bumili ulit ng mga baril. So, kahit pa paano, kung mababawasan dito ni Vash o makakakuha siya ng exit frags, magiging worth it pa rin yung round na to. But it seems like it's not gonna happen soon unless talagang gusto nila huntingin kung nasan si Jesse Vash dito. And obviously, they have lots of money too anyway. Pero magtatago lang si kuya natin Vash at baka sakali, pag lumabas ang ulo, kagaya nun, makukuha niya. He gets hot sauce.
Yeah. I mean, mga players daw ng Bren ngayon, nag-iba na eh. Sila ano daw nila, pinagamit daw nila kila Ribo.
Si Carl Tizzy to eh.
Si Carl Tizzy ba?
Yung naglalaro ngayon. Okay, pinaupo na si kuya.
Yung naglalaro daw sa Team Secret, sila Papi. Try lang daw ng kakaibang bang-bang. Pero ito na, Dubs are trying to be actually not trying but advancing just to get that or para magkaroon siya ng Blade Storm dito. AJ waiting patiently. But Borkum, medyo delikado ang buhay ni Borkum dito mga kaibigan. Pwede siya maka-pick off ng isa pero not gonna engage here. Probably. Kasi medyo delikado rin to if ever talaga pupush siya. Pero sumilip. Pero Josh is nagkasilipan na nga. Pero si Josh nakakita ng una. Pero walang pera ang TS kapatid.
Wala talaga. Si Jesse Vash actually, namatay din siya with the Vandal na sinusubukan niyang i-save kanina. So Marshall at Classic lang ang puhunan with Dubstep up and online yung kanyang ult dito, no? So, ang ang goal dito ay maka-ace si Dubstep. Maganda to kung sakali, pero hindi mangyayari. Savvy 8K was able to take on the kill. Flawless round para sa Bren Esports. Natatambakan na pa konti-konti ang Team Secret.
Yeah. 1-6 already. And ito kasi yung problema. Natalo sila kahapon dito sa mapa na to. Ng Oasis Gaming. And for sure, Bren Esports pinanood nila to. Yung game nila kahapon. Kasi ganoon naman talaga yun. If ever yung kalaban mo maglalaro, panoorin mo, di ba? Kailangan mong makita yung mga weakness ng mga kalaban mo. Parang at least you're gonna make that as your advantage. But
The drone? Hunter's Fury mula kay Jesse Vash, pero mukhang walang kukonektan ata. Si Josh S naman, alam niya na kung saan nakapwesto rather. Si Vash dito habang nag-owl drone busy si Kuya mo Vash nasa mid. Ay, hindi nakita! Trigger discipline lang. Akala ko hindi nakita ni Josh S dito si Vash, pero naghahanap na naman siya ng isa pa ang pwedeng makita dito at mahanap. Usually alam niya na nasa 410 si Borkum dahil typical naman yan pagdating sa Viper, lalo na kung gano'n ang itsura ng Viper's pit mo. With Wits getting a kill, he made a slow happen doon sa entrance. No? But it's not gonna be enough to delay actually the players of Bren Esports. Na-plant na nila yung spike and now ready for post-plant na sila. Ang linis na laso nila, si Kuya Movash.
Yeah. 4v5 and, I mean, not 4 but 3v5 dubstep with that operator again. At kung napapansin mo, every time na may pera ang Team Secret ngayon, it's just a dubstep with that operator. They need to work that out. Kailangan talagang mag-work yan. And if ever na talaga na hindi nila kayang i-defend, men, kailangan talagang mag-save ang Team Secret ngayon. Kasi next round wala naman silang pera eh. Save that operator, save that bundle, and most importantly, save that armor na meron kayo. Pero Joseph trying to be really aggressive right now and savvy and kinapatay pa si Dubstep, so wala na naman silang operator base. Hindi
napulot.
Hindi naman pwede i-abot ni Woods yung ultimate niya kay Dubstep. Pre, sa'yo na to, ikaw na lang yung maglaro. Hindi naman pwede yun eh. And oh no! Dalawa ang kalaban ng actually ganito tatlo ang kalaban ng Team Secret ngayon. Number 1, ang Bren. Number 2, yung economy nila. Number 3, yung mga analyst sa comment section. So paano? Ano ang gagawin ng Team Secret? Paano sila makakabawi?
Isa sa pinakamahirap solusyonan dyan yung mga analyst sa comment section. Pero ang isa sa solusyon na magagawa nila dito is to actually na hindi sila malason. Si Josh S lang actually gumawa ng play during the last round eh. Dahil nalason niya si Vash, nakuha niya rin si Borkum. But on the other hand, pasok na naman ang Bren Esports. Hawak na nila yung yellow. Binigay na rin yellow rather. Pati yung yellow na wall, inakyat na rin ng isang Sage with the plant. Hindi umabot yung shock dart ni Kuya Movash.
Last player standing.
Oh my God. Oh no. Kung napapansin mo, Bren Esports, mga kaibigan, halos wala silang halos wala silang bawas dito. Vash with that Iron Sheriff. EJ, take your head. Natalo na nga ni Hot Sauce, mga kaibigan. Ano ulit tawag dun sa dun sa tumatalon-talon dati ng mga bata tayo 2 years ago? Alam mo yun?
Bunny hop?
Hindi yun. Yung luksong tinik, mga luksong baka.
Luksong baka, ganun.
Lagi akong panalo haba ng legs ko.
So, anong connect?
Wala lang.
Share mo lang.
Nakita ko sila tumatalo. Sharer kasi ako eh.
Share, top sharer badge.
Meron ako sharer badge. Sorry. Kanina kasi, si Taylor, kinakausap kami. Share siya ng share.
Walang sumasagot.
Hindi namin pinapansin. Walang pumapansin sa kanya.
Kaya nga na-hurt ako ng slight eh.
Oo, isipin mo, share siya ng share pero wala naman nag-like.
Isipin mo, ang tagal-tagal kong walang nakikitang tao sa preso, tapos ngayon nakalaya ako, wala akong kausap.
Sorry na.
Yun, men.
Sorry na, mga karehas.
Tingnan mo, kami to. Kaming tatlo ni Ray Ville, tapos si Direk.
Oo, ayan. Ay, kami yan. Si Ray, kami sa baba.
Nag-aantay eh. Hindi niya kasi shift ngayon. Pero kami to. Nagpapatrol kami. Hindi kami naka-orange na jacket dito, pero... Ay, actually, baka yung isa. Di ba may naka-orange dito?
Ewan ko sa'yo. Wala.
Yung nakatayo yung dalawang tao.
Oo, meron.
Diba?
Andun sa may dulo ng... Sa may shift. Ito shoutout nga pala sa observer natin. Boss Direct pasabi na lang na shoutout sa mga observer natin. Andito si Mr. Reggie. Yan.
Si Mr. Reggie?
Oo. Tapos meron pang isa si Mr. Renz. Si Mr. Renz. Yan. Mga observer natin yan.
Saka si
Tapos
Mr.
si
Renz.
isa, si
Sino pa?
Miss Dayan. Yan. Si Ate Day. Ayan. Tapos si isa, syempre, ang aking love of my life, si Miss Meika. Ayan. Observer siya ngayon, ladies and gentlemen. Ayan.
Siya yung
Kasi isa pa. Meron pa isa.
gumagalaw-galaw ng camera. Ganito pala feeling ng mga cute
Si Ate
magtrabaho sa
Shanaya.
North Pole.
Shanaya yun, diba? Yun, Shanaya yun, siya. Ayan. Ano natin yan, mga nasa back-end natin yan, mga observers. Sino pa ba? Sila Mr. Dale, tsaka si Mr. Mabuhay Katantan. Ayan, sila yan.
si Mabuhay Katantan. Salamat, thanks sa lahat ng
tama.
ginagawa nyo para sa amin. No? Maraming salamat.
Salamat.
Nakalimutan ko yung sasabihin ko.
Sorry, papa-shoutout lang naman ako eh.
Okay lang naman. Nakalimutan ko talaga eh. Pero sige. On a technical pause right now, guys. The Team Secret, obviously, with the score line, nahihirapan sila. Nag-a-adjust sila dito. Nag-comment na nga si Boss Yam eh. Nag-comment na si Coach. Si manager nag-comment na. Sabi niya, syempre, kakabalik lang. Tapos, ngayon lang may tournament, nag-a-adjust pa ang Team Secret. So, all the way, mula kay Boss Manager yan. And the thing is, yung kalaban din kasi ng Team Secret, ibang region. So, iba-iba yung gameplay. So, talagang adjustment na naman pagdating sa local scene din as well. Gaya ng sabi natin dati, Vil, di ba? Pag Pinoy scene, pag Filipino esports scene, bakbakan kung bakbakan.
Oo, film action.
Mababagal kasi gumalaw yung ibang regions eh.
Oo, sabi ko sa inyo, mabilis ang daliri ng Pinoy.
Yapi.
Can confirm. Uy, grabe naman talaga yung mga pasukan ng camera natin eh, no? Doon talaga sa gitna ng lights. Pero ito I mean, yung for Team Secret, man, to be honest, if ever na hindi naman talaga sila manalo dito, maybe this map is para sa Bren. They need to win this really crucial round. Kasi next round wala naman silang pera. O 110 yun.
Pick ata to ng Bren Esports eh.
I need to confirm that, pero
kung tama yung naalala ko pick ata to ng Bren Esports. But on a technical pause still right now, players are fixing some issues on their end. At habang nandyan tayo, guys, paalala ko lang that of course we have the Filipino and English broadcast pagdating sa VCT. Kung gusto nyo manood ng Paro-Paro G League, dito kayo sa Facebook, and of course meron din tayong YouTube stream para sa ating Filipino stream. At para sa English, saan sila makakanood, men?
Sa Philippine Pro Gaming League.
Sa PPGL, sa Twitch yun.
PPGL VCTPH. Ayan, sa Twitch yun.
Pero hindi pa ba kayo masaya
YouTube.
dito? Nag-i-English din naman kami Right?
Oo.
Eto, Bill. Ayan tayo.
Ayan. Oo, yan.
Yan.
Si Riri yung maliit sa baba.
Grabe ka naman.
Ayan. At least kasama natin siya.
Nanonood na naman yung mga ibang pro players din natin. Nandiyan na naman sina Ching, manggugulo na naman.
Ayan, Ching.
Sa comment section. Ang inaabangan ko actually, si Georgie. Yun yung magkaaway eh.
Grabe naman
si Ching
si
si Georgie.
Grabe naman si Coach Mike, mga kaibigan. Ibahin niyo na strategy niyo, TS. Basa na yung mga... Grabe naman si Coach. Sorry, Coach.
Sorry, Coach.
Yan. Works at Netflix and McDonald's. Wow. Double shift. Shoutout sa inyo, guys. Shoutout tayo namin lahat na nakikita namin dito, man. I mean, why not, diba?
Alam nyo, si Meralco Spratlis, minsan mapapagkamalang tayo yan no?
Oo, kasi...
Darating yung araw, mapapagkamalang tayo yan. Pag tinignan niyo yung Facebook niyan ni Meralco, kami lang yung friends.
yun nga eh. Pag si Meralco Spratly, may ginawang... Kabaliwan. Tapos pag chinek yung profile, yung friends kami tatlo. Eto syempre, sino sisisihin mo? Eto si Taylor, di ba?
Parang anak natin yan si Meralco Spratis. Kaya kung nakikinig ka ngayon, huwag kang gagawa ng masama.
Wag muna.
Baka kami ang malagot. Wag muna ngayon, sa second week na.
Second week na lang. Pero ito, mga kaibigan, I mean, alam ko na, inaantayin nyo lang talaga na mag-start itong match natin. Huwag kayong mag-alala kasi kami rin.
Sabi sa comment, Terror, laking yaman, luksong bunny hop lang alam.
Oh, man.
Malay ko ba? Sabi ni Bill, nilalaro niya 2 years ago. Malay ko ba kung nagluluksong baka to si Bill 2 years ago?
Bata ako.
Sa bagay, 16 ka pa lang noon, no?
Oo, ano ba? I'm just a kid.
Malay ko ba?
Ayun. Tagal, no? Tagal nila, no? Kaya mag-alala man. Ganito lang yan eh. Yung mga analysts sa comment section natin, just keep your comments coming. Okay lang yan. Kasi at least, di ba, sinasabi niyo yung mga thoughts. Sinasabi niyo yung mga thoughts nyo.
Minsan naman may sense actually, yung iba na nag-analyze. Minsan, binabasa namin yung analysis na may sense. Tapos, inaaprubuhan namin yan. Critic kami,
tama.
critic.
Oo. Like, ito ah. Sabi ni Mr. Rene Tumlao. Sabi ni Rene Tumlao, tinalo nila dyan Gambit. Bren hindi. Oo, tama. 13-0 ang Team Secret dito sa Icebox eh.
Oo nga, no?
Oo.
Ibang region eh.
Oo, pero
Feeling ko talaga adjustment to.
Pero ang labo eh. Kasi alam ko natalo yung Team Secret dun eh. Ako yung nagkas dun bas eh.
Pinanood niya kasi yung replay. Sa replay, panalo daw.
Si Mr. Rene Tumlao, magbabash na nga lang, mali-mali pa!
13-0.
Oo.
Ay, nako. Yung mga... Sakto lang to kasi habang naka-tech pause, yung mga naka-online class, sumasagot na ng module yan.
Oo.
Sakto lang, di ba?
Sinasabi nila, Vil, laro ka na, huwag ka na magkas. Naglalaro ako, alt-tab nga lang eh.
Ito na nga, kaya nga naka-tech pause, guys. Kaya naka-tech pause.
Oo.
Ay, nako. Baka kasalanan na naman natin.
Siguro.
Siguro nga. Tayo naman lagi may kasalanan. Tanggapin naman natin, no? Still on a technical pause, guys. It's gonna be a while, I think, for both teams. Pero huwag kayo mag-alala, hindi naman forever to. Syempre sa mga rulebook, di ba, Vil, pag mga tournament, may specific time limit lang talaga yung mga technical pause tsaka yung mga timeouts ng mga teams.
Yeah. And hopefully, magkaroon din tayo dito ng changes in terms of strategy dito sa Team Secret para at least makabawi sila. Kasi pwede nating sabihin na ito fan favorites ngayon talaga ang TS because of their achievements.
True.
Yes, totoo yun. So, syempre, all we gonna do is just try and support everything na kung ano ginagawa nila. For Bren naman, they're trying really hard para tapatan yung nagawa ng mga kuya. Kung hindi tapatan, is higitan yun. Lahat ng mga players dito will do that. Tapatan or higitan. Because that is the main thing kung bakit ka nandito. To be there sa taas para makapaglaro ng LAN. Diba?
Naalala ko na naman yung comment kahapon, Vil, nung naglaro din yung Team Secret. Sabi nung isang comment, sabi niya, ano ba yan? Apple yung isang team, ba't hindi na lang hayaan yung Team Secret yung mag-represent sa Pilipinas? Diba? Magaling. Hindi guys, syempre, obviously, Team Secret, mataas talaga yung expectations. Pero, sa buhay, ganun ba talaga? Na laging isa na lang yung laging nananalo, hindi, di ba? So, with that, the certain adjustments comes in. Baka sakaling mabalance out pa nila. Pero mukhang nahihirapan talaga ang Team Secret dito with Savvy and the explosive entry with the showstopper. Naplanta naman nila ang spike. And this is yet another retake mula sa Team Secret na kailangan nilang gawin.
Diyos ko po, nakatikim si kaibigan Mukrob dito ng mainit-init na showstopper ni Savvy 8K. Pero ito na. Dubstep with the go on to one, mga kaibigan. Breakers is now down for wala na silang sobo, wala na silang information dito, and that initiator as well. Pero Borkum is defusing the spike already, pero yun lang, Savvy 8K taking out Borkum for the second time. Protos will be dead. It's up to EJ and Protos right now. Bago sila makakakuha dito 2v2 situation right now. Dispenser, the only one remaining. Nakakita, pero EJ with the swing on his right will take him down 1-9. Oh no!
Wala na namang operator, Vil.
Wala na naman silang operator. Wala silang pera. Wala silang operator. Tatlo na naman talaga yung kalaban nila dito. Yung Bren, yung pera, at saka yung mga analyst sa comment section.
Time out muna, best. Time out. Time first muna para sa side ng Team Secret as they decide on how to handle this. Dapat ba? Kasi ang ginagawa actually ng Team Secret on the past rounds is kapag merong na-pick off sa isa sa site, may rotation sila pero hindi nila nilalabanan yung players ng Bren Esports. So maybe if they have this certain aggression, baka sakali ibahin nila yung playstyle nila, baka sakali makuha nila yung round. It's basically trial and error right now for Team Secret on how they can figure this out. Alam ko may playbook yan at nagpaplano na yan ng matitindi dahil nga alam naman natin na matagal na tong team na to eh.
Yeah, sobrang tagal na yung team nila. They have the experience already. Pero meron talagang team na makakatalo din talaga. For sure.
Sabi ni Ching, todo away daw sila sa comment section ni Georgie. Pero nung nasa bootcamp naman daw sila, lagi daw silang magkahag.
Oo, diba? Sige lang.
Si Georgie mahilig umorder yan eh.
Si Georgie?
Araw-araw nag-order. Ako nagde-deliver eh.
Pag nakita ko si Georgie, titirisin ko yan eh. Gigigil ako sa'yo. Gigigil ako sa'yo eh. Shoutout nga pala Mr. Oriel Declarador. Oy, idol yan.
Sino yun?
Si Graham Gaming. Kasama natin yan back then.
Masarap yung Grahams eh, no?
Oo, syempre.
Nakakamiss. Okay. Hindi kasi ako sa Pilipinas nagpasko this year. Pero eto, balik muna tayo sa laro bago tayo magkwentuhan. Sa Bilibid kasi ako nagpasko 5 years dire-diretso guys eh. Kaya mahirap para sa akin. Wits was able to take 1 kill. Tamang TP out lang. At nag-aabang na rin si Dispenser kung may susunod. Uy, nag-iwan pa ng Vandal. Tamang ano lang eh. Ano tawag yun? Hit and run. Kill and run.
Secure lang yung meron siyang barrel dito. Kung hindi siya tumama sa isa, at least meron siyang pangbawi. Tuloy ko. Nakakatulong yan na dito sa A. Pero, oy! Gusto mo pero tatanggapin ni Hot Sauce yung sakit na binibigay sa kanya ni Borkum. With a snake fight, pero wala ko dispenser with a snake fight, kill again! Pero tapos at this down partner.
Nagsiset up na si Kuya Muwits pero meron tao sa kaliwa at andon si EJ. Hot Sauce was able to secure 1 kill as well. 2v2 situation right now si Vash. Naka-marshal lang siya dito. Dalawang banda lang awak nila and wala akong pakialam. Basta makita ko yung tuhod mo, patay ka sa akin. And Josh S with a double kill. And the clutch brought to you by Republic of Gamers. My God!
Round in the half.
Bren Esports is on fire. Yun lang masasabi ko, men. Guys, naintindihan nyo na yung pinanggagalingan ko kung bakit ako nagre-reklamo kanina na nagsishare ako tapos walang sumasagot. Yan kasi si Vil eh. Kahit ano sabihin ko, men, kukunin ko yung bahay mo, nanakawan kita mamaya.
Oo lang ako. Ganun lang. Eto na. Sabi ni Jason Yap Tabata, Vil, mag-coach ka na lang ng gilas ang ingay mo. Ikaw nga player eh.
Alam mo, 110 yung score natin right now with Bren Esports. They're really on fire. Hindi mo masasabi na mahina yung Team Secret eh. Sadyang mas malakas lang talaga yung Bren Esports ngayon. Savvy was already getting kills and that is Dispenser out of the equation on the side of Team Secret in just a snap. Now, planting the spike. Objective lang, trabaho lang para sa Bren Esports. Lagi ito para sa kanila. Once na makuha nila yung site, insta-plant agad at insta-pwesto agad para sa post plan. This is the smoke. Baka sakaling maka-fake dito ang Team Secret. This is now the retake coming in. 3v3. EJ goes down with the 3v2. Si Josh S na lang. Baka may lineup pa si Kuya mo Josh S. And Brain Freeze was able to secure a kill against Dubstep.
Borkum, 1v2. This is gonna be really bad for Borkum if ever didn't nakuha mga kaibigan. An 11-1 score, but Borkum with that flick onto the top right now. But Bren freeze with the big trade. First half.
Switching sides.
Goes to Bren Esports with an 11 bomb. And Team Secret, kailangan nilang humabol ng sobrang layo, ng sobrang tagal.
Pero nangyari na yun, men. 12-0 nga, nabawi pa eh.
Doable siya. Pwede siyang mangyari. Pero kailangan talaga na everything will go in favor of TS. Pero ito, Team Secret, pwede silang mag-push sa B. Actually, lagi nila ginagawa kahapon is they're gonna go there in mid, dun sa may Harry Potter. Tapos, updraft, then dash dun sa may second floor ng B site. Then, agad-agad, makukuha na agad nila yung B.
Diba?
And for sure, yung Bren Esports ang gagawin nila dito if ever ginawa nila yun. They're just gonna go out. And,
Totoo. Umaatras lang sila.
Atras lang.
Magkakaalaman na dahil magsisimula na yung second half natin dito. And now, with no gap para magkamali para sa Team Secret, the Chamber Wits set up already kung saan siya makakapag-TP kung sakali man meron siya ma-pick off dito, pero medyo masakit. Kailangan niyang umatras ng kaunti. The Wall of the Viper isn't helping at all as well. Nag-aabang pa rin ang players ng Bren Esports. Wala pa ring engagement talaga na malaki na nangyayari dahil parehas na wall on both sides of the team of the Viper. Hindi sila nagkakakitaan actually.
Yeah.
Poison's off.
Once again, 1-11. Later on, we're gonna see the scores of these players. Pag napakita ulit natin yung score screen, but dubstep with that Sheriff. Pero sobrang ganda rin talaga ng mga smoke na nangyayari dito. But Josh is pushing B site and trying to deny and to cancel that plant as well na gagawin dito sa dispenser. Pero yung alam from behind AJ! We'll take down 2 already. Borkom, the only man remaining, gets one. Trying to go for the second one. The right click was not going to connect. And Josh is again coming from behind.
Match point.
Oh my God.
Mahirap to, Vil. Pistol round nila yun eh.
Yeah, that is the only, I'm gonna tell you guys, that is the only chance
30 seconds left.
of Bren of Team Secret para makabawi. They need to win that first pistol round ng second half para magkaroon ng advantage next round. Okay, ang gagawin ng TS dito, they have no choice again. Desperately, they're just gonna buy. All in na sila dito. Bahala na si Batman kung ano ang mangyari. Sige lang.
Kung ano man yung kaya nilang bilhin, binili na nila right now, Team Secret. It's so difficult with a 12-1 scoreline and without any money. Yung ekonomiya nila dito, bagsak na bagsak after losing that pistol on the second half. Naghahanap si Borkum at... oh my God, tamang bawi lang. Makaka-13-1 kayo, posible, pero hindi kayo makaka-knife kill. Borkum was able to take on the kill with the knife and tamang backstab lang din. Hot Sauce was able to secure 1 wits on the other hand para sa trade-off na yan. May wall, kaya naman aatras sila dito ng kaunti. Kailangan nilang kumuha ng pwesto o ng space on the right side. EJ very low on HP. 3 pang players ng Bren Esports ang buhay dito at mag-aantay lang sila para makapag-retake sila ng sama-sama. Pwesto dito ng 2 players ng Team Secret. Isa na nga ang bumagsak and that is Dispenser Wits. Nahabol na rin at alam na nila kung saan nakapwesto. Bren Esports just taking this first game in a very big gap. 13-1 scoreline against Team Secret.
Yeah, nangyari na lang dapat nangyari. Fast games lang kumbaga ang ginawa ng Bren Esports dito. GG, next map naman tayo and yeah, napakabilis lang din and as you can see, it's just the players of Bren Esports na talagang they're really happy to see and the big shoutout nga pala kay Ate Ish na nasa likod
Madam
lang.
Ish.
Oh, si Madam
Tamang
Ish.
video lang sa likod, oh.
Oo, chill lang.
Nanonood yan.
Oh, mag-hi tayo, bes.
Mag-hi tayo. Eto na guys, hindi kami to, no? Pero Posible din. May hawig ka naman kaunti kay
idab na lang natin. Actually, nakita ko yung
Ewan.
girlfriend ko kanina. Ang ganda talaga eh. Nagbibideo-video lang eh. Ano masasabi mo, Dax?
Hindi, para sa akin, men. Tutuloy ko pa din. Ay, wala, binalik ni Derek. My God. Hindi pa kami pinagbigyan. This is the stat sheet right now on what just happened. Bren Esports complete utter domination against Team Secret.
Yeah, and it's just the domination, man. To be honest, the match here that we witnessed, that is brutal for the side ng TS. Pero first game pa lang naman.
First game pa, best of 3 series to kung naalala nyo, no? Just going into game highlights and seeing every shots that Bren Esports took, especially with Savvy 8K, mainit na mainit. Pero nakakuha din ng magagandang ROG clutches dito. Actually, si Wits, kaso nga lang, hindi talaga enough yung mga ganong rounds eh. Yung mga minsan lang mag-pop off. Medyo magulo yung nangyayari for the side of Team Secret and they haven't found yung system yet.
Yeah. But here, dito ngayon sa matches talagang nakita natin for the side of Bren, mga kaibigan. Yun nga, once again, nangyari na dapat nangyari. It's done already. And GG next na rin talaga ang mangyayari dito sa labanan na ito. Best of 3 to. So, they still have 2 more chances para makabawi sila. Is this gonna be a reverse comeback or it's just Bren Esports tatapusan na nila ang araw nila at pwede na sila makipag-date sa mga awards nila. Pero
first map pa lang, Vil. First map pa lang. Tapos first week pa lang.
Exactly.
Diba? First week pa lang ng VCT. So malay natin, ang plano talaga dito ng Team Secret is to save those strategies at makapag-experiment man lang ngayon. So who knows, diba? But going into game 2 later on, kailangan natin yan abangan lahat kung anong mangyayari. But right now, we are just gonna go in a very short break. My name is Taylor. With me is Vil. Don't go away.
quick test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam.
Welcome back sa VCT Stage 1, Week 1, Day number 2, mga kaibigan. And if you've just tuned in, kung hindi nyo napanood yung match natin kanina, right now, playing ngayon ang Team Secret versus Bren Esports. But before we dive into that, syempre papakilala muna kami. My name is Terror. With me is ang aking kapreso na si Vil. Kamusta ka, Vil?
Okay lang naman ako, mga
Himas Rehas.
Karehas and
Mga karehas.
mga karehas. Mamaya pa yung rasyon
Wala pa eh. Wala pang lunch dito sa Muntinlupa. Diyan ba?
Hindi, best ako yung nasa Muntinlupa.
Sa Cebu pala ako.
Ikaw yung sasayaw mamaya
Cebu. May thriller kasi kami mamaya, guys. So, dito wala pang lunch. Ewan ko lang dyan sa Muntinlupa. Meron na ba?
Wala pa naman. No? Wala pa naman silang binibigay. Tinatapos nila yung game na to, syempre pa. Bago kami kumain.
Nanonood. May viewing actually.
May watch party kasi kami sa Muntinlupa.
Oh my God. Kung hindi nyo rin napanood yung match kanina, no, yung score, 13 on the side of Bren Esports and on Team Secret. 1 ang kanilang round na nakuha lang doon. Isa lang yung round na nila na nakuha against Bren Esports, and it just proves na itong bagong roster ng Bren, really dapat katakutan.
Like what I've said, this is the past and the present. This is the past and the future rin talaga. Once again, this is the full Filipino powerhouse versus the Filipino super team na ginagawa ng mga organizations natin. And yeah, we just saw the turnaround of that match. Once again, that is a 13-1 score. Tapos meron pa talagang nagkasaksakan talaga. To be honest, I mean,
just tondo things.
Yeah, just tondo things. Alam mo naman talaga. And kasi isipin mo yun. I mean, we really never thought that would happen. Pero it's just, we can say na all these players are just really improving. Ganun na lang. True. Everyone is really improving, na kayang-kaya na talaga nila tapatan or higitan pa yung mga players that once na, hindi lang once na ilang beses din na naging representative ng Pilipinas. So, it just really proves na everyone here in this tournament right now, the 8 teams, the top 8 Filipino teams that including in this tournament right now, can represent our country in the global stage. And hopefully, we can see that in the future if ever man talaga na alam naman natin na meron talagang papasok na Filipino team dun sa Champions. It's gonna be really soon. Just wait that. Kasi ako rin nag-aantay din dun. And hopefully na sana, padala na kami ni Taylor dun. Inaantay ko na yun, men. Sana ito na yung taon na yun. Kasi last year kasi, muntik na. Actually, nasa Berlin na nga ako eh. Oo.
Pero dahil syempre sa COVID restrictions, no, bawal manood on site. At the same time, syempre yung players kailangan importante hindi sila magka-COVID dahil nga during that time talagang mataas yung mga cases, no, understandably. But hopefully in the near future, especially lahat vaccinated na sana. Pwede na tayong mag-LAN, pwede na tayong magkita-kita, lahat tayo sama-sama sa Berlin, men.
Yeah, sa Iceland, sayang. Dami pa naman.
Pero hindi pa natin alam kung saan yung susunod na venue.
Dami daw damo dun eh. Yeah,
sa Iceland.
Sa Iceland, dami daw damo.
Madaming damo dun, men.
Mga ganun. Si Omen mag-e-enjoy dun. Tsaka sila.
Ecoms, madaming Ecoms.
Ecom station dun eh.
And going back to the actual game though, habang nagpe-prepare pa yung mga teams natin, I think the next map is Ascent, kung hindi ako nagkakamali. And the thing is, meron tayong or default map yung Ascent. Mamaya masisilip naman natin kung ano yung mapa na lalaruin nila dito. But on the other hand, sa tingin mo, Vil, gana ba yung chamber pick?
Well, ano naman talaga yan eh. It's gonna depend on the situation. It's gonna depend pa rin talaga sa mapa, and it's gonna depend rin talaga sa mga gameplay na ginagawa natin dito. Pero
if ever the Team Secret will gonna use Chamber, if yun yung comfy pick talaga nila sa Icebox, well, sino ba naman tayo para pigilin? Sino ba naman tayo para questionin yun, di ba?
Di naman tayo yung coach.
Yeah, sila yung gumawa ng pick, sila yung gumagawa ng play, sila yung gumawa ng pick. If ever hindi nag-work, papalitan lang nila yung content. They're gonna tweak something lang din talaga para lang mag-work yung mga strategy nila. If ever na magkakaroon tayo ng huge revamp siguro sa mga lineup, sa lineup nila or whatsoever, nakadepende na sa kanila yan. Sino ba naman tayo para questionin yan? All we gonna do, all we can say, and all we can actually think is bakit nila ginamit yun. And wala tayong
ginamit na rin nila yun eh. From the last match eh. So, guys, hindi nila gagamitin yun kung hindi sila komportable, no?
Men, ang dami. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 versus 5. Hindi. Marami
8 versus 8.
8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8 versus 8 na to mga kaibigan dito sa mapa natin ngayon. So, matinding labanan to, bes. 8 versus...
Morph. Nag-morph na yung mga ano.
Oo. Si Killjoy tsaka si Sage nagsama na.
Built-in na, men. May turret ka na, may slow ka pa.
Isipin mo si Jet tsaka si Killjoy nagsama, men. Men, pag lumipad yan, abot yan hanggang universe siguro. Hanggang solar system na yan, men.
Helicopter.
Oo.
Mamakanta na lang talaga ng gano'n, no? Next map pala natin is Bind. Yung default map, or yung map number 3 is gonna be Ascent. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, we just have to confirm that. But the next map is gonna be Bind. Alam ko, pick to, actually, ng Team Secret. So, pick nila to, Vil.
Yeah. Actually, ganito. Merong nagpapa-shoutout.
Oh, sino yan?
Sabi niya, casters, if na-shoutout niyo ako, magpapa-deliver daw siya ng food. Sa atin.
Talaga? Darating ba ng Cambodia yan?
Oo, si Mr. Guerrero.
Full name niya?
Oo, si Mr. Guerrero. Si Mr. Guerrero, Peng, ang sabi niya, magpapa-deliver daw siya pag na-shoutout natin. O, di ba?
Shoutout sa'yo, sir.
O, di ba? Hello, Mr. Guerrero. O, yun.
Hello, Mr. Guerrero.
Gumusto eh. Pag gumusto.
Nasa binibigyan. Matik. Nasa Cambodia ako, Mr. Guerrero. Baka sakali. Ano na lang, ha? Padala na lang dito. Ipa-LBC mo kung ano man.
Oo. LBC mo na naman. But yeah, I mean, nagkaka-morphan na nga tayo dito.
Hindi, ito, ano na lang, kasi syempre, medyo may bug yung yung agent select natin. Sa tingin mo, ano pinili dito ng Bren? Feeling ko meron silang may Sky sila, tapos meron silang Raze. Yun ang pakiramdam ko.
Oo.
Ikaw?
Here in Bren, there's gonna go into the computers, which is huhulaan ko kung sino. Pero ito na ngayon, pero yun nga lang mga kaibigan. Ito na, game number 2 already. EJ, umpisa pa lang ng Valorant, barila na.
Matik! Bash nga dito, nawala na rin agad. Nabura sa mapa ng ganun-ganun lang. And a 5v4 is on. 4 na players ng Team Secret dito. Gagapang pa konti-konti. There is a wall of the Sage. So, either kailangan nilang basagin to, kailangan nilang antayan. But it seems like it's an early wall, kaya naman mababasag rin naman siya agad. Savvy on the other hand, nagbato na rin ng boombot on long. Wala pa rin idea dito yung Bren. Hindi ata nakikita ni Hatos na pumapasok. Pero with the patience coming in, alam niya na, nakuha niya na rin yung info. He goes back, but Dubstep goes in on the other hand. He's actually using a raise this time.
30 seconds
left. Jet.
Yeah. It's gonna be, that raise. So, medyo bago to. Na nakikita natin. Pero yun nga lang, ito na si Savvy together with the players of Bren Esports right now trying to retake this side. But Savvy able to kill on to one. Pero hot sauce! That is a really perfect swing! We'll take down Dubstep already. 1-0 now. It's still in favor of Bren Esports. Ito partner, I mean, dalawa lang naman talaga ang duelist din talaga ng TS. Number 1, we have Dubstep. Pangalawa, si Wits.
Si Wits, magaling din maging flasher.
Yeah.
So, I think magandang duo naman to eh. Wits Dubstep connection, yung pagka-flash mo, flights lang. Pwede. Kaya to. So, despite that, Bren Esports was still able to get the first round. Yung pistol round natin will set the tone. Makakabili sila dito ng mga Spectre nila at kung ano man yung kailangan nila. They're still doing a very good hold actually. The discipline is still there 100% dahil once na meron na silang nakita, umaatras sila and they just position themselves on a safe spot kung saan makukuha nila yung site o makakapag-retake sila.
Yeah. But it's just these players, wala pa rin namang mga damage to. Pero sobrang talino ng ginagawa ni Dubstep right now. And ang gagawin lang talaga ng mga players ng Team Secret yung kailangan nila mag-ingay sa B para lang ma-push yung mga players ng Bren na mag-teleport. Kailangan nila para lang at least makapag-pick off si Dubstep ng isa with that frenzy. Nagbabantay lang siya, nag-aantay lang siya. Kailangan nila mag-ingay sa B. That is the strat na gagawin nila ngayon. That is actually quite basic though. But they need to make it work. Pero ang problema
minsan,
nila,
yung simplest things kasi minsan gumagana din Zeal eh. Anong problema nila?
Pero yun nga, I mean, may mga SMGs, may mga pera and stuff. So,
matinding entry kailangan nila dito.
Yeah.
That yung explosive, yung mabibigla talaga yung kalaban. Kasi holding a classic, you have to be really close para ma-burst down mo. Kasi kung malayuan yan, forever, bukas ka pa matatapos bago mo mapatay. Sabi on the other hand, siya lang mag-isa or rather dito sa side or nasa loob ng jump, he gets the typical just that easy. Ganun lang. Isang mabilisang burst down.
That is, I mean, on that round mga kaibigan, Bren just demolished Team Secret doon sa may outside hook.
Ginawang pulutan eh.
Oo nga eh, tan puluts man.
Pampu.
Pangalan ng aso ni Riri, Pampu daw.
Oh, uy baka mapos ka.
Pampulutan, sabi niya.
Baka mapos ka. Pag ikaw mapos, bahala ka dyan.
My God.
Pampu.
Yeah, joke lang naman yun.
Joke lang. Pero yun daw yung pangalan talaga, promise. Pampu daw.
Talaga ba?
Meron kami rabbit ngayon. Kami ni May Rabbit yung inaalagaan na.
Anong pangalan?
Coco.
Mahilig kayo Coco ah. Pero ito. Going back to the ball game right now, the aggressiveness from Bren Esports, they just pushed in on showers. They were able to pick up one pero merong trade-off na kasama yan. Si EJ, akong bahala sa inyo. 2-1 trade tayo dito mga pre.
Yeah. Pero the swing is right there pero tinry niyang i-ADS. But yeah, he saw Jesse Vash but the damage is not enough for you to take down that guy. But puno pa rin naman yung mga buhay dito ng Team Secret so they can still actually win this team fight if ever. Wits, we're gonna start it off with a wall bang as well. Flush this right and kailangan talaga lumabas yung mga players ng Team Secret. Sasabayan nila yung mga fault lines, yung mga flashes ni Wits dito. That perfect entry, that is the thing na talagang inaantay dito ng Team Secret when sila mag-e-entry. Pero ang problema dito, Josh is will actually swing. Oh, but Wits will take down Josh is right now. And ito kay EJ. Si EJ is actually aiming for that ace. Now there's some grenade. We're gonna pop off dito sa may triple and dispenser with a spike being planted.
EJ gets the heal from Hot Sauce. Alagang Hot Sauce lang and he was able to spot one. Remember, bonus round to para sa side ng Bren Esports and they take it again with a 4K from EJ and the help of Hot Sauce.
Yeah.
Wala silang makuhang pistol round against Bren. Is this an experimental way of Team Secret of trying to shape up things? Like Dubstep using the race na lagi usually nakikita natin naka-jet si Dubstep, no? But on this time around, maybe the flights can punish the players, lalo na yung mga explosive entry na hinahanap natin. He could definitely do it with the raise. Kagaya ng ginagawa ni Savi kanina.
Oh. But now, Savi 8K is just trying to mess up with the positionings of Team Secret right now. Mga nakapasok si Dubstep ngayon, pero wala silang idea at all nasa loob na si Dubstep. Si Dubstep, yes, pwede siya makakuha na isa dito. One tap to the head. Basta 30 meters lang yan.
Basta 30 meters. Kailangan niya pa magbilang para i-make sure makuha niya yung headshot, men. Matinding mat to.
Oo, kasi 30 meters, 159 damage yan, men. Pag more than 30 meters, buhay pa yan, dapat 2 taps.
Oo,
Quick
kaya
maths lang.
kailangan si Dubstep magsa-survey muna siya dito sa hookah. Malalaman niya kung 30 meters matatamaan niya. Kung hindi, wag na lang.
Oo.
Engineer Dubstep still waiting for Team Secret. Yung utilities dito, nag-set up na si Borkum ng mga smoke na yan. And I think gagamitin nila dito yung Rolling Thunderville just at the right moment kung may timing sila makikita at opening.
Pero with that flash, not connect the players dito ng Bren Esports. Savvy tried so hard for him to take down Borkum again, but Joss is gising na ang Joss! Na-chup-chup pa dito si Borkum, mga kaibigan. But it's not yet over till it's over because the Spencer is still alive. EJ, nakita yung muso ng baril dito ng Dispenser. Finally take these players down from Team Secret. And yeah, I'm sure maraming nilulungkot dito sa side ng Team Secret, pero nangyari na ang dapat nangyari. 4-0.
Na-punish
4 kamote.
Na-punish agad yung balak nila. Ang tagal nilang pinlano yung B-site actually. Nung pagpasok ni Wits, siya lang mag-isa doon. Si Savvy, hindi nag-connect yung shock dart kasi wala namang tao sa tube. Si Savvy, nandun lang sa may backside. So, once na pumasok si Wits, wala siyang kasamang iba, natalo siya sa engagement, then lugi na agad yung Team Secret. Going on this round as well, with Savvy using the showstopper, he was able to kill Wits. Wala nang flasherist itong Team Secret dito, Vil.
Yeah, wala silang flashes, pero EJ with that reflex. Dubstep. Now down again. Buy round ang TS ngayon, partner.
Wala eh. Ganun talaga ang buhay, men. Napitas na agad kasi si Wits dahil nga dun sa showstopper. So, kailangan talaga nilang mag-doble ingat pagdating dito, pati pagdating sa pag-push dito dahil nga ang dami nag-aabang. This is actually two, diba? 2-man stack on A, 2-man stack on B, and just the perfect and right amount of players on each and both of the sides. Morkum, very low on HP, natamaan ng ibang utilities with the recon. Makakahanap pa sila ng kalaban walang tao na nasa lamps dito.
EJ with a blade storm catches one, but the four not gonna connect. Pero ito nilabas kayo kanya operator, mga kamila safe ever makukuha ba na yung dalawang players dito ng Team Secret, and they're gonna go inside. Doon sa oh my god, muntik na matamaan si Jesse Fash dito ng blade storm ni EJ, pero hot sauce waiting patiently here in A. Nakakuha sa patibong ng Bren ang Team Secret dito. 5 kamote. Oh
Napatipi yung mga players natin ng Team Secret. EJ was just had the perfect timing, lalo na doon sa ground well, and syempre patience is key para kay Hot Sauce. Talagang hinawakan niya lang yung A side dito. Alam niya, narinig na, of course, obviously alam na nila na nag-TP, and the rotation is just perfect. Yung slow orb na pumasok on hookah a while ago will definitely slow down the other player, pero si Dispenser with the low HP, parang na no choice siya doon. Kailangan niyang lumabas agad-agad.
Yeah. And hopefully, I mean, hindi pa tapos to, partner. I mean, matagal pang match to, and sana talaga makakuha na ngayon ang score ang Team Secret. Kahit wala na silang pera at all, para brain freeze being revealed in that recon bolt. But they're just gonna reposition here lang sa may heaven, and this is the chance ng Team Secret ngayon para lang at least makabawi dito. Nag-activate na yung mga ulti na napakadami nilang kinumit dito, and they need to make this work for sure. Dispenser slowly getting that Vandal, but brain freeze all the way from heaven. Get his head. 2v3 is actually really hard for Bren right now. 1v situation right now on to brain freeze up here in heaven. Marami siya pwede i-consider din, pero nakakita na dito. And finally, Team Secret, after that big mishap, getting their first point after 6 rounds or 5 rounds.
Kitang-kita dito yung improvement ng Bren Esports as a team. They started, of course, literally clean slate for Bren Esports before, di ba? Nung lumipat na yung Team Secret sa kanilang bagong organization. Etong team na to, hinanap, kumbaga sinuyod, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. para hanapin yung bagong Bren roster na kayang tumapat. Ang dating worry na iniisip natin na paano nila matatapatan, masasabayan yung run ng dating Bren roster. And this, exactly like this. Ganito, sila magsisimula on VCT Week 1.
Yeah. EJ hopping off already. Joseph as well. Pero yung EJ Fontans will connect. Pero nasa yung swing, Jesse Vash with a kill. Dispenser all the way from hook, mga 3 versus situation right now. Nagkalabasan na nga dito ng mga ultimates and now hot sauce was gonna arrive 78k for them to secure B. And where is the rotation ng Team C? Probably here in A or just nagkakaroon sila sa ngayon, naghahanap na sila ng magandang ma-entryhan pero wala na silang choice at all. They need to get a B or probably just gonna use that teleporter and will get B na lang din naman. Pero yun nga lang may problema sila because Josh is all the way from A long but Dispenser will get his head already. 78k together with the other players of Bren Esports right now just trying to rotate. And Jesse Vash, mga kaibigan, who's gonna get that spike done. Ang problema lang din, it's just 78k, it's just right there. Empress. Wala pala Empress, kala ko narinig ko yung Empress sorry. Pero kung ano yung narinig ko, head of Dispenser, kasi narinig ko yung yung parang ultimate ni Reyna, pero guni-guni ko lang pala yun. Pero aftershock, eto nakakala pag ng beses bumutok kay Brain Freeze, mga kaibigan. And ang problema doon, na-defuse, my God!
It's too late. Walang katakot-takot dito dahil sa pag-pop nung anong tawag doon sa skill na yon, yung aftershock. Nung breach. Man, dahil matagal yung pag-pop although 3 times, di ba? 3 beses yon, pero may delay yun ng kaunti. And nakalahati na nila during that time. So it's just a perfect moment na saluhin ko na lang, tangkihin ko na lang kung ano yung nangyayari and keep wits busy on hookah at mag-aantay lang yung ibang players. Big shoutouts pala dyan sa mga viewers natin. And going back to the game and then on to the next round. A beautiful round yet again for Bren Esports on that one.
Oh. Yam! Ilang taon na yung pizza? Baka naman!
Shoutout pa rin kay Andre, men. Si Andre na nag-comment. Isipin mo yun, nagtatrabaho tayo ng 8 hours, nagsasalita tayo, tapos minumura lang tayo.
Oo, nagkikit
guys,
tayo.
Isa lang kayo, may... showstopper, meron bang masaspatan? Natamaan ng fault line actually si Dubstep dito. Pero on the other hand, si Jesse Vash nilabas niya na rin yung kanyang Hunter's Fury. Meron siyang nakita but Savvy was also able to punish 1 player for the side of Team Secret. 2 na lang ang players dito ng Bren Esports. Makakapag-plant na ang Team Secret right now and Hot Sauce and Savvy tumatrabaho na with a double or rather 1 kill off dito para sa side ng Team Secret and Dubstep with the triple kill, securing the round. Paalala ko lang muna sa viewers natin, guys. We have respect for each other. Alam natin na nakikipag-trash talkan din tayo sa viewers natin minsan na tropa din natin dyan. Pero syempre, may linya tayo na dapat hindi tawirin.
Yeah. I mean, chill lang tayo dito. Wag tayo...
lang naman tayo.
Huwag tayo sumobra.
Umiyak sa stream.
Tayo sa baro. Kalma lang tayo, guys. I mean,
sa tagal naming nagkakas ni Vil, kahit anong sabihin nyo sa amin, parang hindi namin naapektuhan. Pero at the end of the day, tao pa rin tayong lahat.
At the end of the day, doon kami iiyak.
At the end of the day, doon kami iiyak. Balik preso.
Diba? Kita-kits na lang sa Rehas. Pero eto na ngayon yung mga players ng Bren Esports. Mukhang nagkakasabukan na ata dito sa may hookah. Pero ang importante dito is buhay pa naman yung mga players ng Team Secret right now. Borcom! Speaking of ulo, Joses!
Go to concealment!
Wala na! Pero Jesse Vash, pinakilig ata si EJ dito. And ito na ata ang pagbango ng api. Makakabawi na ata ang Team Secret dito. 5 versus 3. And it's just wala rin naman kasi talagang pera ang Bren.
Wala they're just holding to this classics, but Savvy was able to punish 1 player even with a classic. And that was the burst. Ito na si Borkum, nagpaplanta ng spike. Mukhang Team Secret, bumubuelo na sila dito. Nahanap na nila yung momentum na kanina pa nilang hinahanap against Bren Esports. Eco round din kasi. Kaya medyo may lamang talaga pagdating sa side ng Team Secret, especially with the buy round that they have.
Pero in terms of KDA, I mean, yeah, Porcom popping off 98643. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's not all about kung sino yung mas maraming patay. It's all about the rounds na napapanalo natin. I mean, yes, these players are popping off, tapos yung iba hindi naman ganun kataas yung score nila. It's fine. Okay lang yun. But you need to consider the contribution of their utilities, of the information that they can give sa isang mapa. That's huge already.
Information game, there goes the slow, and of course, binasag nila yung wall eh. Obviously, alam nila na may tao dito. Alam ni Hot Sauce na may tao dito. They might go for the orb contest. Sinusubukan lang ni Dubstep kung meron bang magpipik, pero mukhang wala. So, they just faked it. Fake-tapped it at kukunin to ni Wits para magkaroon siya ng ultimate. May pangyanig sa banig namin.
Oo, ito na. Kakalampagin na ni Wits yung papag ng Bren Esports pag nakapasok sila at pag hindi siya namatay.
Bootcamp diff?
I mean...
Nga ba? Question mark.
Yeah, we're gonna...
Hindi natin masabi yan eh. Kasi, obviously, para sa fans para sa fans ng Team Secret at para sa fans ng Bren Esports, both of us should see how these players improve. But also, ito na yung inaantay mo, Vil. Ni Yannick ang papag all the way on A side.
EJ with a Blade Storm all the way here sa may backside, pero maganda ang just imagine Lewis, pero yung nga sa EJ lumilipat, tapos nakapatay pa nga dito. But Wits with a big trade-off na rin talaga. 3 versus 1 Wits, super low on HP. They have the utility, they have the shock dart. 10 seconds remaining and they're gonna find this fight. Jesse Vash will be... What? Brain freeze! We'll take that Wits onto that wall, pareho silang low. Astra versus Astra.
Basically, 1 HP to parehas kasi isang bullet lang naman kailangan nila for the Vandal. There goes the tap actually, si Borcom. Kung sakali man na i-pre-fire niya tong kaliwa.
Brain freeze will clutch that!
Oh no.
And you've just seen ROG clutch.
Oh my god, the 1v3 yun, men. 1v3 na outplay pa rin yung Team Secret. Bren Esports is a force to be reckoned with right now. Lalo na sa lahat ng VCT teams na meron tayo. Dapat nilang tignan tong team na to because my god! Look at him!
Bessie, sobrang solid ng pag-flick dun sa pag-flick dito kay Wits man. Hindi ko ini-expect na mamatay si Wits dun. Biglang solid. Wallbang yun
Grabe nga eh, yung swing eh. Kumbaga game sense na lang talaga, di ba?
Yeah.
As long as you can pre-fire, why not? Kung may bala ka pa, ituloy-tuloy mo na. Dubstep, nilabanan yung operator na yan. EJ wasn't able to pop the shot, but Dubstep was able to secure the kill instead. Divided.
Pero ito ngayon sa mga players ng Bren Esports, how will they stop the possible push of a Team Secret right now? The world has been divided by Borcom Dispenser. I'm gonna use all the traps na meron siya just to check some angles here. Pero my god, si Wits nagkakape ata. Sumobra ata sa kape. Pati yung swarm grenade dispenser binabaril na.
Kinabahan eh. Ganun din naman. Nangyayari talaga yan, men.
Oo, men. Bigla-bigla na nag-crit. Di mo nakakala, bigla nag-crit. Mystic Crush na nga lang, nag-crit pa.
Valorant pa ba to?
Ay, hindi na.
Sabi ko, ba't di ko na naiintindihan yung sinasabi ni Bill?
Hindi na.
Hindi na Valorant yun.
Oo, hindi na. Si Bibo, Mystic Crush na nga lang, nag-crit pa.
Boombot para sa may hookah kung sakali man merong ma-detect. At least meron silang information kung saan magagaling yung players dito. Pero binasag na ng Team Secret actually yung wall na naman. Importante na binabasag nila yung wall because automatically Bren Esports would think na hindi basag tong wall, okay lang, hindi natin kailangan bantayan. But once they destroy it, kahit fake man lang na babasagin tapos sabay aalis sila, malaking importance na agad yon kung paano mag-rotate yung Bren Esports.
Yeah. The rotation is key. The rotation is one of the most important key factors kung paano kayo mananalo sa isang round. Pero Jesse Flash, mga kaibigan, sobrang dami na nangyayari dito. Sunod-sunod yung mga ultimates na ginagawa dito mga players ngayon ng Team Secret, mga kaibigan. Pero Dubsab going in there, it takes one down with that showstopper and getting that information onto the Hunter's Fury of Vash. That is a huge factor already. But that plus that lockdown, man. Ang laki ng kinumit nila dito. Well, it's fine. This is the last round already. And probably, we can see a 7-5 for sure for this round. Pero hindi natin masasabihan, what if
Brain freeze
si
nga,
EJ,
1v3.
Yes, exactly. Pero ang problema is wala siyang baril.
Oh my God, di niya kailangan yan. Sheriff lang daw sa kalam. Brenny, Jay on the other hand, meron siya ditong Vandal. He gets 2K. Naghahanap siya ng dalawang players na pwedeng patayin. Very low on HP is the 2 players of Team Secret. This is still quite possible. He still has the time. The fault line comes up. Naghahanap siya ng pwedeng mapatay. Here goes one, and that is with spotting EJ. And still, Team Secret was able to secure that round. Pero ang daming casualties. Last round naman, okay lang yan.
Oo, last round na nga lang.
Commit kung commit.
Yeah. Wala namang masama sa commitment.
True.
Oh.
Kaya don't be scared.
Oo.
Lalo na pag last round na.
Oo. Parang ibigay mo na ang lahat.
Ibigay mo na ang lahat. Wala ka ng choice eh. Oh.
You know?
The ultimate connects mula kay Dubstep. Nakapasok sila sa site. Si Dubstep nakakuha ng 2 kills. Pero hindi mo pwede ipagkaila na nakakatakot yung Bren Esports doon. Lalo na si EJ. Muntik niya pang maklutch yun actually kung sakaling lumabas lang yung nasa A-short o kaya naman talagang matimingan sila. Dito malayo na mahabol ah.
Yeah. Kayang-kaya pa yan ng Team Secret. Tulad nga na sinabi ni tulad nga ng sinabi ni Yam Yam. Not about the kills or MVP or kung sino pogi, which is ako yun. Kailangan panalo, which is hindi din sinabi ko kanina. Kaya sis,
ko
pizza naman. Wala ba tayo dyan? Ilang taon na? Ay,
wala ba tayo dyan?
Oo nga.
Balita ko dun, lilibre din ako ni Madam Yam Yam eh, pag uwi ko.
Oo. Sana.
Alam mo naman si Madam. Ano natin yan? Manager natin yan eh. Pero may nakagat, men. Buti na lang, walang rabies. Pero walang rabies, walang kulang. May backscar na si Phil.
May booster pa.
Boosted yan.
Borkum. Oh, ginagawa ng dyan, baby boy. Freeze. Munti ka na rin parang dispenser.
Holy cam.
Tawag doon, bait and switch mga kaibigan. Silip mo, putok ko.
Tapat mo, linis ko. Parang mali, no? Tapat mo, linis. Dito na lang ako magpa-plant, tol. Okay lang yan, okay lang. Hindi. Entrance nila yan, eh. Planado to, men. Josh S was able to pin one player. He's going for another one. Natamaan pa yung head new hits dito. 1 by 1, Team Secret. Yet again, they lost the pistol round.
Yeah. 8-5.
First half, second half, di nila nakukuha talaga yung pistol.
Yeah, that's true. But
ito sabi. Sige. May sabi kasi si Nino na sa comment section. Manalo matalo, support pa rin sa TS. Dapat lang din maging masaya sa ibang team kasi ibig sabihin worth it yung grind nila kasi pinapakita rin nila yung skills nila as a team and individually. Tama si Nino 100%.
Sabi nga ni Mr. Bombs Gaming kanina, mas dadami ang representative ng Pilipinas.
Totoo. Di ba kayo natutuwa na gumagaling?
Pero ito mga kami makakalipaw na yung mga players dito ng Bren Esports, and that is Sabi I can win a 2K! And trying to get that ace at nagkagulan dito ng Team Secret, and all they're gonna do is just wait. Mag-aantay lang sila, and probably just gonna pick someone. Pero just kupo, nakabulo na nga si Borkom dito, pero nga lang, that second wall was gonna be destroyed by him kasi nandun sa loob. Pero hot sauce knows what's up through that smoke. Ang tawag doon, syempre telekinesis, ladies and gentlemen. Nararamdaman niya na merong tao doon, and with that intuition, talaga nakapatay ito sila isa, pero brain visa ganun, pero eto na. Hot sauce!
Wow! The perfect the perfect position para ibato yung paint shells and force dubstep out of his possession. Bren Esports, they really played that round very well. Vil, Savi, mainit si Savi, mainit si EJ. Yung dalawang duelists, ang hirap i-shutdown.
Yeah, for
Explosive
sure. Sobrang explosive talaga ng mga players natin dito. And pero natin sabihin na they really have the strategy na wala rin talaga makakatalo. Once again, this is the Filipino powerhouse, this is the Filipino super team. And Bren Esports might, and there's a chance talagang they're gonna get this game pag hindi pa talaga umayon sa Team Secret ang laban.
Magkakaalaman yan dito with the bonus round coming in from Bren Esports. Wits was able to punish one. That is Brain Freeze out of the equation. Malaking factor to para sa Team Secret right now dahil wala nang controller ang Bren Esports. Hindi sila makakapag-setup dito ng mga smoke pero they still have Josh as and may guiding light pa na pwedeng gamitin. Kaso nga lang, they have to plan this, replan themselves dahil wala na silang smoke na pwedeng magamit dito.
Careful.
Careful.
Salamat. Thanks.
Eto na. There goes the Patial. Guiding light comes in. Ito na ang Satchel in play na inaabangan natin from Savvy. He was able to punish one. Alam nila na may tao sa tube dahil may napatay din on the side of Bren Esports, and that is Dispenser with the swings with the triple kill. Team Secret was able to get that round. 9-6 ang score natin, Vil.
Nice!
Ako yung baliktad. Kasi 9-6 eh.
At
least both.
Oo,
diba? Parehas.
Isa lang yung isip nating dalawa.
True. Isa lang yung isip natin dalawa. Lugi ako
Okay.
Ako yung na-stress ha. Nung na-realize ko parehas tayo mag-isip.
Nakaka-stress yun, men.
Parang delikado ata buhay ko.
Sakit mo sa ulo eh.
And so, technical pause and I think on the side of TS actually na may kailangan silang ayusin. Guys, may kailangan silang ayusin. Baka may magsasabi na naman nagkikwentuhan tayo.
Oo. Okay lang. Para at least, diba, if ever may nagsabi, siya na yung next topic.
At least may pagkikwentuhan tayo ulit.
Ganun lang yan, guys. If ever na gusto nyo ma-shoutout, yun yung key. Kung gusto nyo shoutout.
Bosher.
Oo.
Hindi basher Bosher.
Pero ito lang yan, medyo malupit ako rumibat, kaya medyo
yun lang.
Mag-isip-isip kayo.
Ilang beses nang naban yung page ni Bill sa pagko-comment dito sa PPGL. Tandaan niyo.
Isipin nyo, men. Ganun kalupit yun. Kahit mod ako. Kahit kami ang damod. Nababan pa rin kami.
Ay, no. Ganti ng api. Team Secret. Kaya ba? Kaya pa bang mahabol? We are back in the ball game and we are looking at Bren Esports. Si EJ actually nag-stick lang siya sa kanyang dito, no? Sa Spectre. So tamang burst lang. Feeling ko pipiliin niyang lumapit dito agad-agad.
Diyos ko po, nagkasilipan na nga dito pero habang natutut si kaibigan Josh S, nilalabas lang na yung doggy para siya makakita na siya ng enough information kung saan talaga sila papasok dito, and probably they're just gonna rotate lang din kasi A is stacked already.
Definitely. Tatlong players na ng Team Secret ang nag-aabang sa A site. On the other hand, isa lang with the Killjoy on Team Secret, which is a dispenser, na naiwan sa B site. No? May nakaset naman na traps, and once na, of course, may naramdaman sila, the rotations will definitely come in. The push mula sa Team Secret, dalawang players, Wits, at sino ba yung isang kasama niya dito? Si Astra ba? Si Borkum, saka si Wits. Umabante.
Yeah. Savvy 8K getting tagged nung swarm grenade, mga kaibigan, and really good lockdown as well para syempre hindi talaga sila mas patan dito and for them to force out these plays. Ano ginagawa mo dyan? Bakit ka nag-yoga dyan, kapatid? 13 seconds remaining
10 seconds left
into this round. And
They
walang choice
have
at
to
all.
plant. Wala
Yeah,
wala.
save lang,
No
save lang.
choice. Save talaga para sa kanila at tamang budgeting lang muna for the next round. At least with this save, because Savvy, hindi siya makaka-entry. Very low on HP already. Wala silang mapwestohan. And I think it's a very smart decision for them to just save dahil on this round, at least tatlo pa rin yung Vandal na hawak nila dito. That's still enough firepower to actually go up against the players of Team Secret na may Vandals din. And Phantoms.
Yeah. And for sure, the 3 players of Bren Esports will anchor this. And they need to make this really worth it na rin talaga. They have no choice. Josh has with that swing, not gonna catch someone off guard with that sheriff. Though, pero nga nakakabali na dito, hot sauce. We're gonna get the head of one, the dubstep. At least wala na rin dito yung isang may Vandal dito sa side ng Bren Esports. Pero Flash is not gonna connect on to one, but they have no idea at all kung ilang ba ang tao dito sa A. Kung papansin mo, best, walang tao sa B. Pero sobrang crucial, sobrang critical ng pwesto ni Dispenser.
One enemy remaining.
Wits doing the job done on these players of Bren Esports, but a brain freeze, mga kaibigan. Tried so hard, but Wits, we're gonna get that round 9-8. Best, from 5-0 to 9-8.
Parang taon lang kung kailan ako pinanganak. 98.
Oo.
One enemy remaining.
Actually analysis dito, nag-chat lang sila sa all chat. Sabi, all mid tayo, pre.
All mid.
Doon sila nagkita-kita lahat eh. Well, it's just a matter of time talagang paunahan na lang actually kung sino yung makakakuha ng shots, no? And it was Wits who got the triple kill. Nakasagot siya sa firepower ng Bren Esports. I think this is actually a timeout for Bren kasi medyo napako din sila. And tumitibay na yung depensa ng Team Secret. Unti-unti nilang nababasa, no? Even with certain aggressions. Yung aggressions actually ng Team Secret dito is hindi early aggressions. They actually go for a mid-aggression. Especially kapag wala na silang nararamdaman. Dalawang players kagaya ni Borkum kanina. For example, Borkum and Wits. Nagsama sila on showers just to push it. And nakakakuha sila ng pick-off dahil nga may isang naglo-lurk lagi on the side of Bren Esports naman.
And for the side naman ngayon ng mga tropa natin and mga kaibigan natin dito sa dalawang teams. Ito mga dalawang teams na to, tropa natin na mga yan, mga kaibigan natin yan. And huwag kayong magkadala kasi dito, oo, naglalabanan sila. Pero sa totoong buhay, mga magkakaibigan talaga yung mga close yung mga yan. Lalong-lalo na sobrang tagal na sila nagsama. Pero, going back here to this game, it's just walang choice at all si Savvy kundi maging sobrang aggressive. Nakaboga siya, mga kaibigan. Meron pa siyang ultimate.
Boga firepower, mahirap to. Lalo na si Savvy, nakita na natin mag-flights to. Once na makalapit to sa Team Secret, delikado yung magiging posisyon. And also, posible din eh. Kasi with Savvy, wala siyang pera talaga to completely buy a Vandal. So, with this, the showstopper works for him probably, pero inaantay niya dito is actually yung gravity well mawala. Now the rocket fuse o yung kanyang ultimate, naghahanap pa rin siya ng pwedeng mapatay pero it doesn't connect to anyone. Bye-bye 8 ultimate orbs para kay Savvy, and he has the shotgun to hold actually itong lamps. Magandang hold para sa kanya, ha? Hindi siya lugi dito.
Yeah, wala pa rin nagkakabukasan dito, pero ito na ang Rolling Thunder coming in from Weds. Nagkakapasok na nga dito, pero Savvy and kay Binoga sa mukha si Mukrob, mga kaibigan. At si Wits na lang yung natira. What
Sabi ko sa'yo Sabi ko sa'yo Savvy, despite having the judge, sobrang ganda ng posisyon niya. Hindi siya actually lugi na naka-judge lang siya. Actually, lamang na lang. He was able to hold the choke point and that is yung lamps kanina, no? Aside from that, once na na-trigger na Savvy, naisip niya, oy man, meron pang isang sumisilip. Okay lang, bait and switch tayo. Ganon exactly yung ginawa nila. And si Josh S., he was there to save the day for Bren Esports and for Savvy 8K as well. Napatime out na yung mga tropa natin from Team Secret. They have to readjust and reassess themselves.
But is the adjustment na pwedeng gawin ng TS ngayon. Kasi problema, okay lang pala. Kasi merong konting pera ang Team Secret next round if ever matalo sila dito. Yeah, meron nga for sure. For real. Grabe yung mga ngayon, yung generation ngayon no?
Bakit?
May mga fur sila. Mga for real, NGL, not gonna lie. Mga ganun.
Not gonna lie? SML, share mo lang. Yun lang alam ko eh.
Oo nga, niggle, fur. Lumaw.
Fur. Ganun na mag-usap yung mga tao ngayon. Letters na lang. Nung first word na sinasabi nila. Di ba? IKWYM. I know what you mean. Literal, ginagamit yun, di ba?
Oo, ginagamit talaga yun. Pero dito na ngayon sa ating game, dubstep pushing. Pero hindi. Agad eh. Na-e-coms agad ni kaibigan Brain Freeze eh. Fur. Pero oy!
Aray!
Diyos ko po, nakita ba yung ulo ni Sabi 8K? Gumalaw eh.
Sakit.
Napitikan yung ulo eh.
Okay lang. Josh is healing capability.
Napapikit si Sabi 8K nung napitik yung ulo eh.
Napakindat si Reyes. May healing galing naman. Nandiyan naman si Joshes eh. Walang problema. Ito yung kinagandahan nung lineup ng Bren Esports actually with the Sky Pick. Dahil meron silang healing or AoE heal. Aside from that, very workable. Yung ultimate din ng isang Sky, no? So, napaka-viable pick nito, especially on a map like Bind. Remember, this map is selected by Team Secret. May blinded na lumabas or may sinabi na blinded. So, ibig sabihin, alam dito ni Josh na merong tao sa lamps.
Nagkapasok na nga dito sa mga kabe, pero dubstep pain shells on to the players of Bren ngayon, pero now getting connect, but dubstep again with the ganda pa sa showstopper into your face, hot sauce! 2v3. 20 seconds left, and it's just the players of Bren right now with a spike being planted. Paano retake ng TSE2? Borkun, one more orb for that ultimate. Pero si Borkum ganda ang galawan dito. Pero yun that is not swing, but Borkum will get that kill. Pero Borkum mga kaibigan. Diyos ko, pero Sabi, oh my God, Sabi, will get that kill. Happen in New York si Borkum. And the spins are gonna go down into the hands of Brain Freeze as well. 11-8. And, my God.
Gusto lang naman mag-setup ni Borkum eh.
Oo. At walang ganong kapera ang TS. Men, broken by sila.
Man.
Oh no! Mapapasuntok ka na lang sa pader talaga.
Sinuntok ang pader. The thing is, nagamit din ni Borkum yung ultimate niya. Tama ba? Nagamit din ni Borkum. Nawala completely. Yung ultimate, no? Na-timingan siya doon and just yung mga gano'n na maliliit na bagay, yung mga timing na ganyan can turn things around. Broken by ngayon ang Team Secret. Dubstep, he's going for the judge actually. Mukhang gusto nila maging hyper-aggressive dito. With Jesse Vash using the Sova Hunter's Fury, meron siyang naspatan kahit papano pero hindi enough para makakuha ng kill. Wala ring bawas actually.
Mga soybean curd, mga ganun. Mga Kuya Toho vendor, para like, you know, nice shorties done, bro. Mga 50% earnable level.
Kailangan na atang mag-comment ni,
Parang mo ba yun? Tawa ako.
Alin?
Yung soybean curd. Oh my God!
Binuhay ang patay. Hot Sauce was able to res up EJ 4v4. Walang may lamang, or actually lamang ang Bren when it comes to firepower. Josh Hess was able to secure triple kill pero si Dubstep naglalakad lang, naghahanap. Security guard to, sir. 2 bullets na lang natitira. Nakakuha pa siya ng isa. Makakapag-reload pa with the heal. Pinasok nila ng dalawa ng Bren Esports. Match point na sila and nakapag-plan pa ng spike. Ang daming arep. Partner, ang daming arep. And sa kabila naman, may pera sila pambili dahil nga sunod-sunod na rin.
Alam mo ang tawag
rounds
doon?
Ano?
RK, bro.
RK, pare.
RK, pare.
Rich kid.
After na tapunta sa BGC to check out some shorties, pare. gonna do? Pero oy, Dubstep, yan hindi na ano yung boga na boga flame Pero ito na.
Na-capitalize niya naman yung yung boga actually. Kaso ang dami masyado.
Oo. Fur.
For real. At least nakapag-ipon si Dubstep ng orbs dun. Pare, dude siyang.
NGL pa. Nigo.
Not gonna lie. Iba na talaga yung generation natin.
Yeah. Tara. Nagkakatingin nga lang, it's just na gravity well ngayon yung doggy ni Josh. But, so na information, ito meron pang chance ang case hanggat hindi pa 13 ang Bren, kayang-kaya pa. Puso! Yan tawag doon.
For real. Puso lang talaga, no? Pagdating sa side ng Team Secret, alam ko marami na rin nagdadasal para sa fans nila dito na makuha pa nila tong isang round. Kasi kung di nyo alam, best of 3, 1-0 na yung score. Lamang na yung Bren Esports match, series point na nila to. Nagpe-prepare na sa entry ang Bren, and I think with the defender Killjoy lockdown, parang kala mo magkaka-teammate lang. Flights para kay Savvy, pero hindi siya papasok. Mukhang canceled muna ang plano natin going B. Habang papunta na ng A site, si EJ naman with a double kill. 2-1 trade lang para sa kanila. The site is wide open for them to plant the spike.
Out of charge.
Yeah.
Woo!
It's not yet over till it's over. 3v3 right now. Halos puno pa yung mga buhay ng mga players natin ngayon. And for the players of Bren Esports right now, do they have enough time for them to do and the plant the spike? Pero yun nga, Savvy 8K, 7 seconds remaining. And yes, look at that. Josh S with a spike being battled right now, and it's all up to Dubstep. Savvy 8K, magkakita yung dalawang race dito sa hook up. Pero yung kala, oh no! Savvy 8K with the kill. Bren Esports! The new
2-0
Bren Esports, mga kaibigan. 2-0. Hashtag gising na ang Josh. Papuri sa Josh, ladies and gentlemen. Partner.
This is probably the happiest na nakita ko yung Bren Esports after that when they did amazing. Wala kang masasabi. Walang butas on the side of Bren Esports. The performance especially of our other players like EJ. Diba? Nakita natin yung mga 2-1 trade niya, minsan triple kill, minsan 4 na kills pa yung kinukuha niya dito. Just the performance is top-notch and on the next level. And it seems like Team Secret talagang nag-adjust sila after their run on Masters Berlin.
Yeah, it's done already. We've like what you've said, it's all to the adjustment na rin talaga. May ginagawa rin ng Team Secret right now. Pero yung mga nasa taas naman, which is tinatry nila, of course. Talo ng Bren Esports, natalo sila sa match nila, pero ngayon, bumangon sila ulit. They tried so hard. And sa mga next succeeding days, they're gonna try even harder para makapasok sa playoffs. And for the side of Team Secret, di malungkot, 2 beses na sila natatalo.
Pero hindi pa tapos ang lahat. Week 1 pa to, guys. Week 1 pa to. For all the Team Secret fans out there, you would never know. Maybe they're just experimenting on something. And this is the perfect time actually dahil week 1 pa lang, mga kapatid. Yun yung mga English casters natin, by the way. Gaya na sabi namin kanina, meron din tayong isa pang stream. But right now, Bren Esports, they're coming in hot. They're the new Bren roster. And they're proving themselves. Unang step dyan is talunin ng Team Secret.
Yes. And the next step is syempre talunin pa yung lahat ng mga players dito sa group nila. And kung napapansin mo, there's a lot of misplays, there's a lot of miscomms probably. Nakita natin yan live. Like siguro yung pag-wall, yung pag-aasal divide sa open, yung
si Borkum na huli.
Pati sa Borkum na huli. Alam mo yun? But I mean, man, that is crazy. That is brutal. Na ginawa
Yung
ni
mga
Brain
ganong
Freeze.
kills,
Yeah.
si Brain Freeze, yung mga wallbang ni Brain Freeze doon, grabe. Tignan mo naman, na gravity well ka na, classic lang hawak mo, kaya mo pa rin kumuha ng shots. Literally, all the players that Bren Esports has are superstar players from all other teams na binuo nila ngayon. There's two, kagaya ng sabi ko from the first day, dalawang klase lang yan. It's either superstar players silang lahat, yes, magaling sila individually, pero kaya ba nilang maglaro as a team? And exactly, Bren Esports, kaya nilang maglaro as a team, and they are also a superstar players themselves.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, we've just witnessed, ito na yung inaantay na nakararami mga kaibigan. Naglaban na yung dalawang team na gustong-gusto talaga natin makita, and the score is 2-0. Once again, this is just the beginning. This is just the start of an explosive year dito sa VCT Philippines. There's a lot of things that can happen dito sa tournament na to. Maraming mga teams na gustong sumali dito, and for sure we're gonna see new teams probably sa stage 2. But before that, mga kaibigan, we're just gonna head on to a very, very short break. Once again, you're watching Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 1, Week 1, Day number 3. We're casters, mga karehas. Ako nga pala si Vin. Sama ko naman si Taylor. See you later.
Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the hurt frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. Some other lands, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl.
Team Secret taking their second loss in a row here in VCT Philippines, and this time it's in a 0-2 up against Bren Esports. Now, I was taking a little bit of a look at the history and, you know, my memory banks. Team Secret has lost to like 3 local teams in the entirety of their inception. Ever since they've been a team, they've only lost to 3 Filipino teams. 2 of those teams have been in the past 2 days, and this is a very different show of form here for the favorite Filipino squad. Asarai, what is going on? I know you wanted to talk a little bit about this, so help me make sense of whatever this is.
All right, hear me out first. Usually when Filipino teams go for scrims to practice whatever they want to improve on, it's usually up against other countries, not really with local teams, and that makes it so that they don't really have experience against the teams that are available here locally. Team Secret does that, everybody does that. And here's another thing, right? Team Secret has not have, I believe, any tournament experience in the Philippines for the past couple of months compared to any other team that we have right now in stage 1. So with that being said, maybe they're struggling because they haven't adapted back to the Filipino meta. Maybe it's all about the international right now for them. But with that being said, they've already taken the 2 series loss, and that is a definite wake-up call for the TS roster.
Yeah, definitely. Raf, anything you have to say about this? I know you wanted to touch on that previous match. A lot of strange things that we saw. That 13-1, unprecedented. I don't think I've ever seen a team wreck Team Secret like that in their history.
I have to agree with you, and considering the most iconic performance we've seen from them in champs, you'd think that the Icebox would translate so well in our local scene. But again, I just like to touch on the fact that the incompatibility is so real. The question is, are we going to see Team Secret go back to form? I guess we'll just have to find out.
Now let's take a look at the highlights. Whatever we just saw, we take another look at it. You know, honestly, Icebox, very, very questionable play here from Team Secret. There wasn't a lot of bright spots. Wits did well, sure, but there still was a lot of questions to be asked. What happened to Haven? Why is it the first ban of Team Secret? What happened to the map selection? And suddenly everything just started falling apart here. Asarai, break it down for us a little bit. Everything just seeming to go Bren Esports' way. Were they just playing on another level today, or did Team Secret start dropping the ball?
I have like a lot of points here, but I'll try to compress it as much as I can. First and foremost, stat-wise, at least for one of the Team Secret players, Dubstep, yesterday, out of the 45 kills that he had in the series that they played, he only got 11 kills out of an op shot, but primarily in a lot of the rounds there, he was actually playing with the op. That is incredibly low, so he's been underperforming. Next up here as well, you were talking about the maps, right? Haven, honestly, I was weirded out as well. We already know that Bren has a really sick Haven map, but it was kind of interesting that they didn't really fight for that because, again, we've seen in the local scene that Team Secret play a mean Haven as well. So I was wondering why they didn't want to challenge Bren in that regard. And last of all, for the Bren side, Savvy has just been so on point. He just synergizes well with the rest of the team.
Yeah, you mentioned Savvy, and I think we're going to get a look at whether he is going to be the MVP or not, because honestly, I really think that was one of his true standout performances, the collegiate superstar, and he is going to be our game MVP, brought to you, of course, by ROG. Savvy 8K with a 314.6 ACS. I'm going to bring it right back to you here, but feel free to pick up Raf. I know, Asura, you wanted to talk about Savvy a little bit, so go right on ahead.
Yeah, again, this particular player, incredibly aggressive, coming in from that collegiate scene from Virtus Arcus, if I'm not mistaken. He has done so many things. Honestly, I thought, when we were starting with the panel, I was thinking that he was going to play maybe more of his breach, but totally forgot again how clutch a Raze player this guy was. There was one iteration, I believe, instance, on Bind where he just got hella baited by Joshua. Joshua was making so much noise that Savvy had gotten a extremely important 2 kills on Hookah, and that secured them the round. So really good synergy with all of the team. It's not just the other player that meshes well with Savvy. I forgot the name already because Savvy. But yeah, he just meshes well with the rest of the Bren boys.
And Raf, you wanted to talk a little bit about Brain Freeze as well. Another player who did really work out along with Savvy in this one, was absolutely lights out in this series.
Oh yeah, Brain Freeze is typically a fairly quiet player. He is a very, if I could compare him to basketball player, he's like Tim Duncan. You probably won't notice, but he's gonna drop 20 and 10 on you, and that's just how it is. But one thing to touch on Savvy is that although he is such a, I would say, star fragger, the thing that I have to highlight is that he never overextends from his backline. Even if he doesn't get the kill, even if the tension is all on him, he sets everybody up for success. And that is definitely something that every aspiring duelist, and even the duelists we have, or just the fraggers we have on the scene, to take note of. Set up your team, create the space, let your team capitalize on it.
Yeah, well, we do have a little bit of a chance to speak to Brain Freeze himself. We got the interview coming up with Donut, so Donut, take it away.
Next Gen Bren is on fire. We have here the IGL, the big brain, Brain Freeze. So hi, Brain Freeze.
Hello.
How are you? Because you beat your forefathers in Bren Team Secret. So how was the game for you?
It was a good game for sure. I mean, they're Team Secret. They're a good team, so we expected a good fight.
So, was the outcome of the matches something that you guys expected? A 2-0 at least when you were analyzing first as a team?
Well, I guess I could say that we just wanted to come into the series as confident as we can be. But beating them 2-0 is surely a bonus. Something probably no one else would have expected. So we're very grateful.
Gee, something that wasn't expected as well was how Bren has reformed the team after the seniors have left. So can you tell us more about the thought process? Of course, firstly, it was Josh S, and then as well as Savvy 8K. Who else in the roster do you think, and what was the process in really getting you as the big brain behind it?
Initially, it started with both of them, and then they got Derek and EJ. And they were just looking for a Sentinel main, but they ended up not finding one. So what they did was they just ended up looking for a Sova main instead and shifted Derek onto the Sentinel. And they I guess I got lucky that they chose me out of all the other players up there.
Well, I guess what you did wasn't really luck. I want to tell, I want to tell the viewers more about the games earlier on, or maybe about the players, because I want to talk about Savvy because he is the collegiate MVP. But I want to ask you, as the IGL and as his teammate, how do you think he fits now in the pro scene of Valorant?
Everyone can tell that he's a very skilled player. Everyone on this team is very skilled, and for sure that everyone has been showing that they deserve to be here. Savvy, EJ, Josh, Hot Sauce, everyone. So I guess everyone deserves their spot.
Definitely agree. Even with you, when it comes to the clutch, I knew it wasn't luck. So when you got that 3K ROG clutch, what was happening behind the scenes? Were there whispers as to where Borkum was?
No, I just assumed he was there because he took too long to. If he just stayed where I was watching, initially U-Haul, I assumed he would peak like within the first few seconds. But since he took too long, I already knew he was coming from behind.
Well, pure game sense. But I would want to ask you as well, how did you guys prepare for this game against Team Secret? Because I think you did so well in getting a 2-0 against them.
Well, I guess we just did our homework, and also most importantly, we just stuck to our game plan. That's the most important thing, I guess, for every team. As long as you stick to your game plan and be confident, you'll go out there and win games.
Well, confidence is the name of the game, and that's it from Brain Freeze and I. Thank you so much for joining us again. So, back to the panel with Illustrado, Raf, and Asarai for their thoughts on the next match.
Thank you.
Dude, bro, Parrot, that was a really good interview. I'm like totally amazed at so why are you laughing at me? It was a dare. They totally dared me to do that.
No, we did not.
No, we did not.
Yeah.
I'm the bad guy. Okay, I blame you guys. But yeah, what an amazing play here and from not Team Secret, from Bren as they take down Team Secret. And man, Brain Freeze is like the coolest guy. Like you were talking about it, Raf, in the interview. Is like, man, this guy's like Tim Duncan, just no emotion.
Yeah, dude. Like, I'm Brain Freeze. I'm so happy right now over my win over Team Secret. That's just like, it's so fitting for the controller, bro.
Cool, calm, and collected.
Absolutely. But all right, enough banter from us for now. For now, we are going to take a little bit of a break to wrap our heads around what just happened. Because when we do return, we have the last series of the day here in VCT Philippines. Illustrado, Raf, and Asarai will be back in just a second.
Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the melon, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep low. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, love, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon.
who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. My cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to.
Wow, Bren Esports continuing to impress. They said that they would come back stronger, and they most certainly did in the dominating 2-0 up against Team Secret. And one of those games was a 13-1. But let's go ahead and move on to the future. Joining us on the panel, it's going to be me, Illustrato, and of course, Nomad and still Asurai. Welcome to the panel, gents. Nomad, the first time I'm having you on here today. Any initial thoughts about that previous game we just witnessed?
Well, Bren is the new Bren roster is really picking up from where the old Bren roster was, and I'm looking forward to see how well they can perform here in the VCT, because I'm pretty much convinced that Team Secret is no longer the top dog that we have in this country.
Yeah, sorry, it's kind of getting really ridiculously close. All these games, like who knows who's gonna beat who in the next series, right? Because at this point, your guess is as good as anybody's, and my guess is as good as anyone's, because we have been thrown surprise after surprise, day after day, and I think this just goes to show how close the current situation here is in the Philippines, where all the teams are pretty much stepping up.
Sorry, I was muted there for a bit. Sorry. Anyways, I totally agree with you on that one. I really just feel like every other team was inspired by Team Secret's run back in Champions, and they just want to prove themselves that it's not just, you know, Dubstep, Vash, Dispenser, Wits, Borkum, all the Team Secret guys that can make other teams run for their money. It's also all of these other teams that we have right now, and it's really good. It's really amazing. I think what this just does, you know, from a level up standpoint, is that it'll just make everybody want to get better and want to improve more and more. So it's good for all of us.
Yeah, well, once again, we're going to be seeing Zeal step up to the plate. So let us go ahead and introduce them. Check out for Zeal Esports. Zeal Esports are currently 2-2 in the standings, and Nomad, these guys are pretty much hit and miss. They're either 100% or dead in the water. What is going on with these guys? It seems like after their first loss here today, it's going to be a tough one. Do you think they can recover mentally from that first loss here?
I mean, they pretty much have it within themselves to recover from a loss, because it's not the first time that we've seen them really struggle. Like in the past, we've seen them show up, and then in the next tournament they don't show up. This is kind of the same scenario that Zeals is currently at. They did suffer a loss earlier on from Naos, and that was a heartbreaking loss because it was as close as it can get. Now the question that you ask is if they can recover from that. I'm pretty sure that they should and they will going up against this matchup, because they should on paper look pretty good against Looking for Org, their upcoming opponents.
Absolutely. Looking for Org Aserai. They're kind of in the middle of the scoreboard right now, not necessarily so in a very comfortable spot, but they are definitely still in the running, especially if they can win up against these guys in Zeal here. How do you think they're looking right now?
I think that's actually true for both of these teams. Like if we're looking at Zeals, they're actually 1-2 right now in the standings. And I think Looking for Org is about the same. But with that being said, quick mention about Looking for Org. It really will depend on how well, again, they integrate the new players in the form of Chowdy and Exotic.
Yeah, absolutely right. Hit the nail on the head. Speaking of Looking for Org, let's go ahead and take a look at their roster cards. Nomad, any expectations for Looking for Org? Because right now I think that we are in this kind of phase in VCT Philippines where everybody is just like trying to get the footing in the, not just each series, but the tournament in itself, and especially with the newly formed teams as well. So it's very much Lewis and Clark territory that we're seeing. Nobody really knows who is the true front runner or the forerunner in this tournament. Everybody's just trying to find their place within it.
Yeah, I completely agree with you here. It's may just be a chance of Looking for Org in an off day per se, since we started the tournament, but we've seen teams just out of nowhere just shine and just wake up from all the momentum. They are like diesel engines that just need a couple more hours or a couple more days to heat up. And I feel like Looking for Org is one of those teams. I could say that both for Zeals and Looking for Org, they are those teams that really require a little bit of octane in their fuel to get going.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of octane to the fuel, I think that's a really good analogy for this, because Zeal's primarily Fire Sage, and again, not to kind of coax on Fire Sage, and he is a really good player, but if you saw the stats that they had against Naos just earlier today, he actually had on their first game, I believe, about 14, maybe 10-ish kills, and then second game, third game, that's when he really amped up. So there really has to be a fuel injected into the veins of these players right now, because some of them are feeling sluggish at times, and that really kind of hampers the power level, I'd say, for either side, because I think Looking for Org as well as Zeals play a very similar style, or at least have players that play a very similar style. You have Fire Sage and Singer Carl, as well as Exotic and Chowdy, that if you look head to head are actually primarily aggressive players, even in different roles and different agents.
Let's take a look at the map, Vito, guys. We are going to take a look and see where our battlefield will be for the day here. As we take a look, it's going to be Ascent, I think, Split, and going to be the first 3 maps in Bind. So pretty much territory for everybody to be comfortable in. Icebox, Fracture, Haven, and Breeze have been taken out. So a lot of the bigger maps have been removed. Actually, all of the big maps have been removed. In fact, we are going to be in close quarter combat. How are you feeling about this, Nomad?
Well, if we're starting off on Bind, and for Zeal Esports, they're kind of 50-50 on that aspect. So
it's just gonna depend if they are awake. But on the flip side, the LFO roster, they haven't really shined in Bind for just judging from their current map history. But if we do go into Split, if we do go to Split, that's where the tides will definitely turn to the favors of Zeal Esports here.
Ooh, that's a big tell. Fun fact, or not really a fun fact, but just a fact. Split is the map that I believe both Looking for Org and Zeals beat Southville Esports, if I'm not mistaken. So, I believe both of those scores are actually 13-11, right? So this is like a coup de grace. It's like a transitive property showcase. Who is actually the team that will triumph over SBE and the other team on Split, which is kind of hilarious to think about. In any case, all of these maps, I would say a fair point for either side. It really would depend, I believe, now on how the agent selection would be. I think Bind, it's going to be a mirror match, and then Ascent, it's going to be boiling down to maybe a double initiator here for, I'd say, LFO.
Well, you know what time it is. It's time for predictions, gents. Nomad, I'm putting you in the hot seat right now. Who's going to take this series?
I'm going to have to give it 2-1 to Zeals, just because of the fact that because of the heartbreaking loss that they've had today, they should have that fire ignited with them. Even more so for Fire Saiyajin, who has the fire in his name. He should be able to carry the team on his back and help his team get that victory. 2-1 for Zeals.
Oh, for me, I will have to go the other way. I feel like Looking for Org is looking pretty damn good right about now. I believe in whoever is managing this team. They're looking much sharper day after day. And Nexi, I gotta say, has just been as consistent as possible. He is the glue, I would say, that holds this entire LFO roster together.
I'm going to agree with you. I have to side with Asurai on this yet again for the second time, I think, today. Because LFO, I'm looking at Symbol. I'm looking at Draxi. Dude, honestly, they're hitting all their shots. How many times are we going to see these guys clutch? I think that if there's any team that can pretty much successfully stop Zeal's playstyle, in terms of playstyle, I think it's a great matchup for LFO, considering how condensed and how disciplined they can be when it comes to it. And there's always that individual star power there. So my prediction, again, going to be LFO, but I think it's going to be a 2-0 this time. So yeah, you've heard it in our production, from our production and from us. And it's going to be time to go into the very last series of the day. So we're going to be passing it off to the casters. Guys, floor is yours.
Day of surprises once again dito sa VCT. Kahit first week pa lang, ako si Rene at syempre kasama ko si Phil. Kami ang mag-shoutcast. Here's the third match between Zeals tsaka LFO. Ang daming surprises kanina coming in from Zeals. Something we didn't expect. Clean 2-0 nga ang ginawa sa kanila ng Naos. Pero this time around, makakabawi ba sila on such a strong team then, such as LFO X, SD Empire, new roster, Bren, kagad yung pinakita sa atin ng team na to. At ito na din ba ang magiging sagot naman ng LFO this time around? The Vil, nakita natin yung Zeals, yung potential ng team na to, pero yet na-shutdown sila completely. Makakabawi kaya sila ngayon or talagang LFO, it's really different this time around?
In terms of that, yeah, they need to make bawi if ever. Kasi sa totoo lang, mga kaibigan, feeling ko nakamute ako pero hindi naman daw pala. Pinaprank lang ako ni Direk. Pero going back sa sinabi niya kanina, yeah, I think they need to make bawi dun sa mishap na nangyari sa kanila kanina. Pero if ever lang din talaga na mag-work lahat ng strats nila na talagang super flawless na pwede mangyari, that's gonna be the biggest thing talaga na they need to achieve. And dito sa Bind, dalawang chamber pwede natin makita. This is the first time na dalawang chamber ang makikita natin sa isang laro. And usually ginagamit ito sa Icebox. Kahapon ginamit ito sa Icebox. Pero ngayon, they're gonna use it here in Bind. So to be honest, I'm actually, pero 6v5 ata ang labanan nila dito. Pero
like sanib pa.
Men, hirap nun, men. Sipin mo gumagalaw yung bumbot mo, no? may smoke yung paligid niya. Pero
nakakatakot to.
Pero I mean, for Zeal and LFO, matagal na silang naglalaro na against each other way back last year. Kala mo naman tagal na yun. Pero nga last year, nung SV Empire pa ang LFO. But now, they're gonna fight again here sa biggest stage ng Pilipinas. Just VCT Philippines. Shay!
Alam mo, sobrang daming teams talaga yung nag-i-improve. Alam naman natin na yung standard talaga, we have Team Secret na nagmula sa Champions, pero ngayon talaga yung teams lahat pinapanood sila. But as for Zeal and LFO, makakaabang-abang din ngayon dahil sa wakas makakapag-cast na ulit ako ng bind map. At tignan natin kung sinong maunguna. Chamber versus Chamber, pero Fireside starts it kagad dahil si Symbol napatumba lang agad with that ghost. Tignan natin talaga kung comeback nga ba sila sa nangyari sa kanila versus earlier? And when we take a look at it, mukhang Zills maligalig pa rin maglaro. Exotic trap na kagad siya kay Together with that Sky. And look around, the Zills finally nakapag-take over na sila sa B-site ng mabilisan. As for the retake comes in, LFO, ano nga ba ang ipapakita nila ngayon? All of the stars nawawala at isa-isa na lang silang bumabagsak.
Into the hands of Zeals for sure, but Farside Jin, mga kaibigan, will gonna be done to the hands of Chowdy right now. 2v3 beats low na HP, pero yun nga lang, it's just actually waiting if ever kung meron ba talaga sa silip dyan, pero more Astra utilities para lang syempre hindi siya makakuha enough kills, and your Carl will end his misery, and Zeal will get the first round dito sa first game nila. And it's been a long time since nakast ko ang Zeals. Ang tagal. Grabe. Nakast ko ata ito nung last year pa. Teleport's ready. Tama, last year. Tagal, men. Tagal. Sila Senior Carl Farns. Magkakasama pa rin sila. Diba? Isipin mo, kung action star si FPJ, meron din action star sa ZLS, si FSJ. Sinong pipiliin mo, FPJ or FSJ? Ganun lang yun, men. Pero si FPJ meron ba siyang dalang meron ba siyang dalang bazooka? Wala, si FSJ meron. Pero Beats nagkamarsyalan na nga dito sa bind, and they're inside the side already. A minute left in the clock right now, and that arena will be down into the hands of Craig.
Pero si Exotic, sige, ilalaban pa niya ang kanyang bazooka na maliit. Hinahabol na ulo pa. Uy, ay, tinamaan si Senior Carl. Medyo makulit with that chamber. Pero when you take a look at it, mahirap na talaga mag-retake dito. Wala na ding oras kinda. Plus, mahirap na siya. Classic tapos bazooka na maliit. Medyo mahirap-hirap na yan. Titignan na lang nito, sa timing na lang siguro to. Talagang go for that. Di na lang sila magpapa-exit frags para sa side ng Zeals. Oh, ayun! Oh, with doon, si Symbol pa yung nakalamang.
Yeah. Ito, I mean, itong si Symbol na to, I mean, solid yung mga ginagawa nito, ginagawa nito kahapon, Mainit si Symbol, Nanalo. Tapos nanalo siya. Plus, yung ending, kulat pa. Ano yun, sa split yun Ilang beses ko na sinagisigaw yung pangalan mo, Symbol, kailan mo kaya masisigaw yung sa akin? Bakit pakinggan? Pero, sigaw lang ng Vince. Si stream ka, diba? Ganun lang. Pero, iba pala yun. Sorry. Mawawala na naman talaga ako ng trabaho kay PPGL. Once again, kung gusto naman manood ng Philippine Pro Gaming League sa Twitch kayo, if para G League dito sa Facebook, mamili kayo. Magdaan na kayo. Here's a gravity will be activated dun sa may showers, and that a trailblazer, mga kaibigan, will get that information onto the players kung sino pa talaga ang tao dito sa A, and sa kanila yun, if ever papasok pa sila o hindi, they have the utility but they don't have the firepower. Dito ngayon sa LFO, mga kaibigan, lamang sila in terms of gunfights because they all have this Vandals, all have this Phantoms and whatnot. Pero yung nga, ng ZLS, ang kailangan nila gawin dito is fight ng malapitan. Sobrang lapit talaga dapat ng Zeals dito para lang syempre ma-maximize yung mga Spectres, yung mga Bulldogs, and syempre yung Ghost na meron sa Pero nakakuha siya ng Vandal. Ngayon pwede natin sabihin na medyo pantay na yung laban dito sa game na to. And your car with the tool ready to get. Nakaisa pa on to Dax move right now. Symbol! The only one remaining player dito sa side ng looking for org. And if ever naghahanap kayo ng Valorant team, feeling ko sila na yon. Symbol. He can spawn the player here in Lamps, but yun nga nasabi ni Craig, nope! With a wall bang onto that Bulldog. Tres eto max mga kaibigan onto the players of ZLS.
Eto max. Ayan. 0-3. Still, tong Zeals, napakaganda nung kanilang lineup as of now. You have that Sky super na tinutulungan talaga with Farside Jean. Plus, you have Senior Carl Craigis. But on the other side naman, sa LFO, kaya naman to. You have that Sova. Kaya naman i-counter with Chowdian Symbol. But just a little bit lang naman of step up. Pero we still have ngayon ang technical pause. Pero nangunguna talaga ang Zeal so far. Flawlessly 3-0. Mukhang kapag nagtuloy-tuloy ito, makakuha talaga ang Zeals ngayon ng map out of LFO's hands. Pero pag hindi, alam naman natin na LFO, they still have that potential. Usually, matagal talaga sila mag-init. Sa second half talaga sila nakakabawi. But still, dapat ngayong pa lang, magsisimula na sila ng napakagandang momentum.
Pero...
Bro, for real, TVH, TYT.
Lahat na eh, no? ABC par.
ICM, ABC.
ABC par.
Dude, pare.
Pero, yun nga, tech pause. Umpisa pa lang, tech pause na. Diba? Pero, ang maganda dito, ang Zeals yung nanalo kanina. So, ang gagawin lang ng Zeal, syempre upgrade or probably just gonna pick up lang yung mga barrel ng LFO kanina. So, in terms of economy, walang problema ang Zeals dito. Up to the 5th round for sure. Pero ang LFO, all they need to do is just save everything. Kung napapansin mo, hindi man nila kailangan sobrang humabol agad eh. Siguro hahabol yan pag talagang sobrang layo na score ng ZLS. I mean, if-force na nila or something like that. Pero ngayon, chill lang muna. Pakiramdaman lang. Fur.
Natawa ka sa emoji na sinend mo. May natatandaan ako dyan eh. Ginawa ni Patty Pan yan nung sa Champions. Habang ini-interview siya. Mukha siyang ewan. Tawag-tawa talaga ako. Ang talok. Pero, Zeals, uy, sabi niya masyado kang makulit. Draxi na one tap sa mukha. And we still have Symbol together with Chowdy. They tried to at least take this one out, pero oof, ay naku, matatrap to, mape-patience to. Oh, buti na lang, may second life pass, 16 HP and a dream. Solid talaga yung mga utilities na tinatapon ng Zeals. But oh, Chowdy, nakita niya on the gaps of the beats. Bumagsak kagad, a lot of possibilities, but I think pwede lang gawin dito ng Zeals. Rotate, mahirap na mag-push kagad sa B na sobrang tatlo ang naghihintay sa inyo. And because of that, sign lang yon to push in right to sa A and go with this one. But exotic talaga, kikita mo yung mga malugi ka talaga pag may chamber ka dyan. ROI parate pagdating sa barrel. But syempre, walang tatalo din kapag may Phantom ka and Vandals on hand.
Yeah. Symbol, 1 HP. Pero nga si Chad, at least nakakuha pa siya ng barrel dito sa mga players ng ZLS. Pero nga Chad, nakakuha ng isa. Pwede siyang mag-empress ngayon. Pwede siyang mag-empress kapatid. Pero gagamitin mo dyan. Ay, nakapag-empress na pala siya. Sorry. Sorry Akin. Pero ito na, Craze on to 1 though. Pero Craze! We're gonna shut down Chowdy just to stop the possible defuse of LFO. 1v1 with the great one. Tamang wallbang na, pero that is a wallbang of Exotic! We're gonna shut down, guys. Pero meron pa siyang oras. Ay! Wala! Sayang. And that is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers, and that is ROG Clutch.
ROG Clutch point 20. Napakasayang, mapapakanta ka ng kasayangan. But at least, not bad for Eco dito ng LFO. Kita natin yung potential ng team nito for those retakes. At siguro talaga pag sumakto lang, hindi na nag-buy time, hindi lang gumilid ng OT si Craigies. Sayang, sana round na yon for LFO side. But balik na tayo dito, 0-4 still. Winnable pa rin naman to sa LFO side. Madami pa namang pwedeng mangyari at ngayon na naka-full buy sila. Baka, oops, Bits is just gonna go down.
It's gonna go down for sure. And for LFO, I mean, this is not the end for LFO. We're just starting. So, marami pa talagang pwede mangyari kung talagang ipupush talaga ng LFO itong win na to. Kailangan mo lang ng LFO dito sa round na to kasi wala silang pera next round. So, yun nga, I mean, if ever matalo, paulit-ulit lang tayo hanggang makakuha ng 1 round ng LFO dito or probably makakuha sila ng extra credits. Pag sa... sa mga extra credits yun nga, pag sunod-sunod na natalo. Pero yun nga lang, it's just far side Gen. Got no idea at all, just inside. Hoka already. But nag-goal si Chow dito for sure kasi hindi na expect yun man. Yes, na nakaalis siya dun sa pagdi-dismiss pero yun nga lang, meron agad tao dito sa may kanan niya. Far side Gen going in with a double satchel but Craig's with another one right now pushing it na 4v2. Exotic and Draxmov needs to make up something para lang at least makakuha ng round dito. Kasi next wala silang pera pero yung Exotic na naman ang nag-iisa dito. Wala na siyang trap so wala siyang tele. Can he get that kill? Can he get that clutch 1v4? This is really hard if ever to go on but beats off-angle kill with that operator. Oh my god, this is really bad. 5 Etomac, ladies and gentlemen.
Tignan mo. Shout out nga pala kay Eliza Taylor. Sabi ba naman niya, pag Ray daw, Matic Game 3. Naniniwala akong si Bill ang Game 3 curse.
Talaga? Sure ka? Ray, sure ka ba talaga? Tanongin kita. Sure ka? Kasi, alam niyo ba guys, yung mga nanonood niyan, ganito lang yan. Pag kami ni Ilu, yung nagkakast, laging 13-0, 13-1, laging one-sided. Men, no cap, fur. Talaga nangyayari yun. Legit, hindi ko alam kung anong meron sa amin. Kaya excited na ako magsama kami ulit eh.
Ay, nako. Pero marami talagang memorable memories kapag si Vil tsaka si Ili nagkakast. Talagang hindi ko makakalimutan mismo. Pero hindi ko makakalimutan itong Zeals kapag continuous talaga ang kanilang score against LFO. And listen your call. Hello! Ito na kagad ako. V-site, mabilisan yung mga... wala talaga alis sa iyo. Na-bait ata sila ng onte. Kinain nila yung pain. Wala na sila dyan. Opo, walang nakakaramdam sa kanila.
Oh my god, alam mo ang tawag doon? Debated, ladies and gentlemen, ng LFO. And now they're gonna go here and be at mahugulat na lang sila. Diyos ko po, literal na galit-galit sila ngayon at hindi nila alam kung nasan ba talaga ang Zeals mga kaibigan. Eto na, full-on 5-man retake. Pero pistulan lang daw ang labanan kasi wala naman silang pera. At pero senyor kayo with a double kill already and wala naman papasok dyan sa may teleporter ngayon because it's just Raximov. Only one onto CT. Pero hindi si Fee out of the map. Pero Jackson, let's say. But far side Jin, inupuan si Raximov with the spray. With the win, 6-0. What is happening sa LFO? And syempre, our friends from the south, Zeals, is doing it. Ito si Farside Jin, tropa yan, men. Oh!
Tinuruan mo rin. Tinuruan mo yan. Sure. Tinuruan mo si Farside Jin.
Oh, sheesh.
Alam mo, may nagtatanong, ano daw yung
Fur?
Scanning ahead.
For real?
Guys, hindi talaga konyo kasi si Vil. Hindi nyo ba alam?
Uy, hindi. Excuse me, ang mga taga-Beda, mga taga-San Beda, hindi konyo. Mas konyo ang mga taga-Uste. Sa Uste maraming manluloko. Sorry. Sorry, tinamaan ka ba?
Sorry.
Tinamaan ka ba, Ray?
Hindi naman,
Sorry,
hindi
ah.
naman. Specifically sa dati kong school, sa alma mater ko, mga taga-engineering talaga.
Ano ba alma mater mo? Uste, di ba?
Uste,
di ba? Oh. Go
shout
Uste
out
ka
nga
eh.
pala sa mga UST engineering dyan.
Oh my God! Naglapag ng satchel! Sumabog ang mukha ni Farside Jin dito, pero nga lang, kaya pa ba nilang habulin to? Symbol, dala-dala na ang bazooka niya, pero meron pa siya mga kukunin. Pero nga nakita yung ulo, pero Bates will get Symbol first, pero Symbol, hinabol siya ng bazooka ni Symbol, mga kaibigan. Charlie will not live, para lang at least makaalis siya dito, pero at least si Senior Carl, nakakuha na rin siya ng Operator 3v4 lamang LFO. Is this gonna be the ganti ng api for the side of LFO? 1v4, and now Draximov. Tama na. Finish na. And first round goes to LFO after 6 rounds.
Buti na gising na sila ngayon din. At kung titignan mo, si Lexi talaga, when it comes to him, kapag onting step up lang talaga, yan yung mangyayari sa kanila. And Zeal is really doing it as of now. At ngayon din, LFO, konti lang talaga ang kailangang basa para sa side ng Zeal. Hindi na dapat sila mag-jejebate ulit dahil kapag nakuha pa ulit sila, nako po, mahihirapan na naman sila ngayon. But, okay, alam na nilang may operator si Exotic.
Tulad nga na sinabi mo, jejebate. Si Taylor kasi jejemon. Yeah. Repose.
Mabsta talaga yan si Taylor.
187. Ano yan? Galing sa Malabon Tugs. Mga players ng LFO trying to stop all the possible push of CLS right now to get Masahurical onto one far side with that showstopper. Will not gonna connect onto the side of LFO. Napakabilis na teleport ang ginawa ni Exotic, mga kaibigan. Napakabilis ng daliri ni Exotic dito nung nakita niya yung boga ni Fireside Jin. Bigla na lang pinindot yung E. O kung yun man yung hotkey niya. Teleported dito lang sa may kabila ng elbow. Hinati na ang mundo. But can they do that retake though? 2K when it goes 1-1. Beats. It's just the crossfire na ginagawa dito. Nagko-crossfire sila sa Valorant. Beats will gonna take down Draximov right now. Exotic needs to save that operator. Pero malapit dito, nilabas yung Q. Nilabas yung Deagle na libre. Pero to get knows what's up. Alam niya yung gagawin dito ni Exotic. Sipin mo yun, di ba? Tulad nga na sinabi ko kanina, mga kaibigan. Yung Q ni Chamber, napakamahal niyan. 100 per putok. Kaya kung wala kang tutok at naubos mo yung 8 putok, 800 yun.
At kapag hindi pa kaya talaga kapag gagamit kang ng chamber, dapat talaga mechanically wise, sobrang grabe yung tutok mo and you can really see this agent talaga yung kanyang mga ano yun
alam mo ba, if ever tinatry ko mag-chamber, ang ginagamit ko, imbes na gamitin ko yan, nagka-frenzy na lang ako, men. At least yun, 450, mura. Real talk yun, ha? I mean, hindi ako nagbibiro doon, ha? Real talk yun. Medyo minsan ko lang gamitin yan. Yung Deagle ni Chamber, sa totoo lang. Share ko lang. Share lang ako eh. Meron ako share badge.
Si Taylor pa rin pinaka-share sa atin. Iba talaga.
Pero hindi siya pinapansin. Pero Exotic! Do you want to play? Let's play! Yan sabi ni Exotic dito kay Farside Jin. Shutting him down already. At solid din daw si Senior Carl.
Sabi sa party.
Solid din daw sa Senior Carl sa paglalaro, mga kaibigan. Do you want to play? Come on, let's play. Exotic. Oh! Shutting down beats already. Pero patao sa may hook. Can he get that kill? Missing that first shot. Pero senior call all the way from B long though. Pag if lumabas si Sova dyan, oh my god. Baka matamaan ka dyan. Pero to get going down already, popping the head off the one. Pero it's all up to Senior Carl with that ultimate. Nakuha yung spike. Gets one. Trying to go with a second, but pero Nexi with that Phantom getting the head to 7.
Oh. Onting delay lang, alam mo yun, pagkakalabas ka agad ng ultimate ni Chamber, alam mo na that Zeals, hindi talaga sila makakapag-aggressive. Also, although we've seen those trades, but the position itself ng LFO, they're really prepared for it. Plus the time sa Zeals, wala na talagang oras para umatras na and just move along to A side. 2-7 it is. A lot of adjustment lang talaga sa LFO, but Zeal still continues to manifest that they want to seal this against LFO side. Pero wala pa naman talaga dito ang particular gameplays, but looks like LFO, they might be taking the risk actually to push sa may bats. Pero kalang ginawa dito ng Zeals, dinanay lang nila with that with those flashes, dinanay lang sila ng kalapate, plus may uubot pa nakasama.
Oo. Actually, totoo naman yun. Pero, Chowdy na isa pa nga plus that dismiss para magkaroon siya ng information dito. Leerwin will gonna be activated as well. Pero maraming dogging in. Naglilipatan dito. Pero pang pecha isa Gedli, mga kaibigan. Pero sa talaga pupunta si Chowdy ngayon. Pero that is Draximov. At isa kakuha na rin sila isa. Far Sergeant boosting up para makakuha siya ng information dito. And just try to off-angle these players ng LFO. Draximov. It's gonna be so hard for them to get this because of that wall. Pero yun nga lang next with a 2K. 1v3, 39 beats, the only man remaining, meron siyang heal, sees one, missing that kill, pero ang problema, na-wall niya yung sarili niya. Pero sabi ni Draximov, hindi siya titigil dito. Solid, really solid round today. Oh no, mukhang iniwan na ata ako ni Ray dito sa cast. Pero she's back. Alam ko, iniwan mo na ako. Takot ako eh.
Hindi. Mas nakakatakot dito. Kapag, sorry, na-distract ako, ang cute kasi. So, shout out nga pala sa mga 1K! 1.1K, alam mo nakakatawa dito sa VCTPH. Ngayon parating every match, consistent 1K plus viewers kahit anumang team na yan. So nakakatawa talaga. Lalo na yung mga nagko-comment, naguguluhan daw sila sa format. O punta kayo ng Wikipedia, nandun! Pero, exotic, sayang! Napakantahan na naman ngayon ni Far Side. Naglinya na lang din ng Zeal trying to make some openers but looks like Senior Carl, or rather, si will be starting it with those flashes and suddenly Farside out of the blue takes down si Draxi. Pasok na kagad sila ngayon sa B-side, checking out every corner, but as this retake goes, patingin ko mahihirapan na talaga si Symbol. Going na siya na lang kagad, going up against 4, talagang mahihirapan na siya, but he still has utilities. But the fact that ngayon ang elbow covered with, of course, a great wall of sage, tingin ko talaga, exit frag na lang ang pwedeng maging solusyon ng Symbol dito just to get enough credits. Pero pinupuntahan talaga siya. Kaya talaga inaasim na siya ngayon ng mga taga-Zeals.
Si Boss Ziggy, US rin pala. Hoy, masarap ang siomay dyan, pero mas mainit si Farside Jin. Pasok pa yun, di ba?
Last round in the half.
8-3 and Zeal trying to climb up to victory. Last round, mga kaibigan, halos medyo broken ang LFO. It's fine.
One enemy remaining.
Shoutout nga pala kay Sir Ziggy. Alam mo ba, kinento niya sa akin na taga-UST siya, pero sinabi pa niya yung year na graduate siya. Pero hindi ko sasabihin. Baka mawalan ako ng trabaho dito.
Okay lang yan. Kasi ito, si Derek kasi, at saka si ako, taga-beda kami.
Ay, mga taga-beda dyan mga balita ko lang pero hindi lahat mga crush ng bayan.
Sakto. Sino ba yung mga crush ng bayan? Si Vil, si Super MJ. Si Mr. Red Garcia. Ayan, mga crush ng bayan yung
mga loyal daw yan. Mga loyal.
Oo, totoo.
Yan, pero balita ko lang yan. Hindi ko alam kung totoo.
Oo. Ano tayo dito? Animo is better than go.
But simple. Okay, good trades lang. Para sa paniwala, parati na lang kino-contest talagang bats for both of the teams. Napalaking eye-opener kasi to, lalong-lalo na sa side ng Zeals. If they're able to get the two sa bats, it's already a sign na pwede silang mag-A. Pero sabi ni Beats, I still have that reso coming right through. Fireside is gonna go down. And slow picks ang meron ng LFO. But chow, di right there. Pero si Beats, he still gets the upper hand.
Dito naman ngayon sa mga matches na napapansin natin dito, malaking problema na talaga sa LFO because naubos na naman sila ng mga tao na pwede bubala dito sa mga players ng ZNS. Pero nga Fireside Jin, oh my god, Fireside Jin lagi na lang hindi siya nauubusan ng showstopper. Parang every round meron siyang showstopper, ladies and gentlemen. Exotic. We're gonna end senior card right now. 1v3. Is this gonna be a 9-3? Beats!
Ay.
Get that kill. Grabe si Beats, bro.
For real.
Hey, what's up, EJ Martin Chua? Hello. Ano ba yung tanong mo? Bossville, pa-explain naman po yung format ng VCT ngayon. Kasi kasi sumasakit na ulo namin. Makinig ka. Ngaratayan kapatid. Wait lang ah. Saan ba yung cheat sheet ko? Ito! Wait lang. Wait lang boss. Ito. So, syempre magkakaroon tayo ng group stage which is ginagawa na natin ngayon. Tapos, sa playoffs, yung mga nag-advance doon, magkakaroon sila ng double elimination. Best of 3 lahat, grand finals best of 5. First place to third place will go to APAC Challengers. That's gonna happen next month. Next month na yun. So, ayun. Share ko lang.
Basta dito guys, padabihan sila ng points. So, Marian, kapag clean na 2-0 ka, you get the 3 points. Ayan. So, kailangan mo na talaga ma-accumulate. If you're part of the top 3, then pupunta ka ng playoffs. Ayan. So, wag na kayo maguluhan. Kaya kapag nagpapanik kayo kung natatalo yung favorite yung team, huwag kayo mag-alala. Meron pa namang next week. Sa Sunday next week tayo magkakalaman kung sino yung top 3 per group na makakapasok.
Yes, top 3. And syempre, pag nasa first place team ka ng group mo, mapupunta ka na agad sa upper bracket round 2. And pag second and third team, mapupunta ka sa upper bracket round 1. Yun yung format ngayon. And syempre, pagdating mo ng APAC Challengers, mga kaibigan, napakadaming teams yan. Ilan yan? 20 teams yan, ladies and gentlemen. First and second, maglalaban. I mean, first and second, automatically will go to Masters. At saka, kailan ang Masters? My God! Alam mo kung kailan? April na agad!
Lipad agad!
Oo, lipad agad, men! Lipad agad!
At, shoutouts nga pala sa mga natatamaan. Oh, ghosters kasi kayo! Ayan! Shoutout nga pala sa mga nanggo-ghost dyan. Magpakabait kayo, mga bata! Pero ngayon, dahil Zeals continuous lang talaga sila ngayon na 4v3 ang pinangahawakan na ngayon ng mga taga LFO, are those Deagles, are those classics. Pero nga lang, kaya pa ba nila to? Pero kung nabawasan siguro nila si Beats, that can be beatable. Pero to, tinututukan lang siya. And Lexi finally gets the upper hand. Mahirap na magbaki ngayon. Hindi talaga sobrang makakuha, mag-judge na lang kung ako sa inyo. Siyempre, lalo na pag raise main ka, siyempre, judge talaga dapat yung gamit mo.
I mean, it's gonna depend on the situation for sure. Pero Draximov, one tap to the head onto Senior Carl right now. 2v3, Farside Jet, low in HP. Ugemas with a Kalikay, pero trying to go with that flick, pero not gonna take down that player. Pero makukuha ba ni Draximov to? And yes! getting that win on today's round from 9-3 kanina, di ba? Yeah, from 9-3 to 10-4. 3 more rounds. The Zeals, and they're gonna win this, pero marami pang mahahabulin ngayon ng LFO. And one thing is for sure, they can do it if talagang yung mga stats nila is pasok na pasok. Kasi pwede naman natin sabihin na lahat ng mga players dito, ladies and gentlemen, magaling nang tumutok eh. Pagalingan na lang talaga mag-computer.
Patuto ka na lang, pero there was just a few denies. LFO, back on track na ba? It is. Kita mo naman, 4-10. Tatlo na lang sa Zeals, pero LFO, with this full buy, talagang nakakabawa sila kahit paano. Good day para sa kanila ngayon if they will just be continuous with this. Pero sa Zeals, alam nila yung advantage nila and they can just read yung kanilang mga kalaban na just a little bit of steps. Kanina sa Naos, medyo masakit talaga, but looking at it, gusto talaga nila bumawi kahit papano. Pero Senior Carl is just gonna go down. Sumunod si Farside in Beats, tries to collect lang with those frags, pero knowing talaga na mahirapan na siya, na may 4 pa, and he's just going with that Sheriff plus the time. I think ilalaban na lang na to with the frags. Oof, wala na. 3 nakatingin sa kanya.
Yeah, 3 nakatingin sa kanya, and at least ito na ang ganti ng api. LFO slowly and surely trying to win all the rounds dito sa mapa na to. And at least meron na rin perang Zeals ngayon, man. Kung ano yung ginawa ng Zeals sa LFO, ngayon yung ginagawa ng LFO ngayon sa Zeals. Pag natalo ng Zeals, wala silang pera next round. Pero ito, Senior Carl. Galit na galit sa operator, mga kaibigan. What if meron ka operator tapos bumili ka, tapos nag-ulti kayo, no? Para kasi Rambo, man. Meron kang daladalang 2 operator. Kalawat kanan.
At
Tabat niya?
At ngayon,
Scout destroyed.
let's see if how with the guys Zeals will be able to get this against LFO. Pero nga lang, LFO, as what they did earlier, it's what they've always been doing here under attacking talaga. They will just take their time. Pitas lang ng onte, and the KGS, pinabagsak na nga nila. Possibility talaga here in ASUS. Wala na kagad stars for actually for Zeals to use, and looks like Chowdy wants to start it. Clearing out every is what they have, and Senior Carl biglang susunod. Pero Vitz is just right there in the corner, and Symbol, trades by trades lang, wala. May control na kagad ang Newells ngayon, ang mga taga-Zeals at mga taga-LFO. So maybe they can still get it, but knowing na buhay pa si Tuge at si Farah Saijin, marami pang kailangang asikasuhin. Speaking of, walang imposible, nilabas na rin kagad yung Republic pati yung Freeborn, pati yung showstopper, at isa na lang kagad natitira, and a 2v4 pa nga nila ang mga taga-LFO. A retake coming in from Tuge talaga together with Farside Jean, plus yung ultimates nila gamit na gamit. But right now, 2 na lang before Zeals can finally take this, that retake itself very clean. Pero after those frags ni Tuge, and I know the sobrang clutch potential talaga tong membro ng Zeals. He can retake out those. Plus, si Farside nakapag-ikip na ng isa pa para lang magkaroon siya ng showstopper, shows to us talaga that Zeals, even if may hirap yung mga situations nila, they know that they can get out of it. But LFO side naman, anim pa naman to, puso lang as long as it's not 13, but they just need to perfect talaga yung mga moves nila every time they do that attacking.
A minute 36 left in the clock right now. Hunter's Fury onto the side of LFO, trying to mess up with the utilities of ZLS right now. Pero meron tayo dun sa may taas mga kaibigan, which is si Beats. Pero kaya ba niya makakuha dito ng kahit isang kill? And wala pa silang idea at all na nagbabatay lang dito yung Sage ng ZLS. And once again, ZLS 1 round remaining for that match. But talaga inaantay nila. Nexi going down. Pero wala silang idea at all na meron talagang buoba dito. And now Beats with a quick trade-off onto Nexi. Pushing into a 3v3. Shouty needs to take down one para lang at least makakuha siya na isa. Pero sabi ni Craig, hindi na lang din siguro. Beats 1 orb remaining for that revive. Can he get that revive onto Tuge or to Senior Carl just to secure that advantage na meron sila? Exotic needs to take one down as well. Meron siyang ultimate, meron siyang Q, at saka yun lang talaga yung meron niya. So talagang he needs to make the most out of that. But Symbol mga kaibigan, 1 kill away for that showstopper, and he can actually use it right now and or in just a few para syempre just to secure that round din talaga. Pero Exotic missing that shot, and they know it kung nasan ba dito si Exotic mga kaibigan. Symbol, the only man remaining, meron siyang showstopper dito, but Farside Jin with a swing, but Beats will get that kill and will secure the spike again. ZLS in the match point already, Ray. Talagang momentum-based, sobrang momentum-based ng team ng ZLS. Once na nakuha nila yung momentum, tuloy-tuloy na to. And it's all up to LFO kung paano nila i-break ang momentum ngayon ng Zeals.
Sobrang hirap talaga. Lalo na nung 9-3 sa pinakaunang half pa lang. Alam mo na that Zeals kind of perfected already yung play nila. Especially sa bind. Ang hirap din talagang magkaroon ng malaking comebacks with those konting pagbabago, slight changes in this map. It gives a lot of opportunity and space talaga on both sides. But hopefully, sa LFO, kaya pa nalang makabawi. Pero talagang it's either go next, we still have the second map, or still, di talaga nila muna patatapusin this time around. And looks like ayaw pa nga nila. Chowdy starts it. Farside Jin's gonna go down. Pero we have to get, meron pa siya ngayong pwede pa niya gamitin ngayon ang kanyang flash. Pwede pa niya gamitin ngayon, of course, ang kanyang utilities. Pero Symbol, he has been there. He used already what he has. And Tuge is just gonna reclaim the throne. Pero knowing that's 2v4, wala na din kagad. Senior Car na lang. And then ang sinasabi ko, Chamber only has traps, only has those additional guns. But looking at this, Senior Car wants to get this. Pero NXC, sabi niya, hindi pa talaga tapos. 6-12. Uy, may nagpapa-shoutout sa'yo dito, Vil.
Huh?
May nagpapa-shoutout sa'yo.
Sino?
Si Super MJ. Ayan.
Oo, Baby Vil. Buti pa ako, Ray Baby nga.
I gotta visit the Astros.
Bakit? Sorry.
Ay. Pero to dito may bebe buff. Ayan, si Exotic. Napakatamis talaga ng pag-ibig.
Of course, syempre.
Ano yan? Yan ang tawag na bebe buff.
Sana si Direk Red magkaroon na rin ng bebe.
Ayo. Yan ang pangarap natin para sa
nasil mo Senior Carl na meron tao doon mga kaibigan, pero merong outdrawn dito para S5. Meron naman siyang teleporter teleport if ever. Para lang siya to flee out of the way. Exotic trying to reposition everything para talaga makapasok sila dito sa may A site mga kaibigan. Pero in terms of utilities, in terms of everything, pero Farside Jin from behind! Wala silang idea na nilalakaran na sila ni Farside Jin sa likod! Chowdy, the only man remaining with a spray, will get that dismiss as well. Pero makukuha pala chop kay Chowdy mga kaibigan. Apat pa yung katapat mo! Gumuno na ang mundo! Chowdy, saksak na lang ba? Pero Senior Carl, DK sa face! 13-6 already! Farside Jin with that play! Always check your 6 kahit anong mangyari!
What a round and what a map onto the side of Zeals. Even if they got really defeated by Naos kanina, sabi nila, when it comes to our second match, kaya namin mag-rest back at kaya namin talagang bumawi. At kitang-kita nyo naman how keen yung kanilang moves and bind. And hopefully, ang LFO ngayon onto the next map ay makakabawi naman na kahit pa paano. Pero makita talaga natin yung difference pagdating sa kanilang agent selection plus yung effectiveness actually. And I'm so happy that Firefly din talaga when using that raise, it's really different. Plus how ang kanyang sync when it comes to Tuge, it was really incredible talaga. All those denies from LFO side with a double duelist setup is really giving me chills. And hopefully, this is the Zeals we're waiting for. Here's a bind.
And far side Gen popping off early here in this game right now. And 13-6, napakaganda nung start nila. Kasi ano yung score nila? 6-0? Yeah, naka 6-0 nila, pushing it to a 9-3 score. They tried so hard dito sa side ng LFO. Pero we can say that you're in bind. Zeal is just too much here in this map. And to be honest, sobrang gandang-ganda ako dun sa ginawa ni Farside Gen. He took the time. Actually, nung nakita ko ngayon, inisip ko pa, inanalyze ko pa ng konti. Tama ba itong nakikita ko? Si Farside Gen ba talaga to? Pero na-realize ko, oo nga! Si Farside Gen to, tapos nasa likod sila lahat ng LFO. Alam mo ba, Ray-Ray, ito yung ginagawa niyan eh. Ang sabi ni Farside Gen, if ever, sige, anuhin nyo, guluhin nyo. Ako bahala sa likod. At habang ginugulo ng mga ibang players ng Zeals, yung LFO, biglang wala silang idea at all na meron na pala. Yan na, ginugulo lang nila, man. Then biglang pumasok si Farside Gen with a kill. Ito yung huli, man. Lahat ng ultimate ni Astra natikman. Natikman ni Reyna. Masasabi nilang niya is out si Gege. Pero, really solid. And syempre, narinig nila yun. Yung mga calls din, syempre. Ako, narinig kita ngayon kasi sobrang ganda lang.
Tingin nga.
Headset ko eh.
Ang ROG headset talaga nga naman. Kita mo, RGB pa. Pero guys, sa ngayon, marami pang pwedeng mangyari on towards the next map at makita nga natin kung sino ba talaga ang makakuha in this series. Once again, this has been VCTPH. We are your shoutcasters. I'm Ray. Of course, join me here, Zeal, and see you guys after the break.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making the
Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Nagbabalik pa rin naman ang matinding laban between Zeal together with LFO here in the second map. We are your shotcasters. Ako si Rere and kasama ko si Vil. At of course, this is still a VCTPH 2022 Stage 1. At muli, nakita na nga natin yung set of games na meron tayo. At syempre, napakagandang headset na meron si Vil right now. Hey Vil, ano naman? Ano yan? Ang RGB, ganda. Ayan. Ang ganda pa nga ng angle, oh. Ang ganda pa nga sa'yo. Bagay na bagay sa'yo, eh. Ano? Alam mo, talagang, and what happened to that game was really something. I'm actually fascinated. Usually kasi dito sa Bide, we see double initiator, Sky, together with Sova, but suddenly, dito nakita lang tayo ng one Sky, and then they actually go with that, went with the chamber instead. So, really particular talaga yung mga ginawa ng teams natin. Pero more of a standard talaga yung LFO, but it was really something new for the side of Zeals. It took a while to practice that Raze X to get connection talaga between Fireside and Tuge. Pero I think it really worked well, especially sa unang half pa lang. 9-3 is already big.
Yeah, that's true. And nakita na talaga natin na napakadaming teams, napakadaming players na gustong-gusto talaga na makakita ng curse, ng 9-3 curse. And syempre, mas mag-i-enjoy silang maglaro pag suot-suot nila tong ROG Delta na headset na suot ko. Diba, isipin mo, stylish. And talaga sobrang ganda nung tunog. Big shoutout ka pala kay Sir Rob, ladies and gentlemen. Pero, at saka syempre kay Mr. Eric, ASUS ROG. Once again, we're just gonna have a very, very short break, and after the break, promise ito, it's gonna be the game number 2 of Looking for Org versus Zeal Esports. Once again, we are casters. Villain Ray here. See you later.
Truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever?
sure na kami na ito na ang match between LFO together with Zeal. Ako si Rain and syempre kasama ko pa rin si Vil at kami ang magkakast sa second game, and maybe if magkakaroon man tayo na third game, nakita nga natin yung cleanliness na ginawa ng Zeal when it comes to their execution. And ngayon naman yung LFO, kailangan pa talaga nila ipakita sa atin that this team has what it takes when it comes to their roster. But looking at it sa next map, so excited to see if magbabago ba talaga ang pacing ngayon or hindi. Pero Vil, talaga, ang ganda-ganda ng iyong headphones.
Oo. Actually, Riley, paulit nga kasi gusto ko ulit marinig kung gaano kang ganda yung boses mo eh. Kasi rinig na rinig ko eh. Sure. Pero yeah, I mean, to all the viewers watching right now, I mean, everything actually really doing great. Sa araw na to, game 1 natin is best of, I mean, 2 games lang. Game 2 natin, 2 games lang din. Pero itong game number 3, are we gonna see a third game ba? There's a lot of things talagang kailangan ayusin ng LFO if they really want to win this second game and push it to a game number 3. Pero yun nga lang, it's just the momentum na rin talaga ang meron ng Zeal Esports. And for them, it's just uulitin ko ulit, all they gotta do is just capitalize it and syempre maximize everything that they have, fix their strategy, and number one thing, it's all about the mental fortitude, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, kahit natalo kayo, just keep your mind really straight. Yung huwag tayong matatilt or whatsoever. Kasi meron kasing teams merong teams and merong mga magkakaibigan na kunyari nagra-rank game. Tapos pag natatalo sila, kunyari nalalamang, hindi na nag-uusap. Huwag kayong mag-alala guys, kasi nangyayari din yan sa pro scene. Promise. Pero, eto na. Chowdy with that KO. Makaya ba niyang i-cancel yung mga Blade Storm ni Farside Jin? Nangyari na yan kanina. Pero ZLS ang gumawa.
Talagang, nakaka-excite makita to. Okay, it's still the usual what happened earlier on, but as for LFO, it's different around. Pero to, magfe-face up sila dito. Si Soba, talagang leader of the squad. But here naman, KO versus Kai is what we have. But I think yung minor talaga na changes dito para pagdating sa is the timing talaga. So sino ba ang mas magaling tumiming? Is it just going to be a double initiator for the Sky and Sova onto the side of Zeals, or well, that KO with that knife was suppressing for your 7 seconds ang kanilang mga kalaban, will that be actually effective onto the side of how fragging ang mga taga-Zeal? So, a lot of action here in Ascent, pero gaya nga na parati nating sinasabi, ang team talaga na mas accurate and mas maganda yung pagkaka-execute, and of course, how big is their potential talaga pagdating sa mga clutches ang kailangan mag-manifest dito. Ascent ang mapa ng Pinoy, at I think both of these teams are actually good when it comes to this map.
And dito naman ngayon sa mapa ng kasi, which is comfy pick na to eh. Comfy pick ng mga teams to. If ever magbe-best of 3, halos hindi nawawala tong Ascent eh. Kasi kumbaga, if ever you're gonna compare Ascent sa kahit anong mapa ng ibang laro, pwede natin kasabihin na Ascent is dust. Pwede. Hindi bind Ano naman teleporter sa dust eh. Pero ito, here ngayon sa match natin, Zeal's gonna be the defender and LFO will be the attacker. And a big shout out to Bren, Angelo, Abelia. Bilang pogi mo, pag ako na shoutout mo, magiging kamukha mo anak ko. Makikita natin yan if ever talaga nangyari yan. Pero dito naman ngayon sa mga games na to, talaga nagpapasukan na yung mga players sabay-sabay talaga with that knife, with that shock dart, with that recon bot, exotic going in already. Pero parang gagawin ng ZLS ngayon kung paano nila i-defend to, kung paano nila i-retake to, nagkalabasan na kayo mga players. Pero Diyos ko po, the gravity will allow to the players to get Napaka-solid ng gravity well mga kaibigan. Nakita yung mga players na yun. Na-chop-chop. Sabay putok ni Mr. Farsighted. Pero Senyor Carl knows someone na meron tao dito sa may likod. Symbol, low on HP, exotic, just a ghost na meron siya. Meron pa siyang meron pa siyang smoke dito pero Farsighted well a kill onto the head to get Monster with another one with that mage punk ghost to get kasama yung skin eh, no? To get rid of the diffuse. Really solid execution onto the side of Zeals. And Bren, sana maging kamukha talaga ako ng anak mo.
Pag yan, napaka-pogi yan. Talagang mga nagka-comment dito sa atin live stream. Nakakatawa. Ganito talaga sila. Oh. Ay, tatandaan nyo guys. Ito na yung nag-re-up kami ng live stream na bago. So, make sure na check out nyo yung bagong live dito sa mismong PPGL. So, shoutouts nga pala sa mga sumusuporta dyan. Pero syempre, as for Zeal side, 1-0 na nga. A good way for them to actually start this once again. Pero as for LFO, once again, take their time pero not too much. Dahil ayaw mo talaga na maging one-sided na naman ang first half as based sa nakita natin sa bind. Pero all of those creepers coming right through. Pero Farsighted sumakto. But exotic nandyan siya. Border refragment with Senior Carl. Pero pupunta na nga sila kaagad here in A side. Mabilisang take. Makakuha pa ng... Oh, okay.
Pero dito na ngayon sa mga games ngayon sa dito sa Ascent, it's just Joshua is super low. Farsighted will kill onto one. Pero middle left in the clock right now mga kaibigan, it's actually really hard for the side of LFO nung talaga makapasok knowing na sobrang kulang din nila ng force dito sa A. But Shouty, one tap to the head right now, 40 seconds in. At least na-equalize naman nila yung head count with 3 pero ang problema is just Sheriff lang din ang gamit niya pero yun nga lang if ever na one tap na yan paktay ka diha sigurado yan pero oh my god really great crossfire na ginawa dito ng Zeals to get Monster mga kaibigan. Can he get that kill or Symbol will get that clutch but 2GE Monster will surely get that win again, 2-0. And hindi talaga na ginamit yung Spectre niya to end that round. He's gonna get that kill with that Ghost. No worries about that, bro. Fur. Pero Farsighted, nakakakuha na rin naman siya dito ng Operator and will give more advantage onto the players of Zeals because of the one-tap ability anywhere on the body without Operator. Pero magkakalabanan lang din naman to pag nagka-one-tapan talaga. Because puro Vandal ang gamit ng LFO ngayon. Farsighted, kailangan niya maging careful ng operator niyan. Sobrang ang pangit ng buy ngayon ng Zeals. Yes, panalo sila ng 2-0 pero in terms of firepower, sobrang hati sila. Pero Sheriff, may SMG, may operator, may... lahat sila magkaiba eh.
Talagang... iba, but at the same time, LFO. Ngayon, nakapag-burst right through na sila sa east side, but seems like Senior Car wants to start it. Nakapitas siya, that's going to be Symbol, one of the initiators here in LFO side. And may iba sa kanila, low on HP, checking out a lot of information. Sasabayan na nga nila kagad na lumilipad na CCTV. And speaking of Farsighted, tries to fire the better exotic will be denying him. And here it is, a 4v4 is up ahead. Na-stun siya ngayon, na-concuss kagad siya. Please will be able to get exotic. And don't tell me, this will be a cleaner retake onto the side of Zeals, and after making those few noises, Zeals will still be able to get this once again against LFO. 3-0, even if nakapag-burst right to ang LFO sa A-site ang walang problema, Zeals naman napakalaki na mabawasan lang nila ng isa, and that was Sova, and that was Symbol, and here it is, 3-0.
I should play some Astro
3-0 already. And
here.
Problema ng LFO, yes, they don't have enough money and Farsighted still getting that operator and tulad nga sinabi mo kanina, it's just sobrang linis ng mga galaw din talaga ng Zeals. And ito ang Zeals is isa sila sa invite. Dalawang invited teams dito sa group stage na to, which is ang Team Secret and syempre ang ang Zeals. So they're actually really proving that they're actually really worthy. Pero Farside Jake, taking down Exotic. Kahit, my God, man, elbow lang ni Exotic ang nakita ni Farside Jin, pero alam naman niya na all walls are bangable kung okay lang yun. Pang flash, we're gonna take down Saudi again. Craigs.
Why?
Oh, simple, super low. Kahit pitikin mo na lang yan, men.
Lipad
GG
yan.
na yan. Oo. Pero, secret ko ano yung pipitikin. Magkakapiti ka ng pagkapitik ko, papapikit pa eh, no? Kinikilig ka na naman.
Ay, no. Hindi ako kinikilig. Pero ito, saan ka nakatingin, Farside Jane? At ayun, medyo masakit-sakit. Pero symbol, konting pitik na nga lang talaga. But still, Zeals can just take their time. It's still a 4v3. Tapos si symbol, low pa on HP. But who will be able to get the top? Alam nila, nagpapakita sa your Carl will be focusing on the deal instead. But the mid pick, they want to get it out here in LFO. But I think kailangan nila matakot dito sa Odin. And speaking of, ayun na pratatat.
Oh my God.
Nexi, but here.
Uy. Nagkasampalan na nga ng Odin dito, pero definitely not gonna be in their favor. To GE to get Monster together with the players of Zeals actually doing it. Wala silang for LFO. Wala silang halos pera din talaga dun sa round na yon. So we can say na Zeals will probably, and he has a better chance to get that round. Isipin mo, Siko yung Tagalog nun. Siko lang yung nakita. Pero yung pag-move ng mouse sa mabilisan, yung flick, pam! Yung pag isang ganun lang, ubos pati pantubos. Pag ganun kung ganun magkwento yung kaibigan mo, maniwala ka na lang, di ba yung may sound effects pa? Oh, parang si Rere, gumanong kagabi, di ba?
Maniniwala.
Wala na magagawa, maniniwala na lang ako dun, men.
Ay, naku. And the staying off looks like ang mga taga-Zeals, they're making it little by little. But as for LFO, kailangan lang talaga nila mag-take ng risk. And speaking of Exotic, does the work together with Simple. Hindi imposible. Isa-isa na bumagsak ang mga taga-Zeals. At hindi nila expect that they were able to push right through here sa mismong
Ito na ata yun, men.
And yan. Iba tayo, iba yun. Sorry po sa call. Sorry akin. Pero ito na lang.
Ito na ata ang ganti ng api, men. Ito na yan. For Farside Jin, oh my God. Hindi siya umalis dyan. Ang ginawa lang dito nila is, sige, wall bangin mo ako, bes. Kunin mo na ang lahat sa akin. Wag lang ang aking operator. Hindi mo nila kinuha, di ba?
Hindi na lang kinuha. At marami namang pera.
Naman daw eh. Oh, what is money? Paper only. Hashtag payaman yan si Farside. Marami pera. ROI.
Ano? ROI?
Nagdos kasi. Nagdos kasi.
Ako nga, tanay ko yung benta eh. Nawala eh, ayaw bumili.
Hold mo lang. Holders lang din. Stick kung gusto.
Okay. Diyan ka lang. Hindi ka pa gagalawin. Pero ito,
Farside Jin! Oh my God! Nabaril yung chan ni Nexi dito. My God. Ni Killjoy Hindi si Nexi. Pero, Senior Carl. Wait, oh my God! Magkakita pa sa pati yan. Chowdy with that flash, Craig! We thought that he's gonna get that refrag. Pero yun nga lang, sobrang daming refrag na nangyari dito. Farside Jin, is he gonna get that one in? Yes, he does! Taking down the smoke of LFO. Pero, meron silang ultimate dito ni Chowdy. But got no idea at all na meron tao dito sa may mid. So just right there, Symbol gonna take one down. 2v2. Symbol, meron siyang ultimate. Farside Jin, is he gonna get that kill? Chowdy, the only man remaining, and probably is gonna go here in mid instead to get Monster, mga kaibigan. He's won already, and he needs to react for Farside Jin para syempre tamang trade lang din. 28 seconds remaining onto this ground right now. Chowdy needs to push this, and he's gonna get the head of Suge. Pero, the spike has been dropped. Farside Jim with an updraft. Blaze will not get a connect. 15 seconds remaining, pero meron pa siyang oras, I think, na, meron oras! Meron siyang oras papuntang A, mga kaibigan! And he's gonna close the door maybe, probably? May chance, and yeah. Meron siyang oras dito, inalis niya yung operator niya, and probably gonna get that Vandal instead. Farside Jen! Will clutch that round! Tinitigan si Optimum Pride, mga kaibigan! Yun na talaga masasabi mo.
Naniwala ako si Optimum Pride yun. May sound effects.
May maniwala ka na lang. May sound effects yun eh. Optimum Pride nag-iisa dito. At least na-plant naman yung spike.
But on the other side, still talaga Farside Jean. Iba yung vibe niya talaga ngayon as we can see on how accurate it is. Pero sayang din sana yun. Hindi niya in-expect na meron pa pala nagkitay sa kanya may garden and said hi to him. 5-1. And wag talaga sabihin na sobrang magpa-pop off talaga yung Zeals, especially on their defending side. Alam mo na, kanina against Naos, sobrang distracted talaga sila. Pero ngayon, looks like they got that mental reset and napaka-importante nun.
Obscuring vision.
Against LFO. And right now, Zeals versus LFO. So far, nakita naman natin yung how Chowdy was able to deny all of the things na Zeals can get through. But I think at the same time din talaga, LFO needs to look forward with how to shut down once again si Farside Jean. Kind of big, kanina naging effective yan. When Naos talaga, they don't let Farside Jean do his thing. Kapag nakuha nila yon, then it's just going to be over. But let's not forget, we have to get together with Senior Carl. Talagang papalit-palit sila ng pagdating sa pagiging flexible when it comes to their agent selections, and looking at how Senior Carl plays it once again, those got good chemistry and how he wants to handle itong isang certain place. Sobrang successful talaga siya. Pero here it goes, kaliwat ka ng flash talaga, deny na naman. Ngayon, all of the traps are getting hit when it comes to Zeal's side, and Senior Carl may nabiktima na kagad na isa. Pero simple, may mababawasan ba siya with that Hunter's Fury? Unfortunately, not. Pero at least, kahit nabawasan na kagad si Nexi, they're able to get here in the side. And speaking of LFO, Exotic gets Farside Jean kagad. And Zeus, sa tingin ko, medyo kailangan na nila gumawa ng move bago pa sila makakuha.
Si Beats nakapatay with that shock dart, pero can they do that retake, mga kaibigan? Beats will take down one, pero kailangan nila patay dito, pero that is Draximov, mga kaibigan, with a big kill. 5-2-2. LFO still into the game, and broken by ngayon ang Zeal. Napakagad ng pangita ito sa side ng LFO. I-keep nyo lang na walang pera ang Zeals dito. Tuloy-tuloy nilang yan, man.
Kala kasi ito yung yun o. Optimum Pride. And big shout out. Yun naman pala yung may nagtatype na dito ng mga lyrics ng kantahan. Pero sa kantahan, sino nga ba ang mas mangunguna? But that was a good setup from LFO side. They just needed that. A big step up from Exotic, that will be really possible. And plus the lockdown na meron sila. So how will Zeal this time around associate this with this one? Farside Jean lang naman kasi ang nakapag-vandal. But here it is. All on sa taas, sa ibaba, tapos sheriffs, paano nga ba makuha to ng mga taga-Zeals dahil denied lang sila all over again with the stars setting up on the side of Draxi and all those post plants. I think this is quite scary onto the side ng Zeals. Isa-isa na silang bumabagsak, but to get it up at their doors, tries to get a lot of frags, but these does not work. Together with Senior Carl, but knowing isa na lang kagad natitira, looks like uy, di pa nila nakuha to. 6 HP na lang si Senior Carl. He tries to get the tops, pero wala na ata kagad dito. Wala nang oras. Exotic gets him. 5-3. Bumabawi na nga kagad Zeal dito ang LFO.
Yes, indeed. At saka, ang problema din doon ng ZLS, they don't have enough money lang din talaga if ever. Kaya sila rin talaga yung for LFO sila din talaga yung nakakuha ng win doon. Pero right now, nagbago na yung tides eh. It's just LFO mga kaibigan na talagang kinukuha yung momentum na kailangan nila para dire-diretso sila dito talaga manalo dito sa game na to. And if ever nagtuloy-tuloy ito, may chance na talagang mapush to sa game number 3. We can vote on to B. Pero Exotic with a push, with a kill as well. Beats! We're gonna be down through that smoke! 3v5, Exotic popping off agad-agad and just waiting patiently dito lang sa may market, pero andito na si Senior Carl mga kaibigan. Kailangan niya mag-swim ng malalim. Hindi na ang problema. Meron din tao dun sa may kanan na Senior Carl knows na meron tao dun sa may gilid ng far side Jin. Makakuha ba siya ng magandang kill dito or not? Meron pa tao sa may bigay, pero kaya ng Draximov from Speedway to far side Jin. That is a kill, but Draximov again and again will secure the round. Ito na ang pagbango ng api ng LFO. Maraming naniniwala sa LFO mga kaibigan. Diyos ko. For ZLS, wala silang choice kundi mag-time out. Ano ang mali sa ginagawa natin, Ray? Ano ang kailangan natin i-adjust dito sa play natin, Ray? Dapat alamin natin para makapag-adjust na tayo sa mga susunod na round. Nexi, popping off. God, Nexi. Apakan mo ako pa magsasorry sa'yo.
One enemy remaining. Nexi, sexy, and this is pretty good. On to the side ng LFO. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, di ba, just a little bit ng adjustments. They are sometimes very slow sa mga first rounds. Usually talaga yung mga kalaban nila, they get the upper hand at least 5 to 6 rounds against LFO. Then out of the sudden, makakuha na kagad si LFO ng timing na okay, this is how we do things. So I think with that double initiator that we have, pwede lang naman talaga natin gawin this is really be aggressive. Tapatan natin yung Zeals. Kaya naman natin sila when it comes to hitting those shots, so we don't have any much of a problem. And finally, na-solusyonan na nga nila. As for Zeals, na-waste talaga yung time, and I really do think with the buy that they have, potential 5-all nga ang mangyayari on the very first half, and we still have 3 rounds rather 2 rounds left before finally makakita pa tayo kung sino ba ang magkakaroon ng kalabangan. Here it goes. Who's gonna get who? But I think LFO talaga ay mapapantay nila ang scoreline ng Zeals. Here.
Yeah. Pero Exotic, medyo nag-boost up siya dito para lang syempre just check out if ever meron ba mag-push dito sa may A main. Pero far side dyan, got no idea at all na meron dito sa mid mga kaibigan. Enough ba yung distance niya para ma-one-tap mo si Chowdy? Pero meron tayo sa may gilid, Jaximov! Off-angle kill onto far side Jen.
I have the spike.
Ito, baka magkatanong, ano ba yung off-angle? Ano ba yung mga pinagkasabi mong off-angle? Ganito lang yan. Ang off-angle mga kaibigan is syempre, dun kayo pupwesto, dun sa hindi usual sinisilip ng mga kalaban. Kasi syempre, meron silang unang sinisilip, di ba? Kasi for sure, pag nakalabas na yung katawan mo o yung baril mo, nakahanda na yung kalaban mo. Yun yung off-angle. Ayos ba yun?
Nagturo.
Nagturo no? Yun ang Just the Tips by VCT mga kaibigan. Like and share my page just to know just to get more tips. Pero, Senior Carl, wala siyang baril dito to get all the way from up top with a martial out to Chowdy, but Pizza na! Isa pa nga! Pushing it to a 3v2. Is this gonna be a 350-50? Para sa mga players ngayon ng ZLS or not, Hunters of Fury. 39 beats, pero wala siya nakuhang kill at all. And yes, Spike is planted already. Meron nagbasag dito sa may likod. Pero Craig getting that turret, pero hindi nakatapat dito sa may likod. Oh no! Beats destroying that door para talagang wala nang magawa yung mga players sa LFO dito kasi talagang papalibutan nila yung LFO. Sabay-sabay silang papasok dito. Nexi, checking rafters. Astra from the top. Nexi with a kill on to one to try to go for the second. Maximov! Still winning the 2v3 standoff here in this game.
Talagang bumabawi ang mga taga-LFO. They know how to spice things up. And sabi ko nga, diba, every time that we have that KO talagang nasend, it's really working. A lot of things have changed, guys, after champions. These teams every day nagaganito ng iba't ibang possibilities when it comes to their agents' comfortability. And looks like nadala nila yung baon nila sa experience nila together with Zeals. And ngayon, tayo na ulit. Comeback ata is waiting. But let's see, paano ba yung magiging deny naman ng Zeals on towards the last 2 rounds that we have? And speaking of, ilalabas na kagad sila. There's Senior Card, nasa corner ng kagad. And he got 2 together with Tuge. And this is it. Falling down na nga kagad dahil sinamahan pa with the ultimate coming in from Saudi. But I think ipit na siya talaga dito. Dalawa na lang sila natitira. And Senior Card is out to kagad si Chavi. Just it. Lexi pa together with Draxi. May pag-asa pa kaya naman nanalo sila dito. As KTS will be able to get Lexi. Draxi gets 2. 1v1. No HP. At yun, nakuryente na naman i-beat si Draxi. 6-5 in favor of Zeals.
They tried na tinry nila na buhayin si Chowdy dito. Pero ang sabi nito game months na hindi. Gravity well si Chowdy dun sa gitna para mas lalo silang mahirapan. Hindi sila makakapasok. Hindi nila mabubuhay si Chowdy dito. Pero Draxi, look at that flick na ginagawa ni Chowdy dito. Sa mga gilid niya, sa likod niya. Look at the flick of the wrist. Solid. Pero ito. Farside Gen! Oh my God! Anong ginagawa mo dyan, baby boy? Pero, double shock dart, not gonna tag, not gonna kill anyone, pero nga naman natin yung si Lexi mga kaibigan, Aldo will be activated as well. Di natin na kayong mundo, nakita si Vinci na sa may gilid mga kami, pero that is the night para lang hindi siya makagamit dito ng kahit anong utilities at all. Pero ito na, nasa loob ni LFO dito, paano nila kukunin itong site? Wala si Farside Jin, halos wala na silang utilities din, wala na rin silang pera para paano gagawin nila next round, pero meron pa isang flash in Senior Card, pero fumbling from Chowdy with a deny. Beatsto, he tried to do some ball dance, pero not gonna connect onto the players of Zeal's Esports. Pero Chowdy got that flash, pero that is, ito ang sagot ng mga players ng Zeal's, mga kaibigan. That is a lockdown all the way from teammate. Paano sila nakapunta doon? And kaya pa ata. Pero, Tuge Monster, mag-isip lang shot. 1v2, yung isang detain, doesn't isa, but Lexi with a swing, with a kill. 6-6. Time!
Switching sides.
Dami nun
Oh, fast-paced games sa last 3 rounds. Super quick. Pero mas matindi kapag si Nexi ay nagising na kagad with that killjoy. Pero next na problem ng Zeals. You put LFO sa defending side. Then, you have Nexi who can anchor aside together with Draxi. But let's see if it will be really giving a huge impact dahil ang Zeals naman, they still managed to get the upper hand for consecutive rounds naman. All in all, they're not whiffing this time around. Hindi na talaga sila destroyed in this setup that they have. But hopefully, they can get rid of what's in front of them as LFO talaga is quite scary pagdating sa defending nila. Pero ito na nga, mabilis ang take lang papuntang mid. Farside checking out every corner. Kasabay ang nilipat na CCTV. Alam na lang nila kung nasa ng iba. And ito lang, pumasok lang talaga si Farside nang walang kinakatakutan. Pero seems like may narinig na kagad siya. Pero Senior Carl on the other side, he sees one. Sumunod na kagad si Exotic. And trap na ata ang mga miyembro ng LFO ngayon as they're just really here in the boathouse. At pumupunta na at lumulusog na mga Zeals against them. And we only have Draxi together with Nexi. And that's just it. 7-6. Zeals, pinanalo pa rin nila ang pistol round. Yikes. At ito na nga, pagdating. At makikita na nga natin ngayon ang Zeals. Leading na nga sila with the 1 round against LFO. So far, the things has been pretty going well. Sa side ng Zeals 7-6. And the fact that they're really leading by 1, will it be a big impact? I think not. They can win this. But as for LFO, sabi ko nga, pwede lang nalang basahin. You can give at least 2 to 3 rounds. Make a good read. Where do we expect Farside G? How do we know how to get its setups with that stars and off? Dash in, papunta sa may taas, papunta lang sa taas ng ang generator and looks like Beats got him. At nga lang, hindi na nakita may ball up kagad doon. Pero puto na lang, may advantage talaga pagdating sa hawak-hawak niya Spectre ngayon. Ang mga taga LFO just gonna go down. Simple na lang is the right guy remaining. Pero as Farside inclines himself in here in heaven, he gets it and Zeal still manages to lead by 2. This is pretty big.
Yeah,
Pero,
really pretty big. Yun nga eh. Tulad nga na sinabi mo na talagang sobrang laki nun. Kasi, first 2 rounds, yung sino pa yung lamang sa series, yun pa talaga. Yun nakakuha ng first 2 rounds. Pero alam naman natin na LFO, malay mo, makabawi yan. Malay mo talagang kukunin nila yung round na to. Para syempre, sobrang worth it sa kanila yung pag-buy nila ng barrel. Pero for sure, Zeal ang gagawin nila dito, they need to fight na medyo malapitan lang din talaga. Hindi sila pwedeng lumaban ng malayuan kasi alam nilang talo sila. Circle lang. Oh my god. Farside Jin, dire-diretso dito. Wala silang pakialam sa mga nararamdaman nyo. Meron tao dito sa may dalawa yung tao dito sa may backside mga kaibigan. Pero yung nga kailangan nila pumasok sa ating symbol gets one. Pero dito pa si Next dito. Sharks over another one right there. Pero oh my god, symbol nalusaw ng buhay. But next, he will get ahead on the one as well. 2v4 rather. Beats onto the headshot. Beats the only man remaining nakakuha dito ng only Phantom. Meron tao sa kaliwa kanan. Papunta din yung isa 40 seconds in. Nasa kanya yung spike. Alam ng LFO na nandito lang si Beats. Pero hindi sila lumalabas. Hindi sila nagko-commit.
30 seconds
kasi
left.
winnable pa to kahit papano. And look at the discipline na ginagawa ng LFO mga kaibigan. Gets one. Beats is known to clutch mga kaibigan. Meron siyang recon bot. Eto na nga pero sasabayan ba? Oh no, 13 seconds remaining mga kaibigan. Is he gonna push or not? Flash. Pero meron tao sa likod mo. Pero yun na nga yung sinasabi ko. Nag-crossfire sa Valorant ang LFO.
Team A. Tumatalon-talon pa sa may kawalan yung mga ganun na pangyayari. Pero still, teammates kanina sa Silent Zeal, teammates naman sa LFO. And tingnan na guys, napakahirap i-deny talaga ng KO to get it rid of Sova on the defending. But still, it's not bad for the eco naman na ginawa ng Zeals. Not bad for their second bonus against LFO. But the bigger thing here is sino na ba ang magkakalid? Alam ko makakita ko ng nice score dito. Mukhang ayaw ng mga teams ang magkas-nice score yun. Kailangan daw talaga nila manalo. Kailangan nila magkapag-igib ng points dito sa ating group stages. But as for Zeals, bumili pa rin naman sila. But how will actually LFO still get this? Paano nga ba sila
Oo nga. Ito yung mahirap dito, Rhea. Kasi, I mean, LFO won that, yes. Pero, namatay sila. Namatay yung iba, rather. So, yung mga iba, hindi sila makakabili ng Vandal for sure kasi wala silang pera eh. So, they need to stick itong gamit na naka-Spectre man lang. Pero ang tanong, kaya ba nilang pigilan yung pag-push dito ng Zeals? Just waiting for all the stars na meron sila. Hindi sila pwede pumasok na boss dito. Pwede siya mag-pick off lang pero maganda position dito. Exotic pero yung nga lang ito si Challengers Playoffs. Take it to the two remaining players. 2 players of Zeals pero Monster just waiting inside that smoke. Magkakaroon pa tayo ng fake dito or not? Just faking that area of the map right now. Pinging na meron tao doon sa may glass, doon sa may window, doon sa may heaven. Pero ito na nga, that is the lockdown coming in from Craig's. Simple, the only man remaining, but 2GE will finally get that round. 9-7 already. At broken by ang LFO. Broken na broken. Tulad ng nararamdaman mo ngayon dahil iniwan ka ng jowa mo.
Iniwan ka bago mag-Valentine's.
Oo.
Sabi naman. Masakit talaga yun. Pero mas masakit kapag talagang nakahabol talaga ang LFO against Zeal. But looking at it, tingin ko tong round na to, kung di sila makakapitas ng at least dalawa coming to the side of Zeal, this will not be a thrifty round up for them. But then can just be a big advantage onto the side ng Zeals. But LFO naman, this the winning potential and how crazy they are for the win. This can be big and big enough. They just want to push out yung mga nagtatagong miyembro ng LFO para lang siguro makakuha sila ng frag. Unfortunately, wala. Checking out every noise muna ang Zeals before they can finally choose saan na nga ba tayo pupuntahin. Speaking of the game, ako po, may poga sa gilid mo.
Shorty! Shorty!
Ay!
Shorty! 150! 150 ROI pero saan ka natingin, Senyor Carl? Sobrang sulit! Sobrang sulit ng sheriff, sobrang sulit ng flash ni Chowdy, mga kaibigan. Isang flash, dalawang ulo agad ang nakuha niya. Nakakuha pa nga ng Phantom dito. 2v4. Lamang na lamang ang LFO dito sa round na to. It's gonna be a big trip here now. Chowdy getting one the second one, but Sambol will get that instead. Napakalinis dito na ginawa ng LFO, mga kaibigan. Chowdy's, man, ang ganda ng ang ganda ng ginawa na doon. Pop flash, bang, bang! I mean, ganun na nangyari, di ba? Oh, bang, bang. Pero Valorant tayo, di ba? Valorant ang tunay na bang, bang! Bang, bang!
Oh,
Ito pa isa. Ito yun, no? Flash, bang, bang! Bang! Oh, tatlo. Pero, diba?
Game changer pa nga yun nangyari doon. Akala natin, advantage siya just because of the trade. Pero yung information talaga na nakuha ng LFO, napaka-importante. Pero na nga, sabi ko, get out of my way. Sabi ng Farside, uy! Na-jump na yung utility pa dito. And next, he was able to get two. Agad! Farside yun, makakapag-slice off pa nga against Lexi. But I think that's already big advantage. Pero uy, may sumilip pa kasi dito sa main copy side. And naging next na lang talagang nakuha dito na biktima si Chowdy itself. But LFO side, pagdating sa mga denies, meron silang Phantom, meron silang Vitals. But as for Zeals, si Farside Jin ba magiging way nila to get this actually? Or still, pagdating sa advantage, LFO wants to make this into a tie.
Tie. Watch yung sinasabi ni Exotic para lang at least makakuha siya ng advantage dito. Kasi if ever meron nagpupush sa kanya, itamang right click lang ng Blade Storm. Tignan mo to. If Tagalog yan.
Ayan,
gusto ko maglaro?
Tingnan kung totoo yung tinuro ni Bill kay Farside.
30 seconds left.
Napakabilis na entry dito para lang syempre isara ang pinto ng palengke. Senior Carl playing the spike already. Meron siyang mga repolyo dito, mga kaibigan. Inaantay lang na pwede nang gamitin para lang at least talaga makapasok yung mga players dito ng Zeals. And let's see if ever makakuha ba ng LFO. Sobrang pantay na nangyari, pero it's as far side dyan, Senior Carl. Sheriff na din talaga ang meron sa kanila. That is the Seekers already. Gravity well on everyone, and alam na nila, meron isa sa kanya, gilid kanila to get months about yung nakaisa pa. Exotic will another one right now, pero sa Exotic dito, para sa dyan, anime battle na nga, nani mo! Ito na si Naruto, mga kaibigan, pero hindi natin nakakakuha ng patay. We'll actually get one, pero sabi ni Simple, no, Bros don't fake, pero ito, Diyos ko po, ginawa na na, matatopin na si mga kaibigan, bang! Farside Jin with a clutch! Nakakuha ng operator sa Gently, mga kaibigan! And that is the ROG clutch! What a round ng Zeals! Farside Jin popping off! Ginagawa mo yung mga tinuro ko sa'yo, kapatid!
Pinakita nga niya! Napakadulit to get! Bawasan na nga siya kasi pero ginawa ni Farside Jin! Kasama ako sa hukay pero I will still be able to get this round! And napaka-importante yun one onto the side of Zeal's 2 rounds difference is already big. And nangyari sa LFO, kailangan na mag-force before Zeals can finally get that 11th round. Pero nga nasa advantage, Zeals, binago nila yung pacing bigla. Kanina LFO pinago, pero Zeals, binago din nila.
Oo, bago ka rin. Diba, yan ang sabi nila, pareho silang nagbago. Pero, Farside will get ahead, pero magandang posisyon ng Exotic dito. Hindi niya alam na may boga sa gilid niya. Pero ito na alam na niya, mga kaibigan, nakita ni Doggy. Uy, tropa yan. Farside Jen. Init ng round yung kanina. Naisa pa nga ata. Tamang dash lang. Parang siya matamangin, pero ito na ang long katog ni Symbol, mga kaibigan, pinagsasampal sa Zeals. Pero next year tayo sa to get monster, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get ahead of next year right now, pero Beats, medyo alangan niya na yan, yung smoke niyan, kasi kitang-kita ka. Pero sabi ni Farside, ano pinagsasabi mo? I'm gonna take Symbol instead. 3v2, Draximov with that Spectre, he is low. Dalawa pang star meron siya. Exotic, nakakuha ng Phantom dito. Meron pa siyang dash, pero wala nang smoke. Draximov, just waiting, just finding these players. The clock is ticking already. Meron tao sa may gilid, meron tao sa may likod. Nag-yoga na nga dito si Draximov, mga kaibigan, to set all the stars. Farside Jin knows what's up. Alam na meron tao dito sa may city, pero now it's all up to Draximov. But Farside Jin is literally on fire right now. 11-8 at I'm looking for orb. Oh no! Wala silang pera!
Naku po, this is pretty big. Tatandaan natin, every round is going to be a big risk. And ano pa bang kailangan kami ng LFO? Kailangan talaga nalang pumili. Tara lang talagang makuha nila against Zeals. But I really do think yung clutch kanina ni Farside, that ROG clutch is pretty big. And it will really give a big impact sa naging momentum sana ng LFO. Pero Exotic! Hindi pa ba tapos? May susunod? Tuge has that answer to him right back at niya. 4-4 pa rin naman. Na-lose si Exotic, na-lose si Senior Carl. But how will Zeals climb up here? Dahil malaking risk pa rin ang ginagawa ng LFO. They lose this match point already. Plus, half-buys na sila ng half-buys ngayon.
Yeah. No. Sorry, bigla ako natawa. Meron ako naalala. Eto na! Cubby. Nagkakatingin off. Nagkatabi na nga dito sa Optimum Pride, mga kaibigan. Pero pa naman ng flash, pero Farside will gonna get that kill. Pero Farside will gonna get that second one right now.
One enemy remaining.
Grace inside already. Farside siya with a 3K. Ikaw na lang kaya maglaro. Farside. Sabi ng Nexi, hindi sinampal ng Guardian sa face. Nexi tamang wall bang lang, but no damage at all. 1v3 with a Guardian. Meron siyang lockdown. Nexi 2 HP. Oh no, delikado to. With a swing, tama shock dart lang. Not gonna catch him. Sinundan niya. Tinignan niya parang parang Kimi no Nawa, mga kaibigan. Nachop-chop na nga. Nasip-sip. Sinip-sip ni Tugi. And Zeals is in a match point already.
Kanina pa maraming sound.
Tinignan ni Nexi pa babae, no? Parang na-na-na-na-na-na.
Mano ka lang sa kaya.
Pero hindi ko pa napapanood yun. Alam ko lang. Pero hindi ko pa napapanood. Sabi ko pa napanood ko na hindi.
Eto, tignan mo. Oy, sabi dito ng bebe ni Exotic, pag nanalo may bundle, kasama na lang kami sa SS. Pero tignan natin kung mananalo ba ang LFO dahil isa na lang before Zeals. Oo nga, pengi na mami. Bago na naman maipanalo na nga ito, LFO still wants to push this into an overtime. Meron pa ito, gag-aaway na sa comment section. Sino mananalo? Pero nga lang, LFO!
Diyos ko po si Exotic mga kaibigan mo diba? Lumipad parang paro-paro G, long sleeve, fly high butterfly. At nabuhay pa siya doon. Exotic is actually really crucial for the side of LFO. Hanggat hindi pa 13 ang Zeals, ang tawag dito, winnable.
Pero 4, 5, tapos 2 na lang yung member ng Zeals. Pero if we have Senior Carl, maybe they can still get it. But looking at it, gago ng LFO dito. We play passive, we know the advantage that we have. Pero Senior Carl and... Sige, nakabawa sila ng isa! Oh, sige! The fight done! He gets 2! Pwede pa ata nila makuha ito! Together with Dexy's gonna go down! 22 seconds! Go run here in A-side! And ito na ata! Sish!
Takbo! Pero ito, bumabasa siya ni Senior Carl. Meron na 1 HP, pero nag-iisip pa siya. Pero anong 1v2? Senior Carl, mga kaibigan, wala siyang buhay. Pero missing that shot. Right click control ng classic na tama nga, pero si Chowdy hindi. Isa pa! Isa pa! Yan ang sabi ng LFO. O diba, hirap ko yung sarili ko.
And the spike still matatapos na ayaw pala LFO!
Oh, grabe naman! Menisipin mo yung Zeals! Gustong gusto lang maglaro, pati yung spike iniwan! Pero syempre, binalikan! Buti pa yung spike, binalikan!
What? Ano nangyayari dito? Ay, naka po! Dikit master time! Ano na kaya mga sekso? Pumapalo! Nabulungan ng bundle! Kaya ngayon, pumapalo with that operator, mapapalitan yan yung bagong bundle ngayon. Pero kung ako sa'yo, Exotic, sa next bundle siguro para mas maganda. Doon tayo sa mas mahal. Total, nagmamahalan naman kayo.
Oops! Yung dalawang outro nag-kiss mga kaibigan, sana all. Pero, Nexy. Off-angle lang to, men. Actually, yung ginagawa ni Nexy, siya yung beat. Beat siya dyan. Tapos, ang mag-anchor si Exotic, tapos si Nexy ang beat. Op! Of nakakarinig ka na nga tayo dito pero wala silang idea tapos sa nasa loob. As far as Sergeant goes in already, hinati na ang mundo. Meron tao dito sa may taas mga kaibigan. Is this an Senior Carl when I get 1-1? 4v4. Wala na si Optimum Pride mga kaibigan. Ano talaga? Pero Exotic, hindi ko alam kung ano ba nangyari dito. Ano ba? Bukas sarado na pinto.
Mahilig siyang ganito. Mano po! Kaya, tara! Bukas ang ginagawa, pero ito on the retake itself, ready ang kay Draxy, ready din yung kay Nexy with that lockdown. Pero tumitingin lang si Farsighted. Na-information, nasaan pa yung mga to, nasa weapon pa, pero may pang-destroy lang din naman talaga dito si Beats with that lockdown. And speaking of, nakuha nga na kagad pero LFO sabay-sabay ng party. At isa na lang, ito kill, and now we get one.
Gets one. Exotic hindi, sinampal! Sinampal ng Blade Storm sa face!
Ay!
Kaya pa. Matanda. Ang dami atan bebe na Exotic dito, men. Kalo ka ba si Ate Sai lang?
Tapos meron pa dito si Isaiah.
Oo nga, di ba? Ikaw Exotic, ha? Nahuhuli ka, ha? Tatlo, si Getsu Montefalco.
Grabe naman, napadami.
Shoutout nga pala sa inyo.
Basta pro player, sweet lover. Mas sweet sa lahat.
Ay, labas ako dyan. Hindi ako nagsabi niyan, labas ako dyan. Ewan ko sa'yo, Ray, kung yan yung experience mo. Pero ako, loyal ako. Tried and tested. Mas loyal pa ako sa aso mo. Pero, Chowdy! Pop flash. No armor at all. Pero meron naman siyang ulti dito. Mapapavueng ka na lang talaga if ever nag-ulti dito si Chowdy. Pagod na ako, mas. Inamin eh, no? Inamin lang.
Sigat eh! Ayaw pa matapusin na yung para sa battles.
I've got your trail.
Sai or hindi ko alam. Name it all. Kasi na ba yan ang Repolyo kagad dito at ito na nga si Symbol. Mayroon ba sa kagad mababawasan yan ang symbol sa kagad sa Valorant symbol. Pero yan talaga si Symbol. Pero walang makikita pa nila si Tuge. Sabi ni Chao, di bumagsak na rin kagad. And now, isa-isa track sila ng kagad together with Exotic.
UV4, is this the last round of the Exotic? My God, sinampal ng shorty sa mukha ni Tuge. 3v2, it's all to Exotic right now. Exotic, bawal ka magkamali kapatid. Maraming nanonood sa'yo. Yung lahat ng bebe mo nakatingin sa'yo ngayon. 1v3 again and again. Exotic peeking one, but Foresight Gen will end this game with a 2-0 score.
And still, kahit nakabawi ang LFO paulit-ulit, looks like ang mga taga-Zeals, they still made it here in Ascent. A lot of upper hands, a lot of lower hands here. Pero with the 13-10, I really do think here in Ascent, sobrang dikit lang din na naging laban. And it was a great job for LFO to actually climb up, even if 13-6 ay pinakaunang mapa natin. Pero talaga pagdating sa Zeals, gusto na lang lagyan kaagad na lang close into this chapter of this series as the last match in the very last day. Pero para sa statistics, I really do think ang gaganda ng trades sila dito. Ngayon na lang ulit na nakita na halos lahat really did a big impact talaga every round.
Napaka-impactful ang nangyari ngayon mga kaibigan. But yeah, we've seen all the exciting matches here in this game, man. It's just so wow. To be honest, nakakapagod siya yung action na nangyari sa atin. I mean, dito sa game.
One enemy remaining.
And wala akong masabi man. I mean, GG's. sobrang solid talaga. Yung mga entries sa mga pagde-defend nila, sobrang linis. LFO, medyo shaky lang din talaga yung game nila dito, and it just really proves that the invited team, Zeal Esports, is really worthy of their spot.
Tagal na tulog ng Zeals. Ang tagal nating silang hindi nakita. Pero baby, behind the scenes, they've been doing the work and they've been doing the best talaga that people are expecting out of them. And there's so much more of the stories na ma-unfold between LFO and the Zeals. But right now, I think it is time talaga to tell that this story is up ahead on the hands talaga ng Zeals based on the performance and based on what they want to draw into the line against LFO.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, sa lahat ng matches ngayon, alam mo ba kung sinong panalo? Totoong panalo. Ang totoong panalo is syempre ang prod team natin ngayon. Oo. The true winners of the day, the PPGL production team, ladies and gentlemen. And syempre ang talents. Walang game number 3.
So ibig sabihin hindi tayo malas ngayon. Ngayong araw hindi tayo malas, pero di lang din talaga dito lang din talaga may kita yung mga teams talagang kaya na lang sumabay with each other. It's everybody's game talaga
improve. Ngayon. Sobrang nag-improve lahat ng teams ngayon. Sabi nga ni Booms Gaming kanina, which is yan tropa yan, sabi niya is marami ng PH team na pwedeng maging representative ng ating bansa, and just really proves talaga na everyone right here in the top 8 teams ng buong Pilipinas is really worthy to be here. And syempre for Zeal Esports, matagal natin silang hindi nakita, matagal natin silang hindi napanood or anything like that, but still being one of the invited teams dito sa liga natin, really solid start. I really love the connection onto these players. Hindi pa rin talaga na uwawala yung asim ng in a good way. In a good way. Compliment yun na. Yung asim ng Zeals talaga. Kikiligin ka sa sarap.
Ang daming nangyari.
Sobrang dami nangyari. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, on behalf of Eliza Taylor, na kakosa ko ngayon, na binalik ulit siya sa Rehas kasi matilok daw siya. Ladies and gentlemen, you've just witnessed the day 3 of the Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 1, Week 1, Day number 3. Once again, we are casters Zeal and Ray here. Thank you very much for watching. Pero, meron pa naman tayong post panel. So, see you later.
Wesley test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me, why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself. Quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me.
Yeah. 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 The rice before the food is life.
We're ending the day with another 2-0 here, and much to our surprise, at least to Asarai and I, we're seeing LFO take a loss on this one, and Zeal going ahead and being very, very clean, swinging out and making that comeback that Nomad did expect. Before we go and talk about that, let's go ahead and break things down on the LFO side. What went wrong here, Asarai? Because for a minute, especially in map number 2, you thought that they were going to make a comeback and actually take map number 2.
Sorry. Again, I don't know what actually happened there with LFO. It just felt like they were disjointed in terms of their positioning. Much of the things that I have mentioned during the cast with me and Nomad was they kind of left middle very much exposed to Fire Sagens just running it down, and he does not shy away from taking these open these open avenues to get into the site. He's not afraid. He is fearless today, by the way, and that's only one of the factors for that as well. I think for the most part, they have just not been able to find a way to shut down Fire Sagen, and in turn, it kind of pressured the rest of LFO to start moving. Especially on Bind, you really saw how different it was for them. And coming into Ascent, I did say how it looks like their composition was looking better. It's a different map. It could be possible for them coming in when they go into that defending side, but it just did not kind of mesh well here for LFO. They really look like they're lost in the trenches, so to speak.
Yeah, you mentioned Fire Cyanogen here. As we take a look at the highlights, let's go through them, and certainly there will be quite a few. Nomad, let's talk a little bit about Fire Cyanogen. How many highlights is he going to be giving us here? You know, he very much lived by the sword, died by the sword, and in this match, he chose to live.
And he lived quite a boastful life, because not boastful in the wrong sense, but he could be proud of his achievements here on this game, because I've been bringing the analogy of how Zeal Esports is a team that really loves to thrive off of momentum, and even more so for Fire Cyanogen, it is even more important for him to just get the momentum going before he just starts being the unstoppable train that's pushing through the train tracks. We've seen multiple time and again that Fire Cyanogen hits those crazy shots, clutches where he needs to be, and just opens up the side whenever they're on the attacking side. And with the help from Tuge as well as Beats, they're just able to make their way inside the side. And I feel like Fire Cyanogen is such an important piece in the chessboard that Zeal already has, and they have all the proper assistance to enable Fire Cyanogen in just achieving more than he could go for. And this kid will reach a far better outcome as the days progresses. I can tell you that right now, and there seems to be no signs of stopping these guys for now.
Oh, well, we did say the biggest enemy of Zeal has always historically been Zeal. This time they seem to manage to take everything in stride and weather the first loss and sort of shed the first loss. They're able to recover from that. So let's take a little bit of a look at our MVP here today, brought to you, of course, by ROG. Fire Cyanogen. We talked about the man himself, 236.8 ACS, an average of 19.7 kills, and a 1.5 KDA. A stellar performance from him. An absolute treat to watch. And you said this, man, Nomad. The support system behind him, he was really able to pull everything off because of how much his team supported him and allowed him to make those plays. Now I'll go ahead and bring it back here, Asarai. What's next for Zeal going forward? They were a little bit wonky, but what do you think it's going to take for them to keep that consistency, keep playing on this winning level?
Well, I guess something would be just to keep Fire Cyanogen on a roll. One of the things that I think we have mentioned previously, actually earlier today, is that when Fire Cyanogen is cold, Zeal tends to kind of follow him, right? Some of the players can perform, but they really need their point man to start shooting into the sides and getting them those openings that Zeal would really want from a high caliber player, like Fire Cyanogen. So without that, Zeal tends to crumble at the seams. So I think everything starts by Fire Cyanogen and everything ends with Fire Cyanogen.
Yeah, indeed. But we will be going in a second to have an interview with one of our players here from Zeal. We're actually ready for it, and we're not going to keep you waiting any longer. Donut's got us covered for that one, so Donut, it's all yours.
We have here the team who sealed the deal. Let's all welcome Beats, the battle sage of the team, to lead the interview. But I guess he's also joined by the rest of his teammates. They're so happy for the win that they really cared to join us today. Hello, Beats.
Hello. Good afternoon.
So you've defied all expectations, proving that you're top tier, especially in the map of Ascent. So what did you think about your performance in your home map?
Ascent for us right now is it's good, but it's not the best. We're still working on it, and At the same time, we're still trying to look for strats that's unique compared to everyone else. But so far, we managed to get the dub.
Yes, the dub indeed. I mean, high win rate and high performance from the rest of your team members. Well, the panel talked about Fire Cygen earlier on, and we've touched on Senior Carl previously in your performance. But I want to talk about the heroes in the backlines, because there were some of the impact kills that were brought about by the rest of your team members, like Tuge and also Kraigis, and as well as yourself. So can you tell us more about them being the support player to enable the rest of your teammates?
Well, I would like to say that I feel like for me, like without our supporting players, I feel like our duelists wouldn't also be able to perform to the best of their abilities. And to me, Tuge, it was no surprise that he performed well, because he is a top 1 APAC player. And as for Craigie, he's our IGL, so without him, we wouldn't be winning our rounds.
And as for yourself?
As for myself, I feel like that's what past interviews, like my morale or like my impact to the team would also help them, and basically my experience as well.
Well, that's great. The in-game calls of your IGL and as well as the impact kills that bring the 2v4s to a winnable situation, those will be celebrated. I want to just go back to map number 1 because that was interesting. You switched up your roles. And what I noticed is, well, Kraigis was on the Astra instead of the Sentinel. What was the thought process behind selecting that agent?
Well, basically, the reason as to why Craigie was our Astra player is because he isn't that comfortable with Sky, because the roles that switched were Tuge and Craigie, and Craigie wasn't really that comfortable with Sky, so he was willing to go Astra, and Tuge was comfortable playing Sky.
Well, you've shown so much prowess in map number 1. I won't ask any more questions. Well, that actually concludes our interview. Thank you so much, Beast, and the rest of the gang for joining us. So that's the end of the interview for Zeal, but we're going back to the panel to end the story of day 3. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it from the team Zeal themselves, feeling confident not just in the star players but also in the individual members of their squad. You're joining us here on the panel at the very end of the day. Again, this is Illustrato alongside me, Nomad and Asurai. It's been a fun day, but definitely let's take a look at where we stand at the current landscape of it all. Let's take a look at the current, I'd say, brackets, and sorry, not brackets, just standings overall. At the very top, I still am in shock and in disbelief here. Naos Esports with 4-0. And at the bottom two here, Asurai, I'm going to go to you on this one. You're reacting. We got Team Secret tied for bottom place with Southfield Esports.
Yeah, again, for these two teams that are struggling right now, TS and SBE, it just seems like they're not their former selves, right? Southfield, up until VCT started, they were a dominant force, taking all of the local tournaments that they actually join in, either first place or very high. Team Secret, I mentioned this already, might not be too used fighting against other PH teams as they were really submerged into the international scene. And as for the top boys right now, 4-0 Naos, I mentioned it day one, man. They were my dark horse, and boy, did they cash it in for me pretty hard here.
Yeah, and did they ever? But yeah, let's go ahead and talk about tomorrow's matches. We have quite another good set, and I think one of the most anticipated matches of this season will be coming up. And there you have it, Team Secret versus Action PH. Definitely gonna be a good one. And then tomorrow, Bren Esports versus Oasis. Wow, so the first match is gonna be top of the leaderboard versus the bottom, and then it's Bren versus Oasis, and then Naos Esports versus Southfield. It's literally the top versus the bottom in the first and the last matches of the day. Nomad, your impressions?
Well,
I'm pretty sure that what we're going to be looking out for here is the Bren Oasis matchup, because I feel like the middle pack is where the interesting matches are going to be. I'm not really expecting a lot much from the Naos SBE matchup, not much on the Team Secret and the APH matchup, but it's that Bren Oasis matchup that everybody has to look forward to.
Okay, well, I just want to say you're wrong because, first of all, we have just been wrong for the entirety of the tournament, and Action PH at the very top versus the maybe crumbling bottom of the half. Dude, it's really going to be anyone's game, I think. So I'm just going to say that's your opinion, but I think you're way off the mark there on that one. Of course, we do have to go and talk about a little bit the... Wait, hold on. Let me just load this up right here. We do have to talk about our amazing sponsors. So very much a big thank you to ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the most powerful ROG Strix SCAR series, powered up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. No holds barred performance with a crisp QHD 240 Hz esports ready display and improved intelligent cooling design. The ROG Strix SCAR is the only choice for the best competitive advantage in any esport titles. Find out more in the pinned comment for more information. But yeah, there we have it, guys. Any last thoughts before we send it home to all of our viewers here today? Nomad, I'll start with you. Ask where I follow up.
Oh, well, Challengers won. What a treat. For now, it's just the start. It's just the opening weekend. We're not even at the playoffs yet. I'm definitely going to be preparing myself to be surprised for the rest of the split.
2021, we said the future is radiant. 2022 is even more so now. So again, just waiting to see what happens. Tomorrow literally is going to be a finale of sorts for a lot of the hopes and dreams of these teams, at least for this week one.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's very much do or die at this point for a lot of these teams. Team Secret and South Built this early on struggling so much. We'll find out what fate has in store for them tomorrow. But for now, we're gonna let you guys go. It has been an amazing day number 3, and on behalf of the panel and all the rest of the crew and production squad here at VCT and PPGL, we bid you adieu, goodbye, and good night. We'll see you all tomorrow.
The eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey.
Lock in sight. Give me those guys.
You're nothing.
One enemy remaining.
Lock in sight. Your fault.
One enemy remaining. 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 Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Spike down B. One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Stay down.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Sucked.
for break beats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to who you were sure. The celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure.
The streets feel up, we're mixed with light. Ghost town blown down, and life shines bright. Go fast and fast on the train, fall on a place to feel the rush again. And it's never coming down, we're invincible.
I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop. I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move on the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It don't matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5.